Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So, I have a fun one for you today. This is just too good. So, yesterday, Republican lawmaker Anna Paulina Luna, she got completely dragged by her own supporters for making a complete jackass out of herself. She made one of the most flagrantly false allegations I've ever heard. And she posted this on Twitter. And here's what she wrote. And this is my dramatic reading for Anna Paulina Luna. Um, After I questioned Secretary Rubio on Code Pink and their ties to the CCP, their organization followed me out, berated me, and then their head person here in DC smacked me. I will be filing charges. Okay, so she writes that. And then she follows it up with this. She doubles down and says, by the way, these are not allegations. It happened. My staff was there when it happened and wrote statements for LEO. Okay, so this is what she claims. She was smacked. Someone smacked her, you guys. Sounds scary, right? I mean, I hope she's okay. I hope she recovers and gets out of the hospital soon. Yeah, well, there's video evidence. There is an actual video of this so-called terrifying, violent attack, this violent smack on Anna Paulina Luna. Take a freaking look.
People
Right. Not a
right now by a policy of cutting off oil, cutting off every single
So
way
you
that
support
the government can
Marco
get money to
Rubio's
keep the hospitals
efforts
going.
to actually get aid to the people of Cuba, because it doesn't sound like you do.
No, because Marco Rubio has been sanctioning the Cuban people, which is hurting them by the
He's
billions.
The government.
By
and
the
he's-
billions.
no, that hurts the people there. They have no power. You are misinformed.
Don't.
Whoa,
You just
okay.
touched me.
Oh,
Can we-
it was like,
Okay,
I'm sorry.
you
It was
just
like
got
that.
it. You just touched me.
All right,
You're
I won't
gonna
do
walk
that.
away right now, so I'm gonna call Capital.
Oh, sorry.
Don't touch me.
I will walk away. Bye-bye.
You are misinformed.
Cuba.
Whoa, okay.
Touch me.
Oh,
Can we-
Oh my God. Oh my God, you touched me. Stop touching me. Oh, did you see? Like, did you see how she? Oh, it's like her arm was severed. It's like, are you freaking kidding me? This is the ridiculousness that we're having to put up with. And she goes and wastes Capitol Police's time with a report. And then they call us snowflakes. And they're over there slamming James Tallarico. Oh, he's not manly enough. These are the Republicans, or oh, we're gun toting, rootin' tootin', we're so tough. We're gonna come after all you libs. We own you libs. And it's like you barely touch her arm. Oh my God. She's practically like, who was it? There was somebody back in the 90s in the NBA who was like always flopping, always like acted like he just got taken out by someone twice his size. And you could see like this woman is, probably 6 inches shorter than Anna Paulina Luna. She's probably, I don't know. I don't want to insult the woman, but she's clearly much older than her. She's, at least a middle-aged woman. It's like, really? Really? So I have to give credit where credit's due, because it's not just us that are like, are you freaking kidding me? Luna got dragged by her own supporters over this. Take a look at what some of these people said to her. not just to her, but there was another woman who posted this and acted like, oh, it was an attack. Oh, she should call the police and sue. And people were like, are you freaking kidding me? Like, I hate the left, but this is ridiculous. So take a look at some of these. So this is just a whole bunch. One said, don't like her, but assaulted, question mark. Come on. Another one, from this day forward, I will take everything Anna says with a grain of salt. This is not an assault. She's a drama queen. Another said, the definition of assault has gotten way out of hand, and I don't like that Code Pink lunatic at all. And then one said, I hate Code Pink, but assaulted? Two question marks. She barely tapped her arm. Another person posted, I am a conservative and appreciate Anna Paulina Luna, but that was not an assault. It's fine to ask someone to not touch you, but not all physical contact is assault. This next person said, I hate that Code Pink lady so much, but hey, Anna, that's not enough to call it assault or sue her. Another said, I mean, there are a billion things to shit on Code Pink about and agree, don't fucking touch her. But if that's assault, I've been raped about a million times on the subway. Also, she fucked right off when called out. Gotta give her a pass in this case. And then these two said, that should not be described as an assault. Pretty hyperbolic. Jeffrey said, a very slight tap on the arm is a pretty low threshold for assault. Get real. These two said, I'm no fan of Code Pink, but that was a tad bit of an overreaction. She didn't hit her. This next one said, you shouldn't touch politicians, but don't discredit yourself into a hyperbolic ninny like the rest of the mainstream media by calling this assault. Move on, don't amplify. Easy fodder for those that oppose you. Yes, it is. This next one shared the video and said, bro, are you really going to make me defend Code Pink, crazy lady? LOL, you're fucking gay for this. Another said, as much as I hate libs, you are post for clicks queen. Get a grip. And this other person, this last one said, I despise these communists, and there's plenty of reasons for the speaker to ban them from the Capitol, but not even Nancy Mace reaches this level of dramatic. You weren't assaulted, but you ran to the internet to claim assault for the attention you'd get, and for reasons unknown, you hoped there was no video. Oh my God, she made such a fool out of herself. It's like I said the other day, you have no idea how embarrassed you should be right now, Anna. But this is par for the course with her. I mean, this is the same woman who the media dubbed the female George Santos because she was caught in so many fabrications about her past. I mean, this is the woman who grew up in Tustin, California, and because it's an unincorporated area, which is, technically called Santa Ana, she's like, oh, I grew up in poverty in Santa Ana. First of all, go try to buy a house in Santa Ana nowadays. Even the cheapest one is going to cost you way more than in most parts of the country. I mean, you'd be lucky if you got a single family home for under 600,000. So, I mean, she is a drama queen. And her family came out afterwards and was like, I don't know what she's talking about. Like, we were around them all the time. I grew up with her. I'm her cousin, and I didn't see any poverty. I didn't see any issues. Like, what is going on with her? She's completely changed. Like, old friends, college friends said, like, this is not the same person. This is like, she has done a complete 180. She's doing this for attention. So yeah, I mean, there you go. The drama. Oh, Anna. I mean, instead of she used to be a model, I guess. She should have been in acting, because that was bad acting, but it was acting. Anyway, all right, guys. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please please share this with others so they have fun today. Subscribe if you have not. And if you can donate, truly appreciate it. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have quite a story for you. Donald Trump's Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, gave this truly Orwellian testimony before Congress and basically confirmed that Donald Trump has Alzheimer's. So take a look at the video and then I'll explain.
Secretary Rubio, for being here today. You have been at multiple meetings with President Trump. In a moment, I'm going to show you a video of one of these meetings. It is from last December. It's a cabinet meeting. I'm going to ask you to focus on President Trump, and you will see that he is sleeping while you're talking.
Oh, my God.
Please show the video.
Products they make and what American farmers grow and produce has a fair shot to be sold around the world. On issue after issue, that's been the case. You talk about foreign aid reforms. This is not our money. This is taxpayer money.
Secretary Rubio, have you been at more than one meeting where President Trump has fallen asleep?
That's false. That's false. I've never seen him fall asleep. On the contrary, the guy doesn't sleep, which is a big problem because he calls me at 2 a.m. He calls me at 5 a.m. And, you know, I like to sleep a little bit, maybe not 12 hours, but at least 6. So he works. The other day he was at the Oval Office until 12:30 p.m. 12:30 a.m. I don't know what you're talking about.
Secretary Rubio, I'm going to show you in a moment a video that shows you just lied to Congress.
Oh, okay.
So this is a video of a cabinet meeting literally from last month where Donald Trump is sleeping while you're talking. Please show this video.
Coalition of countries that line up behind the peace deal, behind the border peace, and it's still every day is a challenge, but it's been driven personally by the president. It's the reason why we're involved in this whole Ukraine-Russia conflict. That's not our war. It's not the president's war. This war started. It never would have happened if you'd been president. But this war is going on, and the president is trying to end it.
You are literally talking about issues of war and peace, and Donald Trump is sleeping right next to you.
No, he's not.
If Donald Trump cannot stay awake at these important meetings where the cameras are rolling, imagine what he's like when the cameras are not there. So I'm going to ask you, have you been at classified meetings where Donald Trump has fallen asleep or had trouble staying awake?
I've never been at any meeting where, and the things you're showing me now, he was not falling asleep. And I think
so you're lying
that
again. You're lying consistently to Congress. You're lying to Congress, Secretary Rubio. So I'm going to show you another video in a moment. The president's inability to stay awake on the job has caused other countries to perceive him differently. They mock him. They see he is weak and he is feeble. This is a video of a French news channel talking about Donald Trump falling asleep at a Memorial Day ceremony. Please show this video.
Well, Mark, a video that appears to show Donald Trump falling asleep at a Memorial Day ceremony this Monday has been circulating heavily online. And internet users have a lot to say about it. It's also reignited rumors about the state of the US president's health. Now, in the video, social media users say that Trump is fighting sleep whilst he listens to the speech given by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, and that his eyes appear to be closed for a large portion of the ceremony. Now, we need to remember here that this is a ceremony to honor and remember those US military personnel who have died while serving in the armed forces. And the idea that Trump was asleep at a somber ceremony like this, well, that has triggered outrage online.
Yeah, so it goes on for several more minutes, and Rubio kept going to the same talking points about how, Trump never sleeps. The guy is just a machine. He's up at all hours of the night. And they honestly don't understand. That's not a positive. That's not the own he thinks it is. Sleep dysregulation is very dangerous. It leads to disease and cognitive impairment, and it can be a sign of disease and cognitive impairment. I mean, personally, for me, I like presidents who are well rested. I like presidents who can make sound decisions because they got a good night's sleep, right? And like I said, sleep dysregulation can be a sign of a disease. Alzheimer's disease in particular, it 100% is. And as we all know, everybody suspects, or a lot of people suspect, Trump may have Alzheimer's. He's got the bruising on the back of his hands, which could be from intravenous medications, one that is to delay the onset of Alzheimer's. And here is what Google's AI overview says about all of this, about the sleep dysregulation and how it pertains to Alzheimer's, or it's related to. So they said sleep dysregulation is a common and often severe symptom of Alzheimer's disease that worsens cognitive decline and places a heavy burden on caregivers. The relationship is bidirectional. Alzheimer's damages brain regions that regulate sleep-wake cycles, while poor sleep accelerates the accumulation of toxic brain proteins, amyloid beta and tau. So there's that, okay? And let me be clear what sleep dysregulation means. It's just as they're saying, it's like you are awake when you're supposed to be asleep and you're asleep when you're supposed to be awake. And then it goes on to explain this. They said brain dysregulation. So they're saying, why is sleep impacted? Brain dysregulation is one of the reasons. Alzheimer's disease damages the hypothalamus, particularly the suprachiasmatic, I believe, nucleus, which serves as the brain's master internal clock. This degeneration disrupts circadian rhythms and the ability to distinguish between day and night. The other reason is because of decreased deep sleep. Patients experience a loss of slow wave sleep, deep sleep, and REM sleep. This structural change reduces the brain's ability to clear toxic waste proteins overnight. Okay, this is why getting a good night's sleep is so vital to your health and not ending up with diseases. Because you know what the inability to clear toxic waste leads to? It leads to other diseases. It leads to cancer. It leads to heart disease. It leads to Alzheimer's and other cognitive disabilities, because if you're already not getting good sleep. And the AI synopsis also pointed out this. They said that people with Alzheimer's, they will as they mentioned earlier, flip their sleep schedules and wander around at night, maybe even on a plane. And I'll explain why I'm saying that. So it says day-night reversal. This is a common symptom. Feeling excessively drowsy during the day while being highly active or awake at night. 2, 3, nocturnal wandering and agitation. Patients may become unable to lie still or may yell and call out, disrupting caregiver rest. So the reason this is important, and I don't think I included it in that video clip, but Marco Rubio said to Ted Lieu, Donald Trump is awake all the time. Like, all of us are trying to sleep on the plane when we're doing like international travel, and he's wandering around the plane looking for someone to talk to. There you go. There you go. Look at what's on your screen. Yeah. Nocturnal wandering. Feeling excessively drowsy during the day while being highly active or awake at night. You know, like calling people at 2 a.m. and at 5 a.m, like he was just complaining about. So basically, Marco Rubio, without knowing it, without meaning to, he just told the whole world that we're right. We are right about Donald Trump being in cognitive decline. And this comes at a time when Donald Trump just disappeared again. I don't know if you guys saw this, but Trump hadn't been seen in public in 7 days. And they had his calendar blocked off, and they said it was, quote unquote, private time. And then I'm sure you guys all heard that he had another physical, and this was right before his, quote unquote, private time. And it was reported that he was given another cognitive test. So they're now seeing him every 6 months as opposed to every once a year, which is normal for presidents. Most presidents go in annually. They go in once a year. For some reason, they want to see Donald Trump every 6 months. Things that make you go, So thank you, I guess, Marco. Thank you for admitting it. Thank you for confirming what we all have suspected, that Donald Trump is in cognitive decline and that he likely has dementia or Alzheimer's. So anyway, thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have more good news for you today. MAGA land is freaking out. They are freaking out and it is delicious. I have so much fun stuff to share with you guys in this video, so you have to stay tuned to the end because MAGA operatives are finally realizing that Donald Trump screwed them with this war and they are sending up SOS flare signals. One of them has now apparently turned into a socialist or a communist, and they're begging Trump to do what they slammed Joe Biden for doing. So stay tuned for that. And at the end, I'm going to explain the one thing, or I guess a couple things that has them in this panic. So first, take a listen to what this MAGA-loving pollster said on Fear News Network, of all places.
Right now, I'll tell you, Sean, it's too early for us to say. I'm concerned about one thing, and that is Republican turnout. In Georgia, Democrats turned out 150,000 more early voters than Republicans in the red state of Georgia. That's not a good sign to me. I think more has to be done now to lay the groundwork. And I also say one other thing. I don't think enough of President Trump's achievements are being put out there for the general public to see. They see this mirage that's created by the liberal media. They hear nothing but war. The president has achieved phenomenal things, including, by the way, the stock market hitting another record, I think, today. But you don't hear about it. And I think the Republicans need to start making that case, whether they have to buy ads or whatever, right now, because it's going to be too late in October and November.
Ah, yes, the messaging. It's just the messaging, you guys. If only the voters knew about what Trump was doing. I mean, that's what we always say, but they're not achievements. And Guy, I hate to tell you, but they do know. They absolutely do know. That's why his polling is shit. And then, as you heard there, he cites what again? The stock market. Always with the freaking stock market, which, number one, the only thing that Trump has to do with the stock market and how high it is negative. It's actually a negative thing. Yes, the stock market is hitting all-time highs. You know why? Because he is making all of his greedy, bastard, wealthy oligarch friends and donors wealthy beyond their imagination because, number one, he refuses to regulate them. Refuses to regulate anything having to do with AI or businesses that are polluting our country and the world. He's started this needless war. So it's sent crude oil prices skyrocketing. And so they're making money hand over fist. So, I mean, you pointing out the stock market isn't really the own you think it is, Guy. It's a cell phone. And not cell phone, but self-own. Anyway, just want to make sure that came out right. So that was just the first panic. That was the first panic attack I have to share with you. Now check out what this Trump-loving conservative said on CNN. This is almost unbelievable.
The problem is that the American people who voted for Donald Trump are hurting. They are bearing the cost of this war. He has to somehow alleviate the pain and the suffering of working class Americans. In my view, the best way to do that is a stimulus check. I think he needs to give people a tariff rebate in order to get them through the summer months.
A tariff rebate?
Yeah, tariff rebate.
How about just get rid of the tariffs?
Well, we brought in 200.
Wait, weren't you an advocate for the tariffs?
Yes, exactly.
So then why are you asking for a rebate?
That's exactly what
But you
rebate
can't give a
is.
stimulus check while inflate. Why you haven't done anything?
We
to-
brought
to
in $200
tamp down
billion
inflation?
in tariffs, and we should now take some of that money and give it to
Well, first of all,
Americans
the
who are
money that we
struggling
brought
to
in
pay
from
for
the
gas and
tariffs
groceries.
actually
Yeah. Isn't it funny? I mean, these people are unreal. Like, all of a sudden, they become socialists and communists when they screw things up, and then they need a way to get out of it. But when Biden sent out checks to help people during a global pandemic, when the entire world was locked down, oh, you're a socialist. Ah, see, Biden caused this inflation. This is why we have inflation, because he was just handing out money to everybody. Really? And then what happened? I thought we were all already supposed to get these checks, right? What wasn't everyone supposed to get these tariff checks? What happened to them? And oh my God. So, now checks are good. Checks good when Trump is in office, even though inflation is already sky high, but let's throw gasoline on that fire. Like I said, they're in a full-blown panic and meltdown. And here is one of the reasons why. So this is the most recent Economist YouGov poll. This is even more recent than the one that I showed you. I think it was on Monday. So as you can see here, Trump just hit a record high disapproval rating of 61%. 6 out of every 10 voters, a little bit more, now say, I disapprove of him. And it pretty much in every poll, even MAGA friendly polls, conservative pollsters are bringing him in the mid to high 30s. It's pathetic. And then check this out. So this is the same question. This is approval or disapproval. But as you can see here, it's broken down by their 2024 vote and as well as their ideology, because not everybody who's a conservative is MAGA, right? Or, some are moderate, some are more conservative, some are more liberal, same thing with actual leftists. So as you can see, if you look over, the first columns, of course, are the total and then Harris. But if you look at the third column, you see there's 18% of the people who voted for Trump in 2024 now disapprove of him. And then if you follow that line all the way to the far right, those are people who consider themselves MAGA. 9% of the people who consider themselves MAGA now disapprove of him. And then look at this next one. So this is the same question, but this is their party ID. So 96% of Democrats, 71% of independents, and 16% of Republicans disapprove of Trump. They disapprove of his job performance. 71% of independents, you guys. You can't get any higher than that, I don't think, with independents. Like, I don't think it's possible. So more than 7 out of every 10 voters now say, yeah, the guy sucks. So, and that's just one pollster. Fox came out with their latest poll, and oh my God, is it bad news for the Republicans? So this is what they reported on their main page. Says Fox News poll, Democratic unity, Republican crossovers shape Ohio Senate race. So their MAGA candidate is losing in the blood red state of Ohio, you guys. And what they're saying here is Democrats are picking up some Republican votes. And in that article, they pointed out that Trump won this state by 11 points in 2024. He won it in all 3 elections that he's run in. So, I mean, this is really bad. And now he is underwater by 15 points in Ohio. Here's what they wrote about it. They said, by a 15-point margin, Ohioans view Trump negatively. 42% hold a favorable opinion, and 57% an unfavorable one. That's more than a 20-point swing compared to his +6 net positive rating, 52 to 46% in the November 2024 Ohio Fox News voter analysis election survey. That is really key because Trump always said, oh, well, Fox News is always a bad poll for me, blah, blah, blah. No, not true. Not true. So it goes on to say the poll of Ohio voters released Wednesday finds Trump's ratings are about on par with views of Republican incumbent Senator John Husted, 41% favorable, 50% unfavorable, while challenger and former Ohio Senator Brown is viewed significantly more positively, 53% versus 44%. So the former Ohio Senator Brown, who they're referring to, if you aren't aware, is Sherrod Brown. That is the Democrat who's running against John Husted, the Republican. So Sherrod Brown is just wiping the floor with him because people know him. They liked it. I mean, when he used to be the senator there, they liked what was happening. And so they appreciated him. And so look at where they stand. This is a head-to-head of the two candidates. So Sherrod Brown, 53%, and then Husted is down at 45. So he has Sherrod Brown has an 8-point lead. So it's well outside of the margin of error, which is plus or minus 3% or 3 points. And then look at this one. So their polling shows that being too closely aligned with Trump is now considered to be negative in Ohio. That is such a huge reversal. So that's the Senate race. The Ohio governor's race, though, that is way closer. So the Democrat is up by only 1 point. That's a toss-up at this point because that's within the margin of error, obviously. If I had to guess now, at this point, I would say we're going to see a lot of split tickets. We're going to see a lot of split ticket voters. The reason I say that is I think that there's a lot of independents and maybe even some Republicans who want to see Sherrod Brown in the Senate. They want him there to act as a check on Donald Trump because of what he's doing with the economy and the war and everything else. But I think that they would prefer a Republican in charge of their state, which unfortunately is Vivek Ramaswamy, scumbag. So anyway, we'll see. And then I want to share this last one with you. This is a Republican warning. So take a look at this. This was an article in Politico. They were down, I guess they did go down to Iowa. They were talking about the Iowa race there. They were breaking down all the results from the election on Tuesday night. There was a primary, if you weren't aware. And there was kind of a shock defeat. So there was a Trump-endorsed gubernatorial candidate who lost. He lost to the more moderate, traditional Republican. And the Democratic candidate for Congress said this. He said, "We're leading the nation in farm foreclosures, farm suicide rates skyrocketing. And so the Trump signs and Trump flags are coming down because they say we've been betrayed." So that's his take, but he lives there. So, I assume he's not making that up. And then they also spoke with a man named Drew Klein. So he is the regional vice president for a conservative group that you've probably heard of. It's called Americans for Prosperity. So Klein told them, quote, "The reality is, if voters do not trust the Republican elected officials and candidates with the future of the economy, they're not going to vote for them this November. That is what is going to decide the election in November." So that spells doom. Like if he's right, if that's what it's all about, which it seems that it is, they're done, because Iowa farmers have so many reasons now not to trust Republicans on the economy. The vast majority voted for Trump, and their lives have now become exponentially harder. ever since he took office. And it's because of the tariffs. It's now because of the war. As I've mentioned so many times before, it's not, it's not just gasoline prices that are rising. There's also, you have this shortage of fertilizer. They can't get fertilizer because it can't make it through the Strait of Hormuz. So they're paying astronomical prices for what they can get, and then they're short. So, I mean, it's directly affecting their pocketbook in many, many ways. Trump's presidency, I should say. So anyway, guys, there's the good news for Democrats. We'll see how things transpire over the next 5 months or whatever it is, but it's not going to get better. It's not. Like I keep saying, even if the war ended today, we still have months and months after that before everything starts moving and everything gets settled out. And we're now at the bottom of the barrel on our oil supply. So, all right. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. So some pretty, I'd say, positive news. It's looking like positive news about the California elections, the California primaries that we just had. So I have that to share with you. I also want to share with you something that's related, because Donald Trump is just absolutely melting down. He is becoming more and more deranged by the day, more unhinged by the day. He clearly belongs in a mental facility and not the White House. So take a look at this. Take a look at how he completely lost it and stomped off like a little spoiled 2-year-old brat in the middle of an interview. And then I'm going to explain what this is all about and how it ties in with these races. So check this out.
Works. All right, let's call it quits because I've had enough. Thank you, darling. Have a good time.
Mr. President, let's please. I traveled all the way to Wisconsin.
I've sat in the rain with you.
I know.
I've sat in the rain with you for an hour, on and off in the rain, and I've given you enough time. You ought to straighten out your press, because you know what?
Mr.
A country can never be great with a dishonest press.
We traveled all the way to Wisconsin for this interview.
I mean, what a brat. So as you saw there, Trump was being interviewed by Kristen Welker on Meet the Press, and he started pushing his election fraud conspiracy BS. So Welker asked him, okay, do you have any evidence? And all Trump would say was, well, all I have to do is look. Like, that's his evidence. Well, for once, a journalist, a reporter, or host finally pushed back. So Welker said to him, that's not evidence. And then that's when he just threw his tantrum, lost it, stormed off. And Trump claimed that, this interview, or in this interview, I should say, that, I never promised no new wars during my campaign. I never said that. So just totally full of shit. Like, he just lied through the whole thing. And either that or he has dementia and he truly does not know, or it could be a combination of both. But, neither option is great. Well, here's why this whole election fraud thing came up. It's because of what's going on here in California. So Trump is now claiming that the California election is rigged, that it's rigged against Republicans. He has now sent the California U.S. attorneys in to review things. They're opening investigations, claiming that, there's voter fraud, blah, blah, blah. Why? Because of exactly what we all knew was going to happen. Exactly what was predicted before this election took place and as it was going on. It is no big surprise. California takes forever to count their ballots. I don't like it as a California resident, but the problem is they don't start counting until after Election Day. Literally, they wait until all the votes are in, everybody has voted the day of, and then they start counting. It's ridiculous, but that's the way they do it. They also allow for the counting of mail-in ballots It used to be as long as they were postmarked on or before Election Day. Well, because of a court action brought by Trump and his allies, the Supreme Court made a ruling, and now they have to be at least received by Election Day in order to be counted. So if it's received, even if it's postmarked on Election Day and it's received the following day, it cannot be counted. So they're still counting all of these ballots. We have almost 40 million people here in California. We also know that the mail-in ballots favor the Democrats. So because those are the last to be counted, what you end up with is what they call a red mirage. This is the same thing that happened in 2020, right? So it looks like the Republican is winning. Like in 2020, it looked like Donald Trump was winning. And then as the mail-in ballots come in, because most of them are coming from Democrats, you see the Democrats start picking up ground. You see them start to surge. And what we're seeing now is progressives closing in on the Republicans who were in second place, because we have a jungle primary here in California. So what that means is the top two vote getters move on to the general election. It could be two Republicans, it could be two Democrats, it could be one of each. So here is what's happening. Here's the most recent numbers. This is what I'm going to show you first, is in regard to the gubernatorial race. So Javier Becerra, he is good to go. He is solidly in first place, but this wasn't the case. As of, I think it was just yesterday or the day before, Steve Hilton, the Republican, was in the lead. He was in the number one spot. Becerra was trailing him, but it was very close. And everybody kept saying, I would rather be Becerra, because and either of the Democrats, which you see there, Tom Steyer is still in third, because these mail-in ballots favor the Democrats. So sure enough, Becerra speeds past Hilton. He has maintained this lead now for at least a day or two. And now Tom Steyer is gaining on Hilton. And I don't know if you guys can make it out, but at the bottom there, you can see there's 72% of the expected votes that are already in. And then you have an estimated 2.6 million plus that still need to be counted. So it is very likely that it maybe not feasible in this particular election, but there is a possibility that Tom Steyer could overtake Hilton, and then he and Javier Becerra would move on to the general election in November. Okay. Here's the thing. This is why these races, and I'm going to show you the mayoral race in a second, but here's one of the reasons why this is freaking out the Republicans, why Donald Trump and the Republican Party are so pissed off. I mean, beyond the fact that they wanted a Republican to win, right? And they have this like psychopathy, I guess you could call it. They just have this like delusion that California is more red or more Republican than it actually is. It's just not the case. It is just not true. California for Republicans is like what Texas is for the Democratic Party. And the other reason that it obviously would upset them is it just proves that no, your whole MAGA thing is failing. Like if the MAGA policies that you've been enacting over the last year and a half almost were popular, then your candidates would win. And they're not. And so it just shows them once again, your policies suck. But one of the very biggest reasons why this is an issue for them and why they're freaking out is because this could suppress the vote for them in the midterms. Because if two Democrats advance to the midterms, then Republicans might go, like Republican voters, I mean, they might say, I don't even care to show up. Like if my guy didn't get in, if he's not going to be the governor, why would I even bother? I'm not going to go and vote for the down ballot tickets. I'm not going to go and vote for, my local congressman or city council member or whomever. Now it could work in the reverse. right? It could suppress Democratic votes because Democrats might say, well, I don't need to turn out because there's 2 Democrats running for governor. There's 2 Democrats running for mayor. So in LA. So do I really need to show up? I mean, I don't really care between the 2 of them, which one wins. So, I mean, it could work for either party in a negative manner. But anyway, they're freaking out about that. And here is, I want to show you the mayoral race because this one is even better. This one, better for the Democrats, worse for the Republicans. So as you can see here, Karen Bass, again, just like Javier Becerra, she is going to be in the final race. She's going to be in the November election. It's a done deal. Nithya Raman, though, is the progressive in the race. So she has been, I think she was endorsed by Bernie. I know that Hassan Piker went and campaigned for her or stumped for her. So she was in 3rd place. She actually conceded the other night because Spencer Pratt, who is the MAGA Republican in the race, he was in 2nd place and he had a substantial lead on her. Well, as you can see, she has now slightly overtaken him. And again, the ballots that are being counted now, the mail-in ballots or the, ballots that were dropped off on the day of, which is what I did. I just dropped it off. I didn't mail it in. Those are favoring Democrats. So it is very likely that she is going to widen that lead and that she will be in the number 2 spot, that it will be Karen Bass, the Democrat, against Nithya Raman, the Democrat, in the November midterm election. So again, could work to suppress votes on either side. Again, this was expected. We knew that if it was even close, you could end up overtaking the Republicans. Everyone knows, MAGA, they have been freaks about mail-in ballots. So the majority of voting in person on the day of or in the lead up to is Republican votes. They're the first ones to be counted. That's why you have the red mirage. Anyway, and again, what the MAGA base fails to understand is no one wants what you're selling. No one likes it. Americans have now experienced MAGA policies and they're like, yeah, no, that sucks. Like, if MAGA ever bothered to step out of their media bubble, they would know that the overwhelming majority of Americans loathe Donald Trump and they're irate that the Republican Party isn't acting as a check on him. So they're not going to vote for them. They would know this was always going to be a horrendous year for MAGA candidates, and especially in a blue state like California. So there you go, guys. We'll see what happens. I'm going to keep an eye on it. But yeah, everybody on the MAGA right is just melting down, freaking out. Even some who aren't MAGA anymore, even just some of the America Firsters are like, oh, this looks really suspicious. Like, I even saw Meghan McCain. Like, oh, people that like never talk to me about politics or saying this looks really suspicious. Really? Seriously? Like, go back and watch. I think it was Ryan Grimm on Breaking Points who even said the day of the election, like, I would rather be in the Democrats' shoes because this is what's going to happen. It's not a mystery. It's not a big conspiracy. There is no cheating. This is the way it's always been. Grow the fuck up. So anyway, thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you possibly can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So I have 2 pretty infuriating updates to share with you guys about the missing House members. So you might recall I recently mentioned there was a New Jersey Republican. His name is Tom Keene Jr. He has been missing in action. And then there's a Florida Democrat named Frederica Wilson. So Keene, as I mentioned, he has been out of DC. He has not been seen in DC. He has not voted on any legislation since March 5th. And all his staff will say is he's dealing with a personal medical issue. And then they keep saying, oh, he's going to be back soon. And yet, here's what a journalist wrote in a report. This is from Notice news outlet. So they said Keene had kept trading stocks. He submitted financial transaction reports to Congress, digitally signed on April 13, that indicated he bought and sold shares of eight stocks from mid to late March with a combined value of between $50,000 and $190,000. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice that our public servants, quote unquote, have enough cash on hand that they can bet somewhere between $50,000 to $190,000 on the stock market, all at the same time taking off months from work without any explanation? Don't you wish you had a job like that? Oh my God. They're literally collecting a paycheck from us and getting health care and getting the top of the line free health care from us as taxpayers. And this guy is just MIA for months and trading stock. It's so infuriating. So there was a journalist who went to Keene's home, the one who wrote that article, and the neighbors told the journalist, oh, we haven't seen anybody in weeks, like not just him, but we haven't seen his wife. Like the house has been dark. There's nothing going on, no activity over there. So all of a sudden, as the journalist is there, Keene's wife pulls up. Her name is Rhonda. So she pulls up, she starts unloading her trunk, they said. And when they asked her, you know, what's going on with your husband, she said, oh, I can't comment on that. And then I guess she had a friend that showed up. And so they scurry inside the house, shut the door. So that's all bizarre. That's irritating. And then it gets worse because according to the New Republic news outlet, Keene has been traveling. At least that's what he recently reported in his FEC reports. Take a look at this. So based on what Keene has reported in his Federal Elections Commission report, in mid-April, so in the middle of him being gone, just vanishing, he was in San Francisco, California. He apparently took an Amtrak train ride at some point. He used, they said, several rideshare apps. So he was like using Uber and stuff. So he must be documenting this as a congressional expense. So it gets more bizarre by the moment because they're saying, oh no, he's out because of this medical condition. Well, then how are you expensing your travel on the opposite side of the country? Right? Because he's a New Jersey representative, supposedly, not too representative of the people these days. And then on top of that, he signed off apparently on travel expenses for his staff during this time because Keene's chief of staff, he received approval to take 2 different business related trips. And then about a week ago or so, Keene did a phone interview with the New Jersey Globe. And here's what he said, at least in part. He said, quote, my doctors are confident that I'm on the road to a full recovery. I understand the need for public transparency, and I appreciate the support of my constituents. I anticipate that in the next couple of weeks, I'll return to voting and to the campaign trail. Okay, so again, that was like a week or so ago. Still hasn't shown up. And now he put out another statement saying, oh yeah, I'm going to be back any day now. Doctor said everything should be good. And he had said, you know, oh, my prognosis is good. Doctor doesn't expect any long-term effects or chronic health issues. So is his doctor here in California? I mean, I'm sorry. I'm just going to wave the bullshit flag because you're too sick to come to work for months at a time. but yet you are traveling to the opposite side of the country. You're riding around on a train, you're in Ubers, and you're healthy enough to worry about trading stocks. I call bullshit. I call total and complete bullshit. And then people were saying like, hey, can you get us like a video? Like, we don't even know if this guy is still alive, if you're just all making this up. And his office response was, oh, where he is, there are no cameras. So he can go on a train and there's no cameras. He can go in an Uber or one of those other rideshare cars, and he can't use a phone and take a video or make a phone call. Like, this is such bullshit. Such total and complete bullshit. And then this next one pisses me off as well. So this is about the 83-year-old Democratic House member named Frederica Wilson. So you guys might recall, she also went missing. She was gone for about a month without explanation. I mean, she's still gone, but at that point when I had told you guys about it, she'd been gone for about a month. So people were speculating like, oh, she's going to step down because she's gotten so much older. Her representatives were saying, no, she had this major eye surgery. She is going to be back. She's going to be running for office. That is not even an issue. Well, Wilson herself told Axios, this is a direct quote, she said that whole rumor was, quote, a crazy, crazy rumor. I'm almost distraught. It's not true. I am still planning on running. Well, guess what, guys? Guess what we just found out? That was bullshit too. She was lying too. Because Wilson just gave an interview that you see here. This is an article from the Miami Herald, and she confirmed she is leaving Congress. She is going to leave after her term is up at the end of this year. So she dragged this out. She did not give enough notice for another strong Democratic candidate to step up and spend the whole year campaigning. And now she's admitting, oh yeah, you know what? I've actually been planning this for a while. And then check this out. She is so full of herself. Here's what she told the Miami Herald. She said, I figured if I announced that I was retiring, what would the legislature and the governor do? What would they say? Would District 24 be an easy target because Frederica is no longer there? I'm a strong candidate. With me not here, would that weaken the survival of District 24? First of all, stop referring to yourself in the third person. Like, seriously, these people have egos the size of like a small continent, maybe a large one. And then she had the nerve to say this. She said, I didn't want to gamble on this seat being taken away from us. Oh, okay. I mean, is she cognitively impaired? Because she just made it harder for another candidate to introduce themselves to the voter or to the voters, right? Like, you now have handicapped another candidate who would have had enough time to go out and meet the voters before the midterms. And then she has been missing votes over the past 30, 40 days that she's been gone at a time when our nation is falling apart, if she hasn't noticed. And if you saw the last video that I did about this, then you guys know she was perfectly fine to attend a fundraising event. But yet, oh no, she had this eye surgery. She can't make it to DC and cast votes. These are the most entitled, selfish people ever. So these are the people we're voting for. These are the people that we're putting in a prestigious office in our country who are making almost $200,000 a year. It's got to be well over $200,000 a year when you figure in all the benefits that they're getting, all the perks that they're getting. They get to write off a good number of their meals, or they get like a certain stipend for their meals. I mean, it's insane what they get, and then they can't even show up to work. It is just, it's insulting. It is infuriating, and I don't give a damn what side of the aisle you're on. It's bullshit. It needs to end. So anyway, guys, I'll let you know if or when I hear more about either of these two. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. I have quite a video to show you right now. And this has to do with the California elections, the California primaries that have been going on. I came across this video and I honestly thought it has to be a joke. This guy must be kidding. This has to be a shtick. Like he's making fun of MAGA because it's just so on the nose and so ignorant. So I went and looked at his feed on Twitter, or excuse me, on TikTok, and no, this guy is absolutely 100% for real. This is a MAGA man, and he really believes this stuff. So what you're going to hear is a MAGA man admitting on camera that the MAGA community, that the red dumb fuck finding wearing people, they were planning to cheat in California in the elections. Take a look. Turn on my sound because I have to hear this along with you. I have to experience it again. Take a listen to what he said and what he admits.
You guys heard thousands upon thousands of MAGA is going to Los Angeles to vote for Spencer Pratt because they don't have no voter ID, so just show up to vote. And thousands, I mean thousands, start Googling it, start searching it. People are packing their bags, doing mail-in ballots because there's no voter ID, there's no questions asked, you just show up and vote in California. So we're going to use the Democrats' rigged system against themselves. And we're going to do this in every blue state and city. I told you guys MAGA's taking over, and we're taking over literally the United States.
Yeah, you're really taking over, guy. Look what you've done to it. We're almost at depression. We have like just, Americans being murdered in the streets. We have just people being treated like garbage, and nobody can afford to even put gas in their tank to get to work. I mean, yeah, you're doing great, MAGA, with your takeover. But first of all, did they learn nothing from January 6th? They're still putting their crimes on alleged crimes on the internet. And then to say, oh, yeah, we could just show up and vote. They don't ask for anything. Really? Okay. This is the California page. Okay. This is what you see when you go to find out, what do I need to vote in California? As you can see there, it says at the very tippy top, the first thing, to register to vote, you must provide a California driver's license or a state identification number. Okay. And then if you go further down, you see that if you're voting for the first time, so if you just show up like they were going to do, and you just try to walk in and vote, they're going to go, yeah, you're not on here. You're not on the voter rolls. And if you registered online first, thinking, oh, I can just register online and they have no idea. All I have to show is a driver's license here and I could be anybody and I just walk in. No, you will then have to show ID. You will have to show something that confirms that you are actually eligible to vote. And if you are an undocumented immigrant, that is noted in the system. And when they do the cross-check, they can see that, no, you're ineligible. These people are clueless about the system. They have absolutely no idea how it works. They believe everything that they hear on these MAGA podcasts, and they just don't bother to inform themselves whatsoever. So that leads us to the news that I want to share with you guys, because here we fricking go again. These whiny ass crybaby MAGA people want to start their next Stop the Steal movement. They're making all kinds of stuff up about the California election because they didn't get their way. So let's throw a tantrum. Like, they're freaking babies. They're such spoiled babies. Their parents obviously never punished them when they were children. They obviously needed a beating. That's what I'm going to say. I mean, seriously, bunch of spoiled brats. So here's what's all going down and what triggered them this time. So one of Donald Trump's Justice Department puppets, his name is Bill Essayli, I think is how you pronounce it. He is vowing that he's going to bring charges within the next 1 to 2 months. He's going to bring election fraud charges as soon as he figures out what the crime was. I'm not kidding. So here's an article about this. He went on Glenn Beck's show. Glenn Beck, who's just, another Trump pumper. And he said, yeah, I think I'll be able to bring charges in about a month or two. And he said this, he said, quote, I know people have theories and they have ideas. What we need right now are witnesses. If you've witnessed anything, we want to know about that. So you don't actually know of a crime, but you're going to be able to bring these fictitious charges against a fictitious person or people or entity in the next 1 to 2 months. This reminds me, I don't know why, but this just popped into my head when I read it. It reminds me of that scene from When Harry Met Sally where they're playing Pictionary and Bruno Kirby's character is like getting desperate because they're losing and he can't figure out what the hell Meg Ryan is trying to draw. And he's like, draw something resembling anything. That's what they remind me of. And they work back from their unfounded belief that, oh, there must be fraud because our guy lost and everyone loves us. Everyone just loves MAGA. We're the silent majority. They're so ignorant. It is mind-boggling. They still can't wrap their little tiny minds around the fact that their policies suck, that the true majority of this country loathes them. And here's why they're freaking out. Okay. So there was, as you guys know, there was a gubernatorial race. The progressive Tom Steyer started gaining on the MAGA candidate, Steve Hilton, for second place. So this was, I think, as of yesterday, when I took the screenshot. So he was getting close. Javier Becerra was like a done deal. So it was getting to the point where maybe there was going to be 2 Democrats in the November election. Sorry, I'm kind of choking here. And then, so they started freaking out about this. And then on the mayoral side for Los Angeles mayor, progressive Nithya, I combined those 2 words. Did you catch that? Progressive. Nithya Raman, the progressive, she caught up with and actually surpassed Spencer Pratt. I don't know why I can't talk today. Anyway, lack of sleep, guys. I got surgery coming up tomorrow. So anyway, she passed him up. She is now in there. She is solidly in the top 2. She will face off against Karen Bass, who is the more establishment, corporate Democrat. And then Nithya is the progressive. So, as I said the other day, this could suppress some turnout in Los Angeles because you now have 2 Democrats. And so people might be going, I don't really care which one of them wins. I'm just not even going to bother to show up and then vote down ballot. So that might suffer. Just as an aside, we had the same situation in, I think it's California 40 district, where 2 Republicans ended up winning. So it's Ken Calvert, famously, who went and picked up a young hooker and was caught literally in a car with his pants down. And this is not me just making this shit up. He actually admitted to it and said, "Oh, I was lonely because I'm going through a divorce." I mean, it's like, get a freaking dog, guy. Really? Anyway, so he is running against young Kim, who got redistricted out of her area. She used to represent an area where I used to live in Orange County, which was Yorba Linda, Anaheim Hills, Orange, like that kind of area, northern Orange County. So she had to run against him. And so now those 2 got the top 2 spots. So we might see, a lot of Democrats staying home in that election, or just not voting for the top of the ticket. So that might suppress some votes in that area, because they're like, oh, it's 2 Republicans, I don't even care. I don't care to vote at all. So not a good thing. But anyway, so you now have a MAGA meltdown because Spencer Pratt, which was, the little MAGA boy, former reality TV star, or, guy, I guess he was kind of the villain. I never watched it. But anyway, people really were like high on their own supply, thinking he was going to win. So they're screaming, oh, it's rigged, and this is being amplified by large platforms like Megyn Kelly's show. And people are just making shit up too. So I wanted to share this with you. This person said, "I hate to say it, but I will soon change my SIG to sad face unless they go back to the pre-COVID in-person voting." So this tells me that he's a low information voter, or this is a bot, and it's a bot account trying to just exploit the paranoia and the divisions, because we have always had in-person voting. We never didn't have. How do you go back to in-person voting when it never ended? And what's funny is this same account posted this. So he said, repost this. California didn't let me, or didn't tell me that they rejected my ballot. They also rejected my wife's ballot. They claim that it's a bad signature, blah, blah, blah. He said, oh, they accepted our daughters, but not ours. I mean, first of all, it says curable. So all you have to do, go down to the registrar's office and confirm your signatures, right? If you're a real person, your vote will count. And then second, isn't it election deniers? Isn't it MAGA that claims that signatures aren't verified? Isn't that what they claim? It's why, oh, it's election fraud. It's election fraud. Obviously, they're wrong. They obviously checked his signature. And here's the thing about California. Well, actually, 2 things. So number 1, you can sign up to receive text messages and or I think emails as well. So you can track your ballot. You can track it from the minute it leaves the elections office to the time that you get it, and then send it in and it's counted. You know where it is. And then 2, the whole thing about, the SAVE Act and voter ID not being required, like I showed you, that is total and complete bullshit. So, I mean, they just need to stop whining, and they need to start educating themselves. And then check this out. Here is what CNN's data analyst, Harry Enton, he had to say over this whole MAGA freak out. He explained why this conspiracy theory is so illogical. So take a listen to this.
The worst conspiracy theory, the dumbest conspiracy theory I've ever heard. And it's simply put, because the Democratic establishment, as has been stated before, wanted to face Spencer Pratt. Karen Bass wanted to face Spencer Pratt for the simple reason that she would easily beat him. You could look at the runoff polls, right? Nithya Raman actually is ahead of Karen Bass. Yeah. Spencer Pratt was nearly 20 points behind Karen Bass. And if you look at the net favorable ratings, what do you see? Karen Bass is greatly unpopular. Spencer Pratt might be the one person in the entire Los Angeles who is running for mayor who was less popular than she was. It would have been a God-given gift to her if she, in fact, faced him in the runoff. And more than that, Donald Trump is, 55 points underwater in terms of his net approval rating in Los Angeles? What a surprise. News at 11 that a Republican is struggling in a city in which just 15% of the registered voters in that city are Republican. This isn't a conspiracy. It's simple math.
He's so right. I mean, they don't have the numbers. I don't care what's going on. And, you can say, oh, well, there's a lot of independents who lean right. Okay, but it's not enough to make up for the number of Democrats. And there's a lot more, as we've been seeing in poll after poll after poll. The Democrats are picking off a huge, massive amount of independents. I mean, Donald Trump has something like depending on the poll, like 20 to maybe 25% approval rating with independents overall. That's not just one poll. That's poll after poll after poll. And then I hear that again and again. The majority of people in these swing voter focus groups that I listen to are saying, I'm an independent. The vast majority are independents. Very few are Republicans or Democrats. And they hate Donald Trump right now. They hate what he's doing. They disapprove of everything that he's done over the past year and a half. They think that he is an idiot. They think that he is a loudmouth. They think that his policies suck, that the economy is just horrific. Like, nothing. They don't approve of much of anything. They think he went way overboard with the whole immigration crackdown. They don't like that 2 Americans were killed in the streets, that, how they're treating immigrants who have no criminal history. So for them to think that, oh, we could pick up Los Angeles because of the wildfires. Okay, well, you know what Los Angeles think also? They see how Donald Trump has treated California. They see that he played games with the wildfire money, that he, held it basically as ransom to try to get California to do his bidding and to do what he wants. So no, as pissed off as they are at Karen Bass, you still have a ton of liberals, a ton of especially MSN, or I guess it's not MSNBC anymore, MS Now liberals who live in Los Angeles and in the state of California. All right, guys, thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you possibly can. It really, really helps to keep the show going. Things have not been good the past few months, so appreciate it so much. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. So I have something to share with you guys that I just cannot believe is not being reported in the news, because Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth carried out a top secret U.S. troop deployment to Israel. And they were planning on doing something truly insane. And for all we know, our troops are still there as the country is being bombed, as there's, a hot war like heating up. So I have that story for you. I also have news about this latest escalation in the Iran war, because as you may have heard, Iran maybe sort of kind of shot down one of our helicopters over the Strait of Hormuz. Donald Trump is now putting out a completely different story as of, I think it was earlier today. So I have that for you. Anyway, I also have some warnings from oil experts to share about how we are on the precipice. Any moment now, we are going to fall off a cliff in regard to gasoline. So first of all, check this out. So this was published by journalist Ken Klippenstein, and this was an exclusive story. And he said that the Pentagon sent some of the 82nd Airborne Division to Israel as part of a plan to seize Karg Island. They were going to go in with the Israeli military, with the IDF. So Klippenstein obtained an army deployment order, and it laid out all the details of this covert mission. So you guys might recall a few months back, it was reported that this specialized unit, this 82nd Airborne, they were headed to the Middle East. We knew that. But we were led to believe that they were just going to be deployed to U.S. bases in other countries. Like they would go to Saudi Arabia or Kuwait or whatever, right? Or we were under the impression they were going to remain on U.S. ships until such time that they made a decision. What are we going to do? What is Iran doing? Are we going to be able to, put together a deal? Well, here's part of what Ken Klippenstein wrote. He said this. He said, by keeping the deployment quiet, the Pentagon headed off public debate over a joint U.S.-Israeli operation inside Iran, a prospect many considered plausible at the time amid a fever pitch of mainstream reporting on a potential ground invasion. The secrecy also sidestepped what's euphemistically called host nation sensitivities. A joint U.S.-Israeli operation raises thorny questions for America's Gulf Arab partners, especially over logistical support. Hence, the 82nd, which could launch directly from Israel without any Gulf states' consent to use its territory. So understand what he's saying here is that we were going to launch from Israel because if we tried to do this from, let's say, Saudi Arabia, they would be like, no, you're not involving us in this any more than you already have, because then we will be struck and we'll be on the hook for this. So anyway, he goes on to say, the Army deployment order issued April 7, 2026 directs elements of the 2nd Battalion, 501st Infantry Regiment, the storied Geronimo Battalion, to deploy to Israel on a temporary duty. The Israel deployment has not been previously reported. And he noted that part of this battalion it is still in Israel. So I guess earlier I said we don't know. They could be there. We do know that at least part of them are still there. It could be more that we don't know, but at least a portion. And no one has heard from them, he said, in like 2 months. So we don't know. Is Donald Trump and Israel still planning this ground invasion? Is this just a backup plan? Like, do they just have them there in case? But it shows how intertwined our country has become with Israel and how much is being hidden from the public. My question is, okay, I get strategically why you would want to hide stuff from the public, and obviously your enemy, right? Perceived enemy, Iran. But are they even briefing Congress on this? Like, is this why Congress was freaking out? Because they heard this behind closed doors? Were they keeping it a secret from them too? I mean, I guess, now that it's coming out, we'll find out, right? If there's a freak out by especially the Democrats over this. The bottom line, though, we are one bad decision away from this turning into just a massive catastrophe, more than it already is. And this crazy bastard that we have in charge of our country has zero clue how to get us out of this mess he created. Speaking of which, take a look at this. So like I said, Iran, it was reported that they shot down one of our Apache helicopters, okay? And that the pilots were rescued, that they were in the ocean, they were rescued. Well, now they're saying, no, or actually Donald Trump came out and said, no, actually what had happened was there were 2 helicopters and one of these drones was in between and they didn't know how to detach from it. And so they dove into the water to land because you can't just eject out of these things. So they landed so they could get out, and then, they drowned it. And so they actually weren't hit, blah, blah, blah. We don't know what the truth is because he lies so much. And what we do know is Donald Trump wants to minimize this, which sounds weird. You would think that he would be ramping up the rhetoric, which he kind of is. That's the weird thing. On one hand, he's posting again like, oh, we're gonna blow them up, we're gonna destroy them, blah, blah, blah. The clock's ticking. But then he's downplaying this because he really, according to sources that spoke with several different news outlets, he didn't really want to retaliate. He was like, oh, it's not a big deal. The pilots are fine. Like, he didn't want to escalate this thing. So I don't know. And then we do know that shortly after this helicopter went down, he took off. This was on Monday, and he took off to the NBA Finals game in New York. So they went down around 5:30, and then this photograph was taken of him getting off of Marine One around 7 p.m. So he didn't even wait to see if they were okay. I mean, anyway, it looks like we are headed for $10 a gallon of gas, especially here in California, because check this out. So last week, there was an oil analyst and expert. His name is Patrick DeHaan. He posted this on Twitter. He said, tomorrow, U.S. distillate inventories will likely fall under 100 million barrels for the first time in over 20 years, exacerbated by high exports due to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. This is a powder keg waiting to go off if a deal to reopen the strait doesn't happen soon. Okay, so we had that. And then MarketWatch news outlet reported this. And they explained they're predicting that in the summer, which is right around the corner, next month is July, the national average price of gasoline is going to hit $5 a gallon because the U.S. refineries are producing and exporting jet fuel instead of producing gas and diesel for vehicles. So as we are about to enter a high demand season, the summer travel months, we are now going to have even less inventory available because they're using their resources, their, facilities for jet fuel instead. And then yesterday, MarketWatch published another article. They published this, and they laid out a few things, a few reasons why they say up until now, we've been able to kind of stall this massive surge in oil prices. So they warned that all of the tricks, all the tactics that Trump's team has been using, like depleting our, our resources, our reserve, all of those things have helped to keep the oil prices from spiking to like $200 a barrel. That all is coming to an end. So, like I said, pulling from our strategic oil reserves, that's almost over. Like we are at the tail end of that. As the one expert mentioned, we're like nearing the bottom of the barrel on everything that we had set aside in case of an emergency. And, I have to wonder too, I have this to share. I have to wonder if this is being done by design. Because check this out. So this was an article that was published by an organization. It's called Groundwork Collaborative. They reported that oil companies are planning massive payouts to their shareholders and huge stock buybacks to pump their stock prices, thanks to Trump's asinine war. So here's what they wrote. And this is just part of it. They said major oil companies are taking windfall profits and delivering them to shareholders. Executives on corporate earnings calls announced dividends and stock buybacks instead of any efforts to bring down prices for consumers. Isn't that nice? They said in total, big oil companies have made a combined $23 billion in profits in just the first month of Donald Trump's ridiculous war. Just the first month. Let me repeat that. Just the first month. We are now into the fourth month of this war. They made $23 billion in profit. Extra in profit. But yet people can't get to work because they can't afford gas. And then they announced, or I should say Chevron announced, they're doing an approximately $3 billion stock buyback. Or I guess they did that, I should say. They did that during the first quarter of this year. And here's what they told their shareholders. They said that their first and foremost priority is making money for the shareholders. So Donald Trump is coming through on his promises to someone. It's not the American people. It's not all the promises he made, no new wars. I'm going to bring prices down on day one. I'm going to make everything more affordable, blah, blah, blah. No, he is keeping his promise to big oil donors. They definitely got a return on their investment. Remember, he asked them, if you give me, I think he said $100 million, I'll do whatever you want. He flat out bribed them to send him money, and they did. This is the payback, you guys. So there you go. All right. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon.
Come on, you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell, how the good old Union has come in here to dwell.
A battle in the heart of Alabama caught our attention. Coal miners in one community, they've been on strike now for months.
Working as long as 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, in some of the most dangerous conditions.
I really think that the labor movement is the single greatest force for democracy in the history of the United States.
The story of Alabama is a story of not just resilience, but of militancy.
I say no contract, you say no code. No contract, no contract.
If we ain't all free, ain't none of us free.
You're listening to Alabama's only union talk radio show, The Valley Labor Report, with Adam Keller and Jacob Morrison.
This is going to be a Unions 101. We're not talking about any news today. We want, and this is a show, this is an episode that we do every now and then, maybe a couple times a year, because there is so little understanding of unions in this country, of how workers can come together and make their lives better, make their jobs better, make their life better for their families and their communities. I think that's possibly by design, but nevertheless, a lot of folks, they're going to come out of high school, they're not even going to be able to tell you what a union is, what it does. So we are going to get down to the basics. What is a union? How do I form one? Why are they good? What is a worker even? What is organizing? What do we mean by that? We're going to get to all of that and more. And that's all we're going to do on the show today, folks. 90 minutes of just what is unions? What is unions? That's all we're talking about today. So like I said in the intro, we have a fantastic panel assembled here today. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pass the mic. We're going to go around the horn, let everybody introduce themselves, tell us their name, their union, and why they're active in the labor movement. Why is it that because all of these folks, they have, maybe devoting their life to the labor movement, maybe a bit of an overstatement, but a good amount of all of these people, all of their time is taken up by advocating for their coworkers and for themselves on and off the job, and for other people. So we're going to go around the horn. Everybody's going to take a couple of minutes to introduce themselves. Let's start off with Lee Diaz.
Hi, everybody. My name is Lee Diaz. My full name is Leandra, but everybody calls me Lee. I go by she, her pronouns, and I'm a graduate worker at New York University. And I've been a worker with the Graduate Student Organizing Committee, which we abbreviate as GSOC, for almost 6 years now, since starting a PhD in American Studies. This is part of UAW Local 2110. I was recently a delegate to the UAW Constitutional Convention, and am part of Unite All Workers for Democracy, which is a reform caucus of the UAW. And in addition to that, I'm also, like I said, getting a PhD in American Studies, and I study how capital moves, but people don't. I got involved with the labor movement because I had a health scare 2 or 3 years ago. I knew when I got to grad school that I was going to be in a union. Like I knew that they were good in theory, like it was good in my politics, but I never saw myself as an organizer or a leader in the labor movement until I got sick. And it became clear when I was trying to get healthcare for Crohn's disease, which is an autoimmune disease, that the only people who were sticking up for me were my union. It wasn't the university, it wasn't my employer. A lot of times my doctor's hands were tied, and it sure as hell wasn't the insurance company. And so when I got better, I realized that this was something that was super important, because even if I, as someone who's like highly credentialed, highly educated, basically getting a PhD in bureaucracy, had difficulty navigating the healthcare landscape and difficulty like engaging with my employer, then so many people must too. And so now I like organize full time. Yeah. So excited to be here.
Fantastic. And for longtime and critical listeners of the show, you will know that Lee Diaz has been on the program before. She is a return guest. We talked to her after the New York Union grad students went on strike a couple of years ago. So that was a good episode, and they were able to win, what was it, a 40% raise or something insane?
Yeah, over the course of the 15 years between 2015 and 2030, we'll have increased our hourly wage by 200%. And
Wild.
we went from $20 an hour to $26.50 in the first year of our contract.
That's awesome. That's fantastic. All right, so let's just go around the screen. Johnny.
Hi, my name is Johnny Lane. I'm a Delta flight attendant. I've been a flight attendant for almost 15 years with Delta, so long career. I got started organizing our union at Delta after I had a really bad year. You all just know it's just one of those years where everything goes wrong. My car was stolen. We had a family emergency with my sister. She had a stillborn baby. And then my mom had a mild heart attack scare. It was just awful. So I did have some absences on my record, and those were it. And my manager called me in and was like, hey, what's up with your reliability? Well, we're going to have to put you on, some sort of, we call it probation, like being back on like a disciplinary action. I'm like, you know what? I had all these tragedies. Where's the compassion? Where's the gray area that people usually talk about? Well, our company talks about in terms of not having a union. The gray area is a benefit. They could be understanding. They could do you favors. And so in that moment, it seemed like none of that was happening. So I was like, okay, something is wrong here. Something isn't adding up. It's not matching with what they're telling me. And so then my friend, who some of you have met, Christina Simonin, she had started becoming more active with unionizing in the workplace. And she called me and was like, hey, Johnny, let's meet up. We had our first one-on-one, and it didn't take much to convince me to start organizing with her. So we've been organizing with AFA, Association of Flight Attendants, led by Sarah Nelson, for close to 6 years now. It's been a while, and that may seem like it's not successful, but for an airline our size, where our work group, we have close to 23,000 flight attendants. And so in order for us to even trigger a vote for a union, we have to get close to 11 to 12,000 flight attendants to sign authorization cards. It is a monumental task. And by the time we're done, it will be the largest organizing effort in modern labor history for one closed shop. So we're doing a big thing here, and it's taking a while, but we're getting there piece by piece. And we're inspired by so many of you who are organizing in the work that you're doing: Starbucks, Amazon, REI, just every day. So you're keeping us going. So we thank you for that inspiration and the hard work that you all are doing. And we're just glad to be a part of this movement. We're glad that you guys are welcoming us into the labor movement. we really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Couldn't be more happy to see anybody and everybody unionizing. So it's good to see that, and I'm glad to have you. Hayden.
Yeah, I'm Hayden Wright. So I'm with the UMWA, which is United Mine Workers of America, and I'm associated with Locals 2245 and 2368 as the auxiliary president. We've actually been on strike for 18 months. So for us, it's a little bit different. We're not just doing new organizing, we're also fighting a huge fight against we've been on strike against so a lot of the organizing we've been doing is actually bringing other parts of the labor movement and getting them involved in the strike action that's happening here with us. And we've seen huge turnouts and huge outreach from Sarah Nelson, from Liz Schuler, from the steel workers that have come from all over the country to come down and show support. So just keeping the message out there when you have a big fight like that going on. And we're not looking at a tentative agreement right now. We're still on strike, and we could still use that support and solidarity, and you only gain that through a union. So it's us on strike here is 900, but we've had 6 million brothers and sisters that have had our back for 18 months. So that is one big reason why unions are so important, because you're not alone. Hearing your stories, it was the union that kept you from fighting those battles alone. That's why everyone deserves that opportunity. And I'm so excited to be here with all of you and to hear your stories.
Absolutely. Graham?
Hi. I can't even express how honored and excited I am to be here in the presence of such incredible organizers. I guess I'll introduce myself. I'm Graham. My pronouns are they, them. I work at REI in New York City. We recently unionized in March and are beginning our contract negotiations. So starting to get our first contract on paper. I'm part of the bargaining committee. So I'm actually sitting at the table with a group of my coworkers, hashing it out with our employer to get, fair wages, fair working conditions. And I became active in the labor movement just because I was seeing a lot of injustice and mistreatment of myself and my coworkers, especially coming back to work after the pandemic. People's safety was not being respected. Their general humanity wasn't being respected and continues to be disrespected. So yeah, I came for the workplace kind of organizing, but I'm staying for the amazing national effort that is happening right now. So yeah, it is a huge honor to be here, and thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for being willing to take the time, Graham. And last but certainly not least, Michelle Eisen.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here today. I'm going to echo what Graham said. To be in the presence of such strong, amazing organizers in this current labor movement climate in our country is really phenomenal. I'm a Starbucks barista here in Buffalo, New York. I started with the company in August of 2010, so just past my 12-year anniversary. And what brought me to Starbucks to begin with is I'm a production stage manager. I've been working in the local professional theater scene since college, but that doesn't come with health benefits. So I was looking for a part-time job that was flexible, that would allow me to have health benefits, and that was where Starbucks came in. That was their deal. That's who they professed to be. I'd been a longtime Starbucks customer, and I knew they had a reputation for how they treated their employees, and I knew how I was treated as a customer, so this seemed like a perfect fit. And I think the early part of my time with the company, they did live up to those professed values that they have. They say they're a progressive company and they care about their employees and the community and the environment. But then things started to slip, and it was a really clear shift in the company sort of policy when it came to what we're calling profits over partners. Starbucks calls their employees partners, it was coined because we're all given stock in the company. But it's since been used as a really manipulative term to make us think that those of us on the floors of these cafes, the hourly workers, are somehow have an equal stake or an equal say in the company as, upper management and corporate, which is just simply not the case. And I got involved in the organizing campaign here in Buffalo right at the beginning where it started, not because I knew what I was doing or I knew necessarily what was going to come of it, but because I had already made the decision in spring of 2021 to leave the company. We had worked through the bulk of the pandemic. We were not taken care of. A lot of what Graham is saying, I'm echoing. This is a billion-dollar, multi-billion-dollar, multinational corporation, and they were simply not taking care of us at a time when they, A, should have been, and B, absolutely could have been. On top of that, you had a company like Starbucks on all of these financial shows with the CEO boasting record-breaking profits in the middle of the pandemic. Not just regular profits, record-breaking profits. And we've got full-time workers in these shops that can't pay their rent or get groceries based on what this company is paying us. And on top of that, we're in the middle of a global pandemic where we're putting our lives and our families' lives at risk every single day. So I was going to be done. I was feeling incredibly undervalued. And then a couple months after I'd made the decision to sort of start leaving, the process of leaving the company, a coworker asked me what I thought about the potential of Starbucks unionizing. To which I said I had never thought about that. I didn't know a ton about it. My father and my grandfather were in unions growing up, and I knew that our health benefits were really great because of it. And I knew that it was generally a good thing, but I didn't know a lot about service industry unions. It's just not something you hear all that much about. It's a very notoriously difficult industry to unionize to begin with. I certainly didn't know much about coffee shop unions. There had been a local coffee shop here in Buffalo called Spot Coffee that had managed to unionize in the summer of 2019. And that kind of put the bug in everybody's ear that maybe, but then there was a pandemic. So those conversations came to a close. But all of a sudden here it was, and it sounded like the best option, not having to leave a company I'd invested over a decade of my life in and working from the inside out with my coworkers to ensure we have a bigger voice on the job and to improve our working conditions. And so I said yes, very naively and not at all knowing what that was going to entail. And very idealistically, assuming that the company would give us a little bit of pushback, but that ultimately they would be the company that they say they are and acknowledge that this is the right move and lead the industry like they do. And instead, a year later, we're still fighting for our lives. Now, my store was the first to unionize. We were successful and able to do that. And it has started a national movement for this campaign. As of yesterday, I think we have 235 unionized locations across the US, which encompasses just under, I believe, 6,000 baristas. But there are 400,000 approximately baristas, Starbucks baristas in the United States. So, we still are working really, really hard, but we're getting stronger every single day. And we are able to do this alongside all of these wonderful folks also organizing their workplaces and Amazon. And it's just a really fantastic, amazing climate to be a part of, because what Hayden said is it's the support of fellow unions. I mean, we were never doing this alone. This one little store in Buffalo that was able to do this back in December of 2021 did not get there alone. It would have been impossible for us to do that alone. So I never want to lose sight of that and continue to acknowledge it, because it's what's going to allow all of us here to keep fighting this fight.
Yeah, you mentioned that you've been working there over a decade, and that is a long time for, a service job, right? That's not common. And John Rocky in the chat mentioned that. And also wanted to shout out, we've got David Story in the chat. Appreciate that. He's co-founder of the show and always love to see him continuing to engage. And so before we go to our first break, let's, before we even get into unions, what is a union? What does a union do? What is a worker? One of the things that I tried to do when I was thinking about the panel is I did try to get several different types of what we would call workers, right? And so we've got people, Hayden isn't, she hasn't actually been, she's not actually a coal miner, right? But she's very much, those are her people. We've got flight attendants, and grad workers and service workers. And so this is and we've got people who have negotiated contracts, people who've been on strike, people who are currently on strike, people organizing new unions who've been doing that for, so, a really wide and kind of representative swath of what's going on in labor in the country. And so because of the diversity of the jobs that we've got, I'm interested, Hayden, in what you would say to the question of what is a worker? Who are the people that can form unions? What is a worker?
Well, a worker is anyone that someone else is exploiting their labor for profit. So anyone, if you're producing income for someone else, you are a worker. So myself, I'm also a high school English teacher. I'm still part of the working class. I'm producing materials. I'm producing students to go out into the world and either be college or career ready. And I'm compensated that. I also have a boss that dictates certain things to me. So I think that we've had a big problem in the country the past several years of trying to divide working class people into white collar and blue collar work to make someone feel superior or to give the illusion of, oh, look how good you have it. You don't need to organize amongst yourselves. You don't need a union. That's only for the other section of people. And that's completely untrue. All workers will benefit from union representation.
That's why I asked you, because one of the things that people always say to people like Michelle or Graham or Lee is, oh, coal miners, they need unions, right? But grad students, baristas, retail workers, no, they don't need unions. They're not actually even workers, some people will say. And so officially, I think we've got a coal miner's wife coming on and saying that's nonsense. So we're never going to hear that again, is my expectation.
Yeah, I wanted to jump on, if it's possible, Jake, I wanted to jump in on this too, because I think there's this impression of the working class that is like distinctly a 20th century idea of what the working class is, when a 21st century, a 2022 working class is made up of women and queer people and non-binary people. It's overwhelmingly made up of people of color. It's got sectors that are vastly distinct. Even within something like the United Auto Workers, I remember 2 years ago when we went on strike, we had our classic, UAW on strike placards, and tourists, NYU butts up against Washington Square Park. And so tourists will come by and be like, the auto workers, who are they here in solidarity with? And we as graduate students, shared that there are these white collar sectors, technical, office, and professional, it's not just grad workers, but legal aid. There's a vast growing number of legal aid and attorneys in the UAW. And which is, I would never say, I know for the folks on the line, as I've learned more about the history of the auto workers and the men and women who work in the plants, I'm never going to be at risk of bodily harm in losing a finger at my job. But at the same time, as Hayden has so concisely and precisely articulated, I love that definition of people who don't have control over their time and energy and output because they need to work for wages to live. And sometimes those wages are really high, right? But I think about auto workers who are skilled technicians, underwater welders, longshoremen, and you might hear something like their salary and draw a distinction, which is ultimately arbitrary because they're not property owners and they're not people who earn wealth from the labor of other people. That's what makes up the working class.
Right. Yeah. Does your money, to the extent that you have it, come from your money, or does it come from your labor, the sweat of your brow, or the sweat of your brain, so to speak? Right. That's definitely the important dividing line. And there was somebody, I think maybe Zach Patton on Twitter mentioned that, yeah, I'm a longshore worker. I make like $150,000 a year, and I'm damn proud of it. And I don't make too much. You make too little, right? And look at how much the longshore bosses are making, right? And that's definitely the important dividing line there. And so let's get one more question out of the way, and then we'll go to our first break. So we've got a working definition of workers, which is important because I'm in a union environment where I'm white collar, right? I work on the computer all day. I sit in my cube and I work on the computer. And I have a lot of coworkers that they do not conceive of themselves as workers. They conceive of themselves as professionals. And all of these, maybe there are interesting conversations that we can have about the divisions in the working class and what that does to people. But the important thing is to understand that we are working class. And so with that working definition, what is a union then? And for that, I'm interested, Michelle. I'll let you take that away.
So a union is a collective of workers that are able to use that as their voice when it comes up to, people like, let's say, Starbucks corporate, and use that voice to gain a collective bargaining agreement, but also to hold that company accountable. So I think the biggest thing, and this goes, right to the longshoremen, when you get those things, when you get those benefits, this also relates to Johnny's sort of gray area, right? A lot of these companies will try to say that a union is a third party. It's actually it's a barrier between the worker and the corporate representatives, or the worker and the company. But the actuality is it's the only thing that allows the workers to hold that company accountable. Starbucks is really big on claiming the amazing benefits that they already offer their workers, which I can tell you as one of their workers is not actually as good as they say it is. But let's just say that it was. There's still nothing preventing Starbucks from pulling those benefits away. The only thing preventing Starbucks from coming in and taking those benefits from us once they've been offered is a collective bargaining agreement, is a contract. So it's really hard for me, this whole third party narrative, and they used it quite a bit in their anti-union campaign here in Buffalo when they were trying to stop this from happening to begin with, is, we want to be able to have a conversation with each and every one of our partners. We don't want to have to go through a union representative. Well, first of all, that's completely unrealistic that you're ever going to have a conversation with every 400,000 of us. The better thing for us is to be able to have a union collectively made up of your workers that can have these conversations and then come to you, with maybe one rep or two reps, but representative of the 400,000 people standing behind us, and be able to say, this is what we need. This is what we need on the floors of these stores. Nobody knows what we need better to run these stores than the people actually running them. And when we sign that agreement with these benefits that you offer us, we want to make sure you can't come and take them away. I personally, in the 12 years I've been with the company, I know some of the benefits we had when I started in 2010, and I could make a nice little list of the ones that have already been just taken away from us unilaterally without any conversation. And so a union allows us to have that voice and to hold the company accountable.
And there are several things that are important and that I want to pull out there. And one of those is that, you said that it's a collective of workers coming together for, a better workplace, better working conditions and stuff like this. And that is a definition that's not dependent on the government. That's a definition that's not dependent on the boss recognizing that you're a union. If you come together, you say you're a union, then by golly, you're a union, right? And it doesn't matter what anybody else says. And that's an important thing to understand. And we should, I think we should. And I think most of us, we're all in unions that more or less agree with this. We should make use of the state power through the National Labor Relations Board and the National Labor Relations Act where we can and where it makes sense. But if all of that falls away tomorrow, And that's not the case. And we're in a landscape without legal protection for unions. Workers had those before those legal protections. Workers had unions when it was expressly illegal, right? And so it's important to understand that, you know, whether or not you have a union election, if you're coming together with people on your job and advocating for yourselves, then that's the working definition of a union. That's the thing that's important there. Graham, did you have anything that you wanted to add to that?
Yes, I did. You kind of touched on it, but in our organizing at REI, a lot of people, you know, hadn't either been in a union or didn't know what a union was. We have a lot of people who are either in college or recently graduated, or have been in those more like quote unquote professional white collar jobs, who are sort of in a second career, or this is their like fun retail job, who didn't really know what a union was. And so when explaining it to people, the one point that we as organizers try to make is that, you know, no matter what union you're affiliated with, whether you affiliate at all, ultimately the union is us. You know, we are the ones who are making the decisions. We are the ones who are deciding, you know, when to use our power, how to use our power as workers. So yeah, that is just kind of the fine point that I wanted to put on that, is that, you know, if you call yourself a union, you are a union because it is made up of you and however many coworkers you have. And the trick is just becoming organized and knowing how to wield the power of your collective voice.
Absolutely, absolutely. Johnny, was there anything that you wanted to pull out of that before we move on?
Yes, thank you. Everyone said it so perfectly, that you are the union. Once you start talking to your coworkers and you all decide that, hey, we need to come together to make changes in the workplace, that is the day that your union has started. And it doesn't need to be a large number. It could be 2 of you. As soon as you say, hey, let's do something about this, your union has been formed. And that's it. And so with everyone has talked about third partying the union. That is, well, I'm sure we'll get to this later, a big union busting tactic. Knowing that you are a union as soon as you start talking about making change, that deads that right there. So yeah, just to echo what everyone said, you are the union as soon as you start talking about it.
We will go to the next question, which is, why are unions good? Why are unions good? We know what a worker is. We know what a union is. We've talked a little bit about it, but why are they good? And I'm going to kick it back to Lee to answer this question, because I think that she'll have a good answer for us in general, but also she has a really good personal story that we've talked about on the show already. But yeah, so Lee, why are unions good? Why should one do a union?
I've been asked a lot by my family. So I'm based in New York City right now, but I grew up in rural South Texas. And a lot of my family, just by virtue of like the culture and historic attitudes towards unions, have been pretty anti-union. And when I went off to college and learned more, it was a decision that I made. But this is a conversation I have at home all the time with my aunts, uncles, cousins, of like, let me break it down of like what this union does for me. So the reason I think unions are a good thing, there's like the theory-ish stuff of like the thing I believe in my like soul and my values. And then there's like the practical stuff that happens. The thing I believe in my soul and my values, and is like, could be called like theory, is that like, I really believe that unions as an institution are this other thing besides like government, besides the institution of the family, besides the institution of education, that does good things and is able to take collective action around something that everybody has to do every day, which is work in order to live. And so what unions do is like bring together people and influence the way that society and politics happens. Like who gets what, when, where, and how, and under what conditions. Like that's what a union does. And like that is why I think that like in theory, they're a good thing. And in practice, they also just do the work that a lot of other institutions believe they do or say they do that don't in fact do them, or do them in ways that don't actually benefit workers. So like universities are a really strong example of this because they often use the metaphor of a family, and they also use the metaphor of like they are just like places where you get an education. When one of the largest landowners in the borough of Manhattan is Columbia University and New York University. Like they are financial institutions. In addition, we have this running joke that New York University is a real estate company that also gives degrees. And it's like kind of a reality because they've eaten up so much property and played a significant part in gentrification of New York City. And so what a union does is kind of bring that to the fore and say, you're not our family. You're not like this beneficial force that, you know, actually you are a disciplinarian. Actually, what you do is withdraw benefits is retaliation. And that is what a union does, is pushes up against that and uses the power of the collective to fight back against it. Like in a really practical way, like one of the things that so visualizes what a union does and why it's good is this like kind of cartoon. And it's like kind of childish, but we've all seen the cartoon of like one big fish and then like a gazillion little fish. And the little fish around it can be eaten up by the big fish. But when they make the big fish together are bigger than the big fish. Like I believe that cartoon in my soul. And it encapsulates like these like bigger ideas and practices that I've been talking about in a really concise way of like, together we're so much more.
Absolutely. Absolutely. If there's I don't know of a political cartoon that is more true in more ways than the Big Fish cartoon. That's definitely a really good one. And you know, just for the general thing of that's like mechanically how unions get the good things that they get. And so what are some of the things that y'all were able to win? How has the union been good for you personally?
Yeah. So the three biggest things that I think come up for me are wages, healthcare, and what would be called like social issues, or like what we call in UAWD bargaining for the common good, which is not just bargaining for yourself, but bargaining for everybody. And so in terms of wages, when the Graduate Student Organizing Committee started in 2015, their hourly wage was $15 an hour. And at the time, that was higher than the average minimum wage in New York City. But we at GSOC were the first private union to organize at a words are hard. First union to organize at a private university after a set of NLRB decisions. What that meant is that we knew that our wages set the floor. And so every contract after us, we are constantly pushing it up because, you know, NYU will like to say like, oh, it's just us here. Like, this is just our contract. But we know that Harvard is going to say, well, at NYU, they make this. Or Uptown at Columbia, they'll say at NYU, they make this. And so that's a really important bargaining chip. And so we've gone from $15 an hour in 2015 to $30 an hour by 2026. That's huge. In terms of healthcare, most of our unit is actually master's students. So they're paying like $60,000 a year to get a degree. And then they're required to have health insurance on top of that. A lot of people don't know that graduate students are not children. You know, they're full-grown adults. Often they don't qualify for their parents' health insurance. And so when you're in our unit, you get a 95% reimbursement on the healthcare premium, which is around $3,500. Lastly, for bargaining for the common good, we made NYU be a sanctuary campus. and agree that cops on campus pose a health and safety risk to everyone on campus, especially workers. And this was huge for us. It's saying that, you know, ICE can't come on campus, cops can't come on campus. Like, you're a private institution, you can make that decision and you have not. Well, we're not going to work for you until you do too. And that was a huge win in our last contract and something that I believe really deeply in.
Yeah, that's great news. Being able to protect your members and students on campus is very important. Johnny, did you want to add anything to that? What would you say? What would you say if somebody asked you why are unions good?
Unions are good for the reasons that Elise stated. And as well, we've been talking about this for a while now. Upper management, CEOs, shareholders, they have no clue what's going on in the day-to-day in the workplace. If you ask them to come in to work and to fill in, they would probably do a very bad job and probably make it worse. So in that sense, you need the workers, the people who are there with the day-to-day, doing all the hard work. They need to have a voice in the workplace and how it functions, what the company looks like, because we know more than anyone else. We know. So having a union and us being a part of that is giving us that voice to say, hey, this is not okay. You're doing this. This does not work for the workplace. It doesn't work for the customer. It doesn't work for this. We're on the front lines. And you have that backing, that power, that voice to make those changes and to get them to listen to you. Without that, they could take suggestions. Like my company, we are non-union. Flight attendants have a very unique job. And as you all have seen throughout the pandemic, that we face some interesting working conditions. We faced a lot of workplace violence. And if you've been flying lately, there have been long delays or cancellations that do affect you directly. And flight attendants were saying, hey, these conditions are not okay, or the passengers are not okay for us as well. But without the power of a union and a contract backing us, it's just a suggestion to make those changes to benefit everyone. And so that's what's really important about a union, having one, why we need one, and what it does. And so, yeah, our AFA has won some big improvements for the airline industry, like no knives on the airplanes. That was AFA, no phones, so people could listen and hear instructions. And so those things are important. And so without them fighting for us, we'd have never gotten stuff like that in the workplace.
Yes, and Jeb sent us a text message, saw where some Delta pilots had pickets up yesterday. Are they union? And if so, do they support the attendance organizing? That's an interest. Are the Delta pilots associated with the ALPA?
Yes, Delta pilots are a union. The only employees that are union at Delta are our pilots and our dispatch. We are 20% a union, which is unheard of. All the other airlines are like 80, 90%. And so our Delta pilots are definitely supporting our campaign for the first time. And we're also supporting their contract negotiations. And so this is what solidarity and unionizing, this is what this looks like in real time. The workers coming together, even from different departments, and saying, hey, we're going to support each other against this larger management entity that's both trying to work us to death. They used to pit the pilots and flight attendants against one another. Like, oh, you're going to take a piece of their pie if you unionize. And so now we started talking to each other and saying, hey, we're both on the same side here. There's enough pie for everyone. Our CEOs and shareholders are getting all of it. And we're getting the crumbs. Let's fight together and to make sure that we get our fair share. And now that we're doing that, we're usually on the picket lines with them. And so it's been great having that support and solidarity.
Absolutely. And so so now we're working through this. We know what a worker is, we know what a union is, we know why they're good. Okay. let's say you've convinced me. I'm a listener. I'm convinced. This sounds dope as hell. I want to do one of these things. How do I do that? I'll kick it over to you, Graham. You've got some firsthand experience. How does one do a union?
Yes. So the first step in doing a union is first to form an organizing committee. So a group of trusted coworkers that you can rely on and you can trust to do a lot of the legwork. Also to keep it secret at the beginning, because the element of surprise is a source of power and was a huge source of power for us at REI. But yeah, the very first step is to find, my coworkers, I was actually approached by a coworker and they were like, hey, come to the park. I want to talk to you about something. And so from that, that sort of created our very first organizing committee meeting. And from that point on, we've stuck by each other throughout this whole experience, from having one-on-one conversations with our coworkers after that. Sorry, there's a cat. And getting authorization cards signed, having our election, going through the experience of union busting. So yeah, step one, find some trusted coworkers and meet with them often to sort of map your workplace and get the strategy, the groundwork down.
What about Michelle? Do you have anything that you'd add to that? Of course, how do you form a union? Right, we're answering this in 5 minutes. We're not going to be able, there are resources. The organizing campaigns take years, right? But we're distilling this, right? So Michelle, what would you add to that?
I'm going to echo everything that Graham said. First of all, the element of surprise is very important. Finding the coworkers you can trust initially to keep that a secret, but to also help garner additional support. That conversation I referenced in my intro, I got a text message from that coworker asking me if I wanted to get a cup of coffee after one of our shifts later that week, which I will let you know. I mean, we literally serve coffee all day. So it was an interesting text message. And I was like, yeah, sure. I mean, we'll probably have already had 16 cups by that point, but yeah, absolutely. But what she also did was, I was one of the last people in Buffalo that was reached out to in our market in terms of forming that organizing committee. And I don't fault her for any of that. At that point, I'd been with the company 11 years. And so that kind of tenure usually would breed a certain level of loyalty, or at least a perceived level of loyalty. And so there was some apprehension to talking to someone who'd been with the company that long. Like I would, the potential of me feeling the opposite and running to management was pretty high. And I'm grateful every day that she still chose to have that conversation. But that's the strategy that you need to employ when you're at those very beginning stages. You have to sort of map that out. Our organizing committee was not just store specific, even though we were filing for individual stores. There's 20 stores in the Buffalo market, 20 Starbucks locations. And I believe every single one of them had at least one representative on our organizing committee. So it was really important from the beginning for us to map out the city, knowing that the company would inevitably come at us and probably try to divide and conquer in terms of pitting one store against the other. So we were able to sort of have eyes and ears on the ground in every one of those locations. And that was very essential to, like I said, Elmwood happened to be the first location to win, but there were 19 other stores in our market standing behind that store to get us over that finish line. The next step, I think, is making sure that you're there to take care of each other, because in almost every case, the anti-union campaign is going to come at you, and it's going to come at you strong. And it's very scary and it's very intimidating. And a lot of this new labor movement is on the younger side. I'm not including myself in that. I'm actually probably on the older side of it. But a lot of my coworkers, 2 of the coworkers at the Elmwood location were high school seniors. and they're being brought into, you know, 1-on-1s or 2-on-1s or 3-on-1s with not only, you know, upper management and corporate, but, you know, the president of Starbucks North America, who's bringing in $4 million a year. That's an intimidating situation. So making sure that you're continually checking in on your coworkers after those instances, seeing what kind of support they need, showing them what you're able to give them, you know, as one of their fellow workers, as the union that corporate is just not concerned about. They don't care about the mental health of what they're putting these young workers through. They don't care about the physical toll, you know, that is having on them. And so making sure that your coworkers feel as supported as possible. And if there are coworkers who don't feel like they have the strength to use their voices in those anti-union meetings, you know, I think back to some of those instances and watching coworkers be brought to tears because of just the stress of being put in that situation to begin with. Having the voice to speak, to stand up for them and say, this is wrong. What you're doing to this person is wrong. It shouldn't be happening. And, you know, I'm going to stand with them and I'll use my voice if they don't feel like they can use theirs. That was what allowed us to get that first store. And that's what's allowing all of these stores since then. I'm watching the solidarity of baristas across the country stand up for one another and call corporate out on their absolutely awful behavior. And when one person stands up, it gives the next person the strength to stand up. And that's what's happening right now.
Let's explain for people what is union busting. And I'll go to Johnny Lane to kick us off with that.
Yes, because I feel like my company has perfected union busting in the 30 plus years they've been trying to keep out a union at Delta. Union busting is exactly what it sounds like. It's the company trying to come in and dissuade workers from forming a union, and that's by any means necessary. Some of us have discussed captive audience meetings where their management comes in. You could be there with food, drinks, whatever your other coworkers, and someone just starts talking about why it's bad to have a union, why it's scary. Some of the language that you may hear is no more open door policy. You won't be able to speak with management directly anymore. We're a family. Why would you want a third party to come in and disrupt the family atmosphere? One of my favorites that my company uses is preserving our culture, which is, you know, being from the South, those types of terms are rooted in white supremacy. So when you hear things like that, it can get kind of scary and your radar should go up. But those are just a few things that you may see at the beginning for them to kind of put in your mind that, oh, maybe having a union is bad. Food is often something that they'll use, like, oh, we're a family, we're providing you with pizza or ice cream. So it could seem like it's very harmless, but a lot of these tactics are very insidious, and that's just some of the beginning of union busting that you may see when you start your campaign. Delta's known for some of their very public ads that have gotten around in recent years. One of the more famous ones is instead of paying $50 for dues, you could buy a $700 PlayStation. The dues that you would spend in a year would go to buying a PlayStation or Braves tickets. And so it was just incredibly insulting that they would think that even like $50 that people were saving up for things like that they could spend that instead. Somehow that would have a PlayStation or a Braves tickets would have more value than collective bargaining power in the workplace. But unfortunately, some people do fall for it.
Yeah, one of the things that they said is that, you know, dues might be $500 a year or something, and that you could buy a PlayStation with that instead. And I think it was either the AFL-CIO or the AFA that tweeted, also you could construct a guillotine, and then they deleted that post because I don't know, somebody got a little too scared. And that is a critique that I have of the social media policy of some unions. They're not radical enough. They're not, they do not lean into the edgelord stuff enough. I think more guillotine imagery. That's my take. But you know, and you, we've mentioned this earlier in the show, the captive audience meetings. And Michelle, you touched on that really, and it's really intimidating. What are some of the things that they'll tell you in these captive audience meetings that you're forced to go to, or you could potentially lose your job?
So the first thing I'm going to say is that the company will never refer to them as a captive audience meeting. They like to call them things like listening sessions, which is what Starbucks corporate like to call them. They'll also like to tell you that they're not mandatory. However, you're paid to attend. And so if you're an hourly worker working paycheck to paycheck, and the option is go to this 1 hour meeting, because the stores, in most cases, the stores are shut down for these meetings. And so you're told, hey, your shift for that day is canceled. We're shutting the store down because we're having these listening sessions. So you can come to this 1 hour listening session and be paid for your entire shift that you were scheduled for. But if you don't come to this 1 hour listening session, then you're not paid for that shift. So you can say they're not mandatory, but the reality of the situation is you're dealing with hourly workers who need this income. And so their only option is to attend that listening session or that captive audience meeting. Then they start off very innocuous. The company narrative here in Buffalo was that this was coincidental, that all of these management and corporate were in Buffalo at just mere days after the filing of the first few union petitions. They had heard that there were problems in our market, and they were here to address them and to fix them. And they didn't know why things were so bad here, but none of the problems happening at the Starbucks stores in Buffalo were happening anywhere else in the country. So something had just happened, something had gone wrong here in Buffalo, and they were here to address that and to fix it, because this wasn't the true Starbucks experience. We weren't getting the true Starbucks experience, and they wanted to fix that for us. So that's how those meetings start out. And they'll get through, 50 minutes of talking at you. And then the last 10 they'll reserve for, well, we also wanted to address this union campaign. And they'll slowly work that into the conversation about how they don't feel like it's necessary. It will destroy the partner-to-partner relationship that we've, spent 50 years cultivating in the company. And they're going to fix all of the issues, which, by the way, the NLRA, the National Labor Relations Act, says they can't do. When a union campaign starts, one of the things that has to be maintained is what is called laboratory conditions, which means they can't come into a shop that's trying to organize, and they can't make things better, and they can't make things worse. So coming in at the start of a union campaign and saying we're going to fix all of the problems is actually not legal. But they frame that as a way, but we're here to take care of everything so that we can just let this pesky union campaign go. You don't have to worry about it. And those meetings get more and more aggressive the closer you get to the vote, to the point where the last couple, I actually wasn't permitted to attend the last listening session for Elmwood, because at that point they were dividing the store up into, very vocal union supporters and not so vocal union supporters. And the meeting that I wanted to attend had some not so vocal union supporters. And when I showed up, they said, oh, you're not able to stay for this meeting. So they get more and more aggressive, and they basically say, hey, we don't want a union. We want everybody to vote, because not voting to them is the equivalent of a yes vote in a lot of cases. And we want you all to vote no. I mean, it's that blatant. It's not, it's not even thinly veiled at this point.
Right.
And it can get really scary and really intimidating. And you have to, sort of be prepared to stand up and speak for your coworkers and call them out on their incredible lies and misinformation. It was one of the scariest things I've ever done. Sitting there, their third party narrative is also very, very, very strong. To echo what Johnny said, they like to say, we're just giving you the facts, and if you want to get facts on the union, then you should contact one of your union reps. And that very first meeting, I raised my hand and I said, well, I'm one of the organizing members, and I would be happy to answer any questions anybody might have. And my heart was pounding out of my chest. I mean, there wasn't a single meeting I sat at where my Apple Watch didn't give me a high heart rate notification. And we need to take that into account when workers are trying to organize, the mental and physical toll that they're put through simply for trying to exercise what is their right under the law in this country.
And all of this by people that hold their paycheck in their hands, right? I mean, this is a really, really big deal for folks. And one of the things that they'll tell people at retail stores and at restaurants like Starbucks and like REI is they're going to close your store if you organize. Graham, how did you address that because I'm assuming that came up or there were implications in your campaign in New York. How did y'all speak to that concern?
So we actually didn't hear anything about like closing the store from corporate in New York. The Soho location, it's a flagship store. It's in the Puck building, so it's like a very historic location. It's almost like one of the prize gems of REI's the national company. So there wasn't really anything about like store closure, but I can definitely agree with Michelle about like the experience of sitting through these captive audience meetings and, I think there was like for some people the fear of like being vocal and like you might not lose your store location, but people being scared of like being fired for being vocal. But the more vocal you are, the more you are protected by the National Labor Relations Act. And that's something that we really, really tried to hit home during these captive audience meetings. And it actually resulted in there was not a single captive audience meeting that REI ran where there was not just belligerent pushback from, several members of staff. So yeah, we didn't really run into the store closure thing, but people were afraid of being fired for their beliefs, for wanting this right of organizing at work. And we made it very, very clear that this is safe. It is essential that we push back on management, and that the more vocal you are and the more you actually take ownership of this union, the more protected you are against any attack from management.
So in the last 10 minutes, we've talked about union busting, what the boss is going to do. There are a couple of anti-union talking points that you're going to hear in these captive audience meetings that you might hear from people that in your family. Like, why are you, I hear this about unions. Why are you doing this when I hear this? And so I'll go to Hayden for the first one because I think that she's in a really good spot to answer this question. And this is from a listener. Jack from New Jersey recently had a conversation with my very anti-union boss, who was telling a story about a potentially believable complaint about a public school teacher failing his son from an educational perspective, but drawing the absolute worst possible conclusions from the experience. While I strongly believe these situations would be less prevalent if public schools were adequately funded, teachers paid enough, etc., there is a reality of people being failed by the system. What are some thoughts on how a hopefully future parent could handle that kind of situation with solidarity, Hayden?
Okay, so let me make sure I'm understanding the complaint there. They believe that the student was failed to be properly educated by a union
by the teacher and his anti-union boss, who, it's a boss, so but his anti-union boss is saying that, this is an example of unions protecting, lazy teachers and they're standing in the way of progress and standing in the way of customer experience or the education for the students, right?
Well, first of all, let's go ahead and make it very clear. A union is not necessarily going to protect a poor worker. What a union does is it gives you wind garden rights. It says that you can't be brought in for discipline or fired without cause. Now, that means that you're going to have to go through the proper channels. Your boss just can't not like you, or a parent can't just complain and say, well, it's the teacher's fault that my child did nothing all year. what that does is it requires there's due process.
Hmm.
So just like we have a system of checks and balances, or we should, even within the government, if there's channels that things go through that are fact checked, that are supposed to be done before a decision is made. The union works not just to protect that worker, but to also protect the students, the faculty, and the climate of the school. So we're not going to base something off one complaint. You would have a due process and a representative there to actually get the facts and give you a voice, to where it's not a situation of he said, she said, and it escalates into a huge disagreement. You have someone there that's representing the best, actually, in that case, for the student and the teacher, and that would be your union representative through your Wintergarten rights.
Right. And that's, I mean, almost exactly what we said a couple of weeks ago when we got a similar question. And Adam, who was a former public school teacher, former teachers union, ostensibly, professional association here in Alabama staffer. And Adam, was there anything that you wanted to make sure that we added to that? I know that you've been kind of quiet during the show. Was there anything you wanted to add to that question?
Yeah, absolutely. Since I was involved in representing workers who were tenured and put up for termination. And let me just say, if management's job is to be management, if there is a worker whose conduct is so awful and egregious, they deserve to be fired. And frankly, it should be awful, egregious conduct that gets you fired and takes away your livelihood. But if, that does happen, and if there's a worker, in this case, a tenured teacher, whose conduct is so bad, but yet they can't be terminated, that sounds like a problem with management. That sounds like management is lazy or incompetent or unable to follow due process, because there's not a union in this country and probably in the world that I'm aware of that enshrines the right to poor conduct in a contract, right? No union says we want our employees to be able to behave badly at work, to not show up on time, et cetera, et cetera. But it's management's job to be management and to follow due process, to discipline workers according to policy and contract. So, that's what I always told folks, when they brought those concerns to me about protecting a lazy or incompetent teacher. The only way they're protected is if their administrator is lazier and is more lazy and more incompetent than the teacher in question, right? Everybody is entitled to due process, or should be entitled to due process. You're talking about taking away someone's livelihood, their ability to feed their family. It's not a lot to ask that they be able to produce some documentation.
Exactly. This is a question that you're going to get that people, especially in service work like Starbucks, they get this question all the time, which is, if you hate your job, why don't you just leave it? Why don't you just get another job, Michelle? Why don't you just get another job?
I mean, I think the first part of wrong information in there is that we hate our jobs, because we don't. Part of what Starbucks was really good at is creating this community and creating these environments in these stores that allow you to have these connections with your customers, with the community around you, and with your fellow coworkers within your store. They actually they cultivate that. They encourage you to create those. We actually have a term in the company called a customer connection. So we don't hate our jobs. I mean, before this organizing effort, I'd been with the company 11 years. If I'd hated the job, I wouldn't have been with the company for 11 years. We love our shops, and we love our customers, and we love the people we work with. And when you love something, you work to make it better. You don't seek to leave it or tear it down. We're simply asking for the opportunity to have a voice in those shops, to be able to, have a direct line to the people making the decisions, essentially, and allow us to have the opportunity to help with those decisions. Right now, we're at the mercy of whoever's sitting up in some tower in Seattle and passing these, procedures and protocols down to us and saying, well, now we need you to do this. But there's no conversation with those hourly workers to say, is this actually going to be what's best for the store, for the customer, for the workers. There's no conversation. And that became more and more evident in the middle of a global pandemic. When we were being asked to enact even safety precautions that just weren't sufficient. And there was no leadway whatsoever to be able to say, hey guys, this isn't working. There was no way to say this is what you're asking us to do. It's not feasible. It's not working. And so we don't hate our jobs at all. And I think there's also there's a mentality within the service industry in general. And I think you touched on it earlier, that these jobs are temporary or they're unskilled. And so you should just be able to suck it up. If you are in this situation for a limited period of time, you're putting yourself through college, or you're, in high school, or this is temporary while you're in the middle of a career change, that you should it's acceptable to deal with a certain level of disrespect. And it's acceptable to not have safe working conditions, and it's acceptable to not have fair wages. And for one thing, that's just absolutely not the case. I don't care if you're doing this job for 3 months or if you're doing this job for 12 years. Those are things that should be ensured to every worker. Certainly when the umbrella of that job is a multi-billion-dollar corporation who can do so much and more for their workers and would just choose to keep the shareholders happy, as opposed to ensuring that their employees who bring in those billions of dollars of profit are taken care of.
Folks are going to start dropping off here in about 15, 20 minutes, and Lee had a question that she wanted to get to, and I went ahead, just to keep the frames so I don't have to do so much, I went ahead and brought Joe in, Joe from Labor Notes. He's going to be talking to us about stewards a little bit later. Is that fine, Joe, that you're going to be audience member for a little bit? Fantastic. So Lee, you had a question that you wanted to answer, which is something that you said that you've got a cousin who asks you this, and this is another thing that we talked about with Adam, because he gets a similar complaint as a stagehand. And the question was, I like unions in theory, but they're inefficient in practice. Why does it take 6 guys to do the work that one person could do? And so we're talking here about job descriptions. Unions are going to have job descriptions. You have to do, it is kind of frowned upon to do work for free in a union environment. Call me crazy, but so Lee, talk to us about that question that you got from your cousin and how you try to respond to him.
Yeah, like I said, I'm from Texas, and even though I'm from a part of Texas that's really historically involved in farm labor, there was a lot of migrant laborers, and United Farm Workers was really big in South Texas where I grew up. At the same time, the political conditions in South Texas have shifted such that a lot of folks who are Mexican American have a really specific political agenda. So a lot of my family is really anti-union as working class people, as electricians, as farmers, and ranchers. And so for my cousin, we were literally at Thanksgiving, and he's like, I'm a lineman. When the electricity goes out, we can't wait for one more person to, go up the ladder and open the box and whatever it is. And I think the way that this is not a question I have a fantastic answer to, but what's important about it is learning together with someone. I don't have all the answers, and it would be ridiculous to think that any one organizer does. So that's what I told him. It was that's a really good question, and I don't know what your working conditions are like. You've known me longer than I've known me, and you know that I'm a nerd, that I read and write for my job. I'm an educator. I don't know what it's like to have to restore electricity after a hurricane. But at the same time, this feels like something that I've been told in my workplace, which is that there's a parcelization or segmentation of labor. And that just doesn't, what it actually means in practice is it's not about many different people having one small job, even though that acknowledges that work is a collective effort that takes many people. That parcelization means that job, which is incredibly dangerous, probably needs some safeguards. So I think about like I said, I haven't fully thought this through, so I don't have a catchy line phrase. But like one of the things that I've heard in listening into like the conversation around pilots need more rest between flights because they're doing this really crazy, responsible, heavy job. I don't know what it's like to be an electrician or a lineman, but something tells me that if you're up in the air being fatigued, being having to work really long hours under stressful conditions, having more people rather than less people, it isn't actually about what you as a person can and can't do or more or less equipped to do, but keeping everybody safe. And so that's what my gut said. That's what my intuition said. But oftentimes when you think about like, it takes, you know, it's always somebody else's job or it takes a bunch of people to do the work. It's like, actually, that's probably because for the first time you're working in a safe workplace and everybody there is as rested as they needed and has the ability to like combat fatigue or combat like the challenges that they otherwise face on the job.
Right. Does anybody else have, and you know, Adam, I'll throw it to you if none of the other three have anything else to say, because I know.
I think Graham had some context from the REI position.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is actually so relevant to what's going on at REI right now in our contract negotiations, because we have a lot of different departments that deal with like extremely oversized or heavy equipment, like kayaks, canoes, bikes. I myself work in the bike shop department. So my job is like actually pretty dangerous. So just having like a specific example that's relevant to just kind of having multiple people to help with one job. We have to hang bikes on the ceiling in our action sports department. So basically where we sell all of the skis, the bikes, all the stuff that you need to like get outdoors and have a fun time. So we hang bikes on the ceiling, and there is a complete lack of training. Typically, there are only 2 people who actually do this job. So something that we're asking for in our contract is specific training on how to safely put a bike onto the ceiling and have a minimum number of people involved in that task. So just to kind of like, I guess, answer this question, like there is the concern about safety. So of course, having more people involved in a task makes it so that, for example, with the bike, one person is hanging the bike, one person is spotting, and another person is like directing the flow of customers. And then also having the specific training around that task. You know, one person is trained to hang, one person is trained to spot, and one person is trained to direct the flow of traffic. So that everybody is utilizing their own expertise to its fullest potential. So just kind of a cool, relevant example from REI.
And I think the most important thing, you know, there's a lot of things that we could mention and that we could add. And I started off saying that it's kind of frowned upon to do work for free. And that's what you're doing if you do work outside of your job description, right? Is you are doing work for free for the company. And there's no reason to do that because they would not do the same thing for you. But the most important thing is what Graham mentioned, is that they are putting this in their contract. They are talking about this language. They are talking through this. Who is they? The workers there. So if there is genuinely, if there is genuinely just an absurd work rule, guess who can change that? You can, as the worker who bargains your next contract. You can get on the negotiating committee. You can be on the bargaining committee. Run on eliminating this dumb work rule and get on the bargaining committee. Because there's, I'm sure there's 300 million people in the United States. There are 100 million plus workers. I'm sure, you know, probably not a whole lot, probably less than people think, but I'm sure there's some that are silly. Well, get rid of it. If it's your contract, if it's your workplace, you get rid of it. That's up to you.
Yeah, that was the one point I was just going to throw in there is that, who's making the decision? When I'm hanging up lights for a concert and we're supposed to do two people per light, if I choose myself to just do it by myself, that's on me. That's my choice. Maybe they are lighter than normal and I can handle that. But that's different than when, if someone in management were to come to us and say, hey, actually, forget about the 2 people per light rule. You're all just going to do it by yourself. That's different. And I think whenever it comes to worker safety versus profitability or, perceived efficiency or saving time, any of that, we should always err on the side of worker safety. And I don't think unions should ever apologize for that.
Yeah.
I can add a little bit too, if that's okay. A lot of it's going to piggyback on what Graham said and a little bit on what Adam said, but some of the things we're talking about in our proposals for the first Starbucks contract is a minimum staffing requirement, which really doesn't necessarily exist. Maybe in theory it exists, but if you're, in the middle of a shift and you have 2 people call off, there's nothing right now that protects us in terms of where does that workload then get dispersed. It gets dispersed to the 5 people who are on that shift. And what happens to the profits that are coming in because the company's now not paying 2 employees, but the same amount of profits in theory are coming in. So where is that going? That's going right back to the company. So one of the things aside from a minimum staffing requirement would be the ability to, if we're short staffed, to shut down some channels. I don't know, I'm certain most people are not super familiar with how a Starbucks is run, but there's multiple channels for customers. There's there's the in-house channel. In a lot of cases, there's a drive-through channel. Now there's a mobile order and pay channel. In a lot of cases, there's a delivery channel. All of those require people to run them. And you have a couple people call off and you're still expected to run all of those channels. So we want a couple of things, the ability to be able to shut down certain channels if we're short staffed, to try to make sure that we're not doubling the workload of the people who were able to be there. And secondly, is compensation for working short staffed. It's inevitable that our workload is going to, at minimum, probably double if people are unable to be there. And that shouldn't be automatic additional profit for the company. That should somehow be dispersed so that there's that compensation for working harder than you would normally be working is sent back to those people who are working that shift. We're not saying shut the shop down, which is, of course, their narrative. We're not saying if somebody is sick that all of a sudden the entire business has to come to a screeching halt. We're just saying let's figure out a way together to manage that so that we're not being overworked and the customers are not suffering, and it's crazy the way that these companies look at what we're saying is the most fair and equitable way to handle a situation. And they're going, well, you just don't want us to make any money. You just want to shut everything down. No, absolutely nobody said that. Who wins if we shut the business down? We certainly don't win. So those are some of the proposals we are working on and hopefully asking for, and we'll get in that first collective bargaining agreement.
Fantastic. And so then let's spend the last few minutes on this, Adam's question about how do you deal, because look, right, we're worker advocates. We want the best work. Workers deserve more, right? This is kind of our shtick. But workers are people, and sometimes people are crazy. Like, they are weird. Sometimes people can be weird, right? Sometimes they can stir up stuff that really make you that can really cause issues in a campaign. A toxic coworker who is drama all the time, keeps petty interpersonal stuff stirred up, a snitch. What about when the toxic person is a steward or a building rep or an officer or somebody on the organizing committee? How do we deal with conflict between workers, between union members? And Johnny, you've been quiet for a little bit, so I'll throw it to you for first.
Thank you. I feel like it could definitely speak to this because in our ongoing union campaign, we have a very, very vocal anti-union faction within our company. And dealing with them has been just an exercise in patience and understanding because you don't want to alienate your coworkers. These are people that I still have to work with. Some of them I've even called my friends at some point. And so, always trying to, in the back of my mind, I always say, I'm trying to remember that, I work with them, I respect them, or even, I may love some of my friends. And that once we move past this, we'll still have to work together. So that's like my broad answer, but directly, and I'm just going to be honest with you, sometimes you're just going to have to let some people go and move on. You might not be able to convince people that they need a union, or their views just may be so opposed or bizarre that you're like, this is not going anywhere. I've had to let some conversations go. They've gone into QAnon, conspiracy theory territory. And I'm just like, you know what? No, I am out of my depth a little bit, or I just strongly disagree. And I don't have the mental or emotional bandwidth to carry this conversation on. And you know what? That's okay. And I think you do yourself better service as an organizer when you say, this conversation isn't going to work. I may not be able to save this person. I can save the next person. And then another tactic that I use, and that we use, every organizer has a Slack or Discord or something like that, WhatsApp. I suggest someone else talk to them. Someone at the company speaks their language. And in a work group that has over 20-something thousand flight attendants in it, we're not all going to be the same. I'm very fortunate that I have a friend circle that somewhat believes the similar things that I do, but not all of my coworkers do. So in that case, I'm going to say, hey, you know what? You seem to be on the same wavelength as this person. Maybe you should try to talk to them. Maybe you can speak their language and see if you all can come to some type of meeting ground or terms, or just, progress them from wherever they are in whatever organizing conversation that you're having. But we have our snitches. We have people who are looking at our Facebook accounts to see what we said in 2015 and who are reporting us to the company. And I just have to think that, I'm trying to save them from themselves, I know it's a hero thing or whatever, and that may not be the best way to come at it. But if they're doing that, that means that there's something going on with them personally in their lives. It's not my job to dig it out or, find out what it is. I just have to let them do that and continue on with my organizing and forming a union, because that is the goal. And we're just going to save them from whatever negativity and nonsense that they're doing, and not let it derail the campaign. But you know what? You can't take on every single person. You just can't. It's impossible.
Exactly. Yeah. Does anybody else have anything they want to add to that?
Yeah, I wanted to talk about, so far we've been talking about what it means to speak to people who are like at the level of yes union, no union, or like, I'm not in a union, I am in a union. One thing that's come up over the past few years, and especially as I've become more involved, not just in my unit's politics, but in UAW national and regional politics, is also interpersonal conflict and interpersonal forms of harm that happen amongst union members, and how you manage that in maintaining your professional relationship that you have with these like colleagues and like union colleagues, like not even just work colleagues, but union colleagues, and confronting it and addressing it while also maintaining that relationship. Specifically, I think what comes to mind for me is sexism and racism as they are present. If they're present in society, that means they're present in unions. So within the UAW, like just a month ago at our conference at the UAW Constitutional Convention, I was mistaken for a different person who's of a different ethnic background, but who is also like an outspoken woman of color. And this has happened even before the conference, after the conference, like we just get mixed up all the time. And even though this is a microaggression, it's actually been a useful teaching experience to talk to my UAW brothers and sisters, which is like a language that's really common in the UAW, and talk about these subtle things that like, it's actually really important that you don't mix me up with my friend. I love her. I'm honored to be mistaken for her. She's beautiful. But what I also hear when you say that is that you're not paying attention to like each of our individuality, or like, you know, something else that came up is realizing that some of the auto workers who are men would go around and shake the hands of everybody there, and then would assume that the women present were partners or wives and not in the UAW themselves, or like just not like literally not even speak to them, right? And as the UAW grows, as it moves into other sectors, and also as capitalism changes, as it has historically and it will continue to do, like women and non-binary people have a role in the labor movement, and you just like can never make an assumption about why someone is there. And so those have been difficult conversations. There's also like conversations about reform and what the role of a union is. Like, is it a service union? Is it a business union? This is like Union 201. So we could get into that at another level at another time. But to have that conversation about like conflict within a union, and like you might disagree with someone about this political strategy, but you can't use interpersonal harm as a way to address that. So like another instance came up where someone was, you know, offering a case, you know, in favor of like business unionism, and the caucus that I was a part of, which is more rank and file unionism, was using language that just like came down to ad hominem attacks that also aligned with like historical misogynoir, right? And that's just wrong. And it's like not okay. And so finding ways to say, we're going to keep this at the level of political strategy and political difference, and not let the things that plague our society also plague like the way that we manage conflict in our union. Like that it feels important to say, because harm happens, like conflict is going to happen. It's how we choose to approach it and resolve it.
Exactly. Yeah. It's important to, it's important to recognize that, yeah, people are going to have differences, and there is a correct, like there's a proper way to have disagreements, political disagreements that doesn't resort to those types of things.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Environmental Coffeehouse. I'm really happy to be back. It's been just about 2 weeks? 2 weeks. And after I do the show on FIFA, because we're going to talk about FIFA and heat, and I have to talk about this. It's timely, and it folds into talking about wet bulb temperatures and just reminding everybody what is happening in the world. And sports events they are always with us. Are they a distraction? Are they a diversion? Or are they just part of the world? Things that people love to do. But basically, it's really about the heat. And I will say good morning to everybody, Dave and Alex and Looney. It's great to see you, Linda. Great. Robin and Dog Dude. All right, you're all joining up this morning since I've been gone. I do want to talk about my, things that I've been doing, but I really want to get this show started because I have a lot to talk about. And we have a sports junkie with us, huh? All right. Well, that's okay. It's okay to be what you are. It is. But FIFA has been an interesting topic. And, despite the controversy and all the nonsense that goes on politically around, that has, at least with this politically, we still have to look at this whole issue from a climate and a heating standpoint, because, well, it's hot. And I called it, is it the hottest World Cup ever? I mean, it really could be. It is, what do we have? It's the biggest one. It's the biggest sporting event on earth, soccer. I liked it in high school. I liked watching soccer. I didn't think it was as violent as football and hockey, for sure. But I think it's 48 teams and more than 100 matches. Now, think of the millions of people, and billions of viewers. It's an incredible thing. But what do you think about this? The biggest opponent, it's not necessarily Brazil or Argentina or France or England. It could be the weather. It could be. This 2026, this World Cup, at least in the United States and Mexico, it's the hottest part of the year across the United States. Much of it. Mexico and even Canada. So what I was reading, and really what got me interested in this, was all the scientists actually talking about this, the heat, and sports medicine experts, and even the players' unions got in. They have talked about this for months, warning about the extreme heat that could become really one of the defining stories of this particular tournament. And I'll show you some of the articles that I have on this. And of course, people are flying and traveling from all over the world. It is, as Rollin Switch said, it's going to burn more carbon. Yes, people are traveling. You can't stop this. And I don't know if in the United States, if the heat or the amount of heat is actually something people think of, because in this country, people are now so indoctrinated into climate change is a hoax, and carbon is so good for plants. But it's going to be a conversation. It's going to be a discussion. So it's also humidity. It is about the climate changing. Safety for these players and the people that are going. Now, FIFA is actually one of the world's richest sporting organizations. And are they adapting fast enough? Well, we'll see. They have to. They have no choice. If they want to continue being this kind of organization that is going to have these games in different parts of the world, then they're going to have to understand this. They have to understand the climate science. And what happens is people, they say, oh, it's hot, it's air temperature, but it's so much more. And I've got videos we're going to go through again. Heating, but we're going to go through wet bulb temperatures. I'm going to show you a video. I've got lots of stuff in store. It's a teaching discussion, about something, but FIFA, maybe it's sports, and like I said earlier, it could be the political BS all around it. But for us, and what we're concerned about on this channel, is the heat. 90 degrees Fahrenheit, 100 degrees Fahrenheit. These guys and gals and fans and people, they have to think about what's called the wet bulb globe temperature. We're going to definitely look at a video I have. And I actually showed this video years ago. I kept it. On my external hard drive, and it was a good one. And I do want to answer somebody, Dave, about where Kim is. Kim lives on the West Coast. Kim is our chief cook, bottle washer, moderator. And it's 7 o'clock a.m. for her. So it's a little bit early for her. She can't make it to the Sunday morning shows, but it's great that you asked, and it's great that you're here. And by the way, again, Antonio was supposed to be with me, and he actually had a conflict, and he had to be somewhere at 10 a.m., so it didn't work out, but I've got all the stuff for us. All right, so anyway, we're going to talk about this, the wet bulb globe temperature, which combines temperature, humidity, sunlight, wind, and it actually is an estimate on how the human body can cool itself. Now, in terms of FIFA, we're talking about humans, but of course we all know, everybody on this channel all knows about wildlife and animals and the suffering that happens in the natural world because of extreme heat. But when those wet bulb globe temperatures rise, our bodies struggle to shed heat. And so for all these players, who knows what's going to happen? Does their performance decline? I mean, you can't take a steroid for heat. And, they get fatigue and heat illness. Now, think about it. Some of these sports organizations, they say, they've got to postpone or modify these games. It happened in, what country was it? In one of the Middle East countries. Sorry, my notes are not always fantastic. But these cities that are happening now, the cities, Miami's probably the worst. And it's heat and tropical humidity. Florida, at this time of year isn't great. So Miami might be a really difficult game. Then there's Houston. Houston has the Gulf Coast humidity and summer temperatures, which are some of the highest wet bulb globe temperatures. And there is, I read about the recent analysis about Houston exceeding dangerous heat thresholds on nearly 3/4 of June and July days over the last decade. So people that live there, everybody's got to have air conditioning. Florida, Houston, got to have air conditioning, which then heats the environment even more. I mean, it's like circular, Dallas, another concern, North Texas, that routinely reaches the mid-90s, above sometimes in these summer afternoons. So it's going to be a substantial heat risk. Now, I think Atlanta has an indoor arena, and it's hot. Their humidity is very hot. in Atlanta. It's a definitely hot place. And in Mexico and Monterrey. So these places are going to be difficult. They're not going to be easy for these people. Now, we think about then, okay, Philadelphia, Kansas City, and even New York and New Jersey. That may not be as bad. But when I was in Philadelphia for the 2016 convention, the Democratic convention in 2016, it was 98 degrees Fahrenheit. It was hot. I mean, it was just brutal getting around the city. And the city provided water bottles everywhere. The amount of plastic in 2016 that was used for the Democratic convention everywhere in Philadelphia was insane. But they provided that. Well, FIFA had a problem. They didn't want to. They didn't want to provide. I mean, they didn't want people to bring their own water, and that's pretty sick. But they've changed their mind, and we're going to look at that. But you think about this though: the heat waves, they're becoming more frequent. They're becoming more intense across the eastern United States. And so we used to think, okay, well, it's unusual summer heat, but it's becoming much more common, according to meteorologists and scientists. So FIFA knew this. They know this. They saw that there was like a little bit of a dress rehearsal during the last one. So they know. But the players were talking about it, coaches complain, and medical experts knew. They knew. Because there were some matches that were so hot. And it was just awful. All right, listen, I'm going to try to, I can't look at all your comments right now. I'm going to try to get over there. You know, I'm a one woman show, do it all. So we'll try to get to as many comments after as we can. And I promise I will try to address all of your comments. All right, so anyway, they have a union, FIFPRO, FIFPRO. And the union, to their credit, has called for stronger protections, later kickoffs, larger cooling periods, and even postponement when the conditions are dangerous. So there has been thought about this. And there's going to be hydration breaks mandatory during each half. And the breaks are going to be about 3 minutes regardless of the weather. So they're making these changes, but you know, it's a health measure for these people. But you think about the fans, you know, they just want to suck the money out of the fans by not letting you have a refillable bottle. And then in each of these stadiums, who knows what the water quality is in the faucets in a bathroom, or you want to refill your water, you need to bring a bottle with a filter, a built-in filter. That's something that's really, I think, going to be needed soon, because if you're going to drink water from any public source, you really should have a bottle with a built-in filter. And it's not like a metal bottle, you know, not a plastic. And you know, I've used plastics, and you've seen me drink through my plastic straw. I've had enough plastic and microplastics in my body probably to last me the rest of my life. So anyway, these afternoon kickoffs, they are definitely the worst. They are the worst, and the thing is about the afternoon is that the broadcasters love the afternoon. They say, oh, well, we can have the biggest audiences across a lot of different continents. You know, people watch this all over the world. So what happens? There's a collision between what's really happening in the climate and, you know, the economics of FIFA television. And it's just kind of very uncomfortable, you know. So the fans, they're really they're the ones that'll suffer too, because they don't have, all right, maybe every single place, every arena might have people on stand, you know, medical professionals. on standby for people that, I mean, it's really pathetic to think about this, but people that pass out from heat stress. But really, do they have hydration plans at these arenas or cooling strategies or, any of it? Probably not. And then when the fans do come, they're outside. Now in Buffalo in the winter when Buffalo has the Buffalo Bills and they're tailgating outside. It's cold typically. It's cold for the football games, although it starts in August. But I don't know how it's going to be in all these cities for these fans. I'm not that familiar with FIFA and what the fans do. Do they tailgate? What they do? I don't know. Anybody want to talk about that in the chat? Let me know. I don't know. But hours. They spend a lot of hours getting there from their hotels, walking through parking lots, the transportation hubs, and then the security checkpoints, because security is going to be very high. There's people from all over the world that are coming. And what I read this morning already, there's bullshit with the Iranian team. I mean, what does the team really have to do with the politics of Donald Trump's war? I don't know. It's a team. But I really didn't want to make this as political, as I could. I could have. But anyway. So, of course, FIFA, they didn't want, they really were going to have restrictions on reusable bottles, but I think that was they reversed their course. Well, partially. But it was a global argument. It really was. From what I read, it was an article in Reuters. I read about it, and they reversed their course. So people can break, some people, limited soft plastic water bottles. I don't know how many you need in an event like that. But does that make heat now not a side issue? I mean, it's like a main issue. You're planning these events. Heat is an organizing challenge for these organizations like FIFA. And of course, as we address it, we're addressing the climate story on this. Oh, boy. So we've talked about that, how the heat waves are really lasting warmer, and the humidity it's sad, but this is what happens. Do you think that football or soccer, different countries call it different things. We call football, NFL. This is soccer. But do you think it's going to be able to last in these seasonal times? I don't know. It does survive the heat. But are these arenas going to have to be even bigger and covered and air conditioned, which is even worse for the environment? Because it's a big money thing, and the world goes around on money, and FIFA is a greedy organization from everything I've read and everything I've seen. So this 2026 World Cup, oh yeah, it's going to be great. It's going to be great goals and, celebrations and all that, but it is going to be a landmark. Could be. I can't say it's going to be definitively, but it's going to be a landmark for climate change. It's like climate change is part of the show. Yeah. So that is what I wanted to talk about to start. And it's like a primer, but I do have a couple of videos, and I think I'm going to set up the first one. Now, this is an Indian network, and Down to Earth they're called. And because this is a definite worldwide event, I found this video and I thought it was pretty good. So I'm going to play Down to Earth. I'm going to play this for you first, and it'll give you a primer. I thought they did a nice job describing the issue. All right, so hang on, and we will watch this.
The 2026 FIFA World Cup is facing a threat that no referee can red card: the climate. 1 out of every 4 matches at this summer's tournament could be played in conditions that put both players and fans at serious risk. That's the warning from climate experts who say human-induced climate change has nearly doubled the likelihood of dangerously hot conditions since the US last hosted the World Cup in 1994. And this story is not just limited to football. We see it across sports. At the ongoing French Open, tennis world number 1 Yannick Sinner struggled during record heat and eventually lost to a much lower ranked opponent. In India, the BCCI is considering moving the IPL window to avoid playing during rising summer temperatures. The question to consider is, as temperatures rise, will sports as we know them ever be the same? 2026 FIFA World Cup runs from June 11 to July 19th across 16 cities in the US, Mexico, and Canada. Temperatures in those host cities are already an average of 0.7 degrees Celsius warmer than they were in 1994, a direct result of human-induced climate change. The matches are spread across geographies. Games in northern or coastal cities, particularly in Canada and along the Pacific coast of the USA, are likely to experience milder temperatures. In contrast, matches in more southerly and inland parts of the USA and Mexico could frequently approach or exceed 30 degrees Celsius, with humidity making conditions even more dangerous. Researchers at World Weather Attribution use the Wet Bulb Globe Temperature Index, that is WBGT, to assess risk. WBGT accounts for humidity, wind, sunlight, and radiant heat. In other words, what the body actually feels. It sounds technical, but here's why it matters. At a certain wet bulb globe temperature, your body physically loses the ability to cool itself down. According to Chris Mullington, clinical senior lecturer at Imperial College London, high WBGT can compel players to reduce high-intensity running, sprint less often, pace themselves more conservatively, and experience impaired decision-making as thermal strain accumulates. FIFA's current response to these heat conditions is 3-minute hydration breaks for players in each half of every match. Scientists say this is inadequate. Medical experts have urged FIFA to extend breaks, lower intervention thresholds, and establish clearer postponement rules. The risk isn't limited to the pitch. Thousands of spectators, including children, older people, people with existing health conditions, and those unacclimatized to the heat, could also face dangerous conditions. The last FIFA in Qatar was played during winters for player safety. As heat waves grow more frequent and intense, the window in which sports can be played is shrinking, posing an existential threat to sport itself.
I thought that was pretty good. That's why I showed it, because it is a worldwide event and it is not propaganda or BS. And anybody out there that thinks so, that's watching us, that's you're being propagandized. Honestly, this is not hysteria. This is real. The anti-science mindset is very sad. Okay? This is what's really happening in the world. And she said it was Qatar. So that's what that's the country I forgot. But anyway, so I have a whole lot of articles we can look at. And I do have another video we're going to watch on wet bulb. But I think what we're going to do is move over to my screen share. So I can show you, even in Canada, they're talking about this. FIFA has made a late change to its stadium code of conduct, banning World Cup ticket holders from bringing reusable water bottles. But it changed. See, this was a week before the tournament begins on June 11th. So we have just a few more days, but it has changed. Okay, so they were citing safety concerns, specifically that the bottles could be used as projectiles. Isn't that really a sad way to live? To think that people are going to actually throw bottles at the field? And don't they have protections around all of these stadiums so that can't happen? So if the people that attend are going to throw bottles, they're going to throw them at each other, obviously, right? But so that changed. We are entering some very hot weather, and when you have a crowded, sold-out stadium packed full of people in the heat during an afternoon game, or even at noon, or early morning game, it can be quite hot, and people become dehydrated very easily. Family physician Dr. Anna Wolick said in an interview with CTV News on Wednesday. So, yes. And here's some more news.
The 2026 FIFA World Cup starts this week. Mexico takes on South Africa this Thursday at noon in Mexico.
Wait, can you hear this? I want to make sure. Say yes.
This week, Mexico takes on South Africa this Thursday at noon in Mexico City.
We're just so excited for the World Cup buzz.
We've been waiting for so long, and now it's finally here.
This is wild. So teams around the world are now in the U.S. to get acclimated to North American weather. Asher Red has more on how to control the high heat.
Kickoff for the first World Cup game is now just days away. All week, 48 teams from around the world have been training and getting their bodies used to North American summer weather, known for its brutal heat and humidity.
The amount they sweat changes, how much hydration they need, how their heart rate adapts to it. All of that takes a little bit of time.
Experts say acclimatization is key to getting players ready, but that process doesn't mean extreme heat can't impact athletes on game day.
You'll see it as cramps. You'll see it as some players having to come out early, maybe sub earlier than you would expect. But it's really uncommon to get a true heat illness at that level because of the level of monitoring and the hydration.
This year,
I think this is a pretty good little news clip. It's from the state of Washington, where Kim is not with us today, our moderator. She's still fast asleep. But they are talking about the precautions that are being taken. But when you think about this, think about all the people that live in these oppressive conditions in the Middle East, or places that are now being affected worse than they were because it's getting hotter. This is a sporting event. And of course, protections are going to be taken. But you really, really have to think. And again, I mention the wildlife. I mention animals because nobody's the wonderful people that work in zoology and animal husbandry and wildlife management. But you're not going to get anything on the news like that. But you will hear it for this.
Regardless of where the game is played, FIFA is allowing players 3-minute hydration breaks midway through each half. Climate-controlled benches at open-air stadiums have been set up for staff and team substitutes. FIFA will also be closely monitoring the heat index.
They'll measure the temperature using what's called a wet bulb globe temperature reading, which factors in the ambient heat. It also factors in the strength of the sun and the humidity and any wind.
And it's not just players on alert for hot weather. Fans need to be aware too.
One of the easiest way to dehydrate yourself is drinking alcohol. So you have to be careful with how much alcohol you drink compared to, water and hydration and fluids, and pre-hydrate before the games.
See, that's another issue. Alcohol. People love to party and drink beer at all these events, and alcohol is extremely dehydrating. So there's another thing. People just like to party. Oh, we're going to get news reports. I'm sure of it.
The shade when you can, wear sunscreen. A lot of people forget about that.
Ooh, pre-hydration. That's something to keep in mind. Okay. Well, a heads up that FIFA is now allowing fans to bring water bottles into stadiums for World Cup games, and it comes after pushback from fans about warm weather and potential excessive heat. The bottles must be factory sealed and disposable, but you can refill inside the stadium, and FIFA cited safety concerns for the ban originally.
Yada, 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 safety concerns. Yeah. Go ahead, throw the bottles all over. All right, so we started out, right? Most of the news was this. Remember this?
Please welcome the very first winner of the FIFA
Peace Prize, the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America,
Lord.
Mr. Donald J. Trump. Please.
Oh, God. Look at him.
This is your prize. This is your Peace Prize.
Okay, I'm sorry, we're not going there, but that was mainly what we saw in the news. It was just such a bunch of crap. And everybody's covering this, and so this is from Bloomberg, and I thought this was actually pretty interesting. Some World Cup teams will face a much hotter tournament. About a quarter of the matches will take place in potentially punishing conditions. So a lot of news outlets are covering this, but it was only most of it is just this week. Was really just this week. So the 2026 FIFA World Cup that kicks off June 11th will sprawl across 16 cities in the U.S., Canada, and Mexico during what forecasters predict will be an unusually hot summer. And remember, El Nino's coming. And so setting players up to sprint, dribble, and shoot their way through sweltering, humid afternoons and evenings. And the map shows everywhere. And they're talking about the teams crisscrossing the continent. They may be forced to compete under a wide range of weather conditions in the 5 weeks leading up to the July 19th final. This World Cup won't just pit teams against each other. It will pit them against wildly different weather everywhere. Unfortunately, the Iranian team has to go back to Mexico, after every single game. I believe that's what I read. I don't have that article. It just came up. So the heat burden won't be evenly shared according to Bloomberg analysis of historic temperatures and humidity data in host cities. Tunisia, for example, will have the highest heat exposure, followed by France, runner-up to the last World Cup. So it's quite something. But you can see here where they're showing. I like this little map. I thought it was kind of nifty. And then it was covered by a Deccan Chronicle. High temperatures expected across several FIFA World Cup venues. So a lot of people are covering this. It is not fake news. This is real. We have somebody on X. I'm going to put this up. Why not? You're pushing a narrative before anything happens. Propaganda. Not really. I'm not pushing the narrative. I'm sharing the scientific evidence. But you can believe what you want. I'm glad you're here anyway, because maybe you'll learn something. It's okay. It's okay. I'm not one of those argumentative hosts. I'm not going to ban you or yell at you. You're allowed to think what you want. You can think what you want. But honest to God, this is a serious situation, and it could, didn't say will, it could. But I'm just repeating what the scientists have said. So, again, a lot of coverage, and as I opened with, Mexico, another Arlington in Texas, and Houston, they could. Can you imagine 49C, 121 Fahrenheit? Wow, that's hot. Some of them have cooling measures, although the level of protection varies. AT&T Stadium and the NRG Stadium are fully air conditioned. They're offering controlled indoor environments for the spectators and the players, so that's a good thing. But Hard Rock Stadium features a partial canopy, but is not fully enclosed or air conditioned throughout, leaving sections exposed to outdoor conditions. Meanwhile, Estadio Monterrey is an open-air venue without a closed air conditioning seating bowl, meaning spectators will be directly exposed to ambient heat and weather condition. FIFA has also confirmed a record-breaking participation for the World Cup. I know there's a lot of stuff going on in the United States, but they're saying this. With final squad list revealing 1,248 players from 48 nations. I mean, it really is an event that brings together the globe, people all over. And that's how it should be. Isn't it amazing when the psychopaths that run the world want to fight and war with each other? And these games, even though they are competitive games, is still bringing people together peacefully, the players. So this is one. And then this is Kestrel Instruments. Which 2026 World Cup host cities face the highest heat risk? And again, this is a map that has a lot of information in it. All these links will be in the show notes as usual. Okay, so as you know, and they're all pretty much saying the same thing. And so I am going to show you the video on the wet bulb globe temperatures because it was good. And it was from a show that Jennifer and I did years ago. Absolutely, years ago. But it's a good video from then, and it's a good video now. And again, this article says pretty much what other articles say, the same cities. But this is a good thing because it's alerting people to the potential for these kind of conditions to happen. And if it's going to happen in a game, it's going to happen for other people everywhere. High risk for everyone. Okay, so here's an interesting. Broadcast crews and technical staff spend hours outdoors. Match officials are running continuously. Security and stadium workers may be on duty under direct sunlight. And then, of course, we talked about the fans. And one more was PBS NPR. This was climate scientists advise World Cup fans and host cities to prepare for extreme heat. It's not a joke at all. And this was the new report found that all 8 matches in Atlanta are likely to have extreme heat, which could affect players and fans traveling to the matches. Climate scientists are raising the alarm about extreme heat in the World Cup host cities. So they were using Climate Central, which is a great resource, actually. It shows all 8 Atlanta World Cup matches will likely have temperatures over 82 degrees Fahrenheit, which could affect the player's performance. So Jasmine Spencer is a forward with the Vancouver Rise. She asked fans to have empathy for athletes throughout the World Cup tournament. If you're complaining as well, you should, because sometimes it's really hot outside. Just like have that moment of grace for your favorite player when they miss a pass or shot on goal or tackle because it's hard. The demand is hard. I mean, they get paid well, but they've worked very hard to get where they are. I'm sure they get paid well. We all know that football players do. So 8 out of 8 matches. They're just talking about Atlanta, but it really does translate to so many other places, really. All right, so that's what I wanted to show you in the articles because there's so many. There's so many of them, and so everybody's talking about it. I mean, all these news outlets are talking about it. Fox is talking about it, okay? Fox. And let's see. I think I have another one. Yeah, this, again, shows all the cities: Vancouver, Seattle, San Francisco, Kansas City, Dallas, Houston, Monterey, Guadalupe, Mexico City, Miami, Atlanta, Philadelphia, New York, Boston, Toronto. That's the World Cup cities. And again, same thing. I just had, this one is the typical summer, the hours and the heat in these cities. So let's take Philadelphia, which I talked about, 84 to 94 Fahrenheit, which is 29 to 34 C, high humidity. I know, I was there in 2016. It's 10 years already. 10 years since our country forever changed. 10 years. I mean, we had problems, trust me, before. But the United States changed, and it was hot as hell there. And, of course, Miami is dangerous dangerous in humidity. And these are the stadium types. Atlanta has the retractable roof. Boston has an open air, but Boston might be moderate, may not be as bad, so it'll be easier. Now, Dallas, of course, extreme heat. Houston, extreme heat and humidity, but both Dallas and Houston have retractable roofing. Kansas City, severe heat waves possible in our Midwest. Los Angeles, dry heat. It's a dry heat, different. Miami will be disgusting. Dangerous humidity, open air. New York and East Rutherford, New Jersey. And New York City, humid. Ugh, I know how it gets down there. It's hot. It's hot. San Francisco, that might be a decent open air venue. And Seattle, relatively mild. So there are places that might be okay. Mexico City, high altitude, moderate humidity, open air. That's going to be an exciting game. Guadalupe, Guadalajara, not Guadalupe. Guadalajara, that gets a little bit more humidity. And Monterrey, which is going to be hot and humid. So that could go up to 90 Fahrenheit or 37 C. So here we are. Yep, here we are. And I have one more. I believe I have one more. Let me see if
the 2026.
No, that we saw.
The 2026 World Cup kicks off in 23 days. Climate scientists just issued a warning FIFA doesn't want you to hear. A quarter of all 104 matches will be played in heat conditions that directly threaten players and fans. At least 5 games are expected to hit 28 degrees Celsius wet bulb temperature. The level 5th Pro says should trigger a postponement. That's double 1994, the last time the World Cup was held here. In 2024, a referee collapsed from dehydration at Copa America in Kansas City. That was a preview. Host cities are 0.7 degrees Celsius hotter than 1994. Every fraction of that is climate change. The same climate change ExxonMobil knew about in 1977 and funded denial to hide. Next up, Morocco and Spain in 2030, Saudi Arabia in 2034. This isn't a sports story, it's a climate story, and the clock is ticking. I'm meteorologist Chris Gloninger. Follow me for more on weather and climate. The 2020.
I do follow him. I follow him on X, and I like him. He gets a lot of shit on X from a lot of kind of yucky people, but he handles it very well. He does. He handles it very well. So I think, I mean, I've covered mostly everything, but I think I'm going to, it's important. Let's watch the wet bulb video because, I did this with Jennifer years ago. We were covering these things. And remember, my friends, it's not just global warming or heating. It's overshoot. Humans are exceeding the planetary boundaries by leaps and bounds. Just read Johann Rockström. But it's overshoot. Overshoot means we are exceeding our carrying capacity on this planet. And it's not, again, it's not just warming. It's everything. So I'm going to set this up and we're going to watch it. And then we're going to talk some more.
There's a temperature threshold beyond which the human body simply can't survive. A threshold that some parts of the world are increasingly starting to cross. It's a wet bulb temperature of 95 degrees Fahrenheit. Let's unpack what that means, starting with the number, 95. It has to do with our human body temperature. The human body needs to be right around 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit. If our body temperature gets too high or too low, bad things can happen. Our bodies are always giving off heat from normal functions like digesting, thinking, and pumping blood. If it were to get above 95 degrees Fahrenheit outside, our body heat just wouldn't have anywhere to go. That's why our bodies have a built-in cooling system: sweat. Sweat works by using a physics hack called evaporative cooling. It takes quite a bit of heat to turn water from a liquid to a gas. So as little droplets of sweat leave our skin, they pull a lot of heat away from our bodies. When the air is really dry, a little bit of sweat can cool us down a lot. But humid air, on the other hand, already contains a lot of water vapor, which makes it harder for sweat to evaporate, and we can't cool down as well. This is where the term wet bulb temperature comes in. It's a measure of heat and humidity, essentially the temperature we experience after sweat cools us off. We can measure the wet bulb temperature by sticking a damp little sleeve on the end of a thermometer and spinning it around. Water evaporates from the sock, cooling down the thermometer. If it's humid, it hardly cools down at all. And if the air is dry, it cools down a lot. That final reading after it's cooled down is the wet bulb temperature. In Death Valley, one of the hottest places on Earth, temperatures often get up to 120 degrees Fahrenheit. But the air is so dry that it actually only registers a wet bulb temperature of 77 degrees. At the same time, a humid state like Florida could reach that same wet bulb temperature on a muggy 86-degree day. And when the wet bulb temperature gets above 95 degrees Fahrenheit, the body loses its ability to cool down, and the consequences can be deadly. Until recently, scientists didn't think we'd cross this threshold outside of doomsday climate change scenarios. But a 2020 study looking at detailed weather records around the world found we've already crossed it at least 14 times in the last 40 years. These hot, humid events have all been clustered in two regions, Pakistan and the Arabian Peninsula. The warm water in the Red Sea and the Persian Gulf makes the air above extremely humid. Inland on the Arabian Peninsula, the arid continental heat causes temperatures to skyrocket. And when these two systems meet, they can tip the wet bulb temperatures above that 95-degree threshold. In Pakistan, it's a little less clear what's driving these hot, humid extremes. But scientists think it's caused by warm, humid air flowing inland during the monsoon season. As the air passes over the Indus River, it only gets more humid, until it hits cities like Jacobabad, often referred to as one of the hottest cities on Earth. Jacobabad has crossed that deadly wet bulb threshold a whopping 6 times, the most of any single city on record. If we plot all these events over time, it's clear these hot, humid extremes are increasing as the planet warms. Scientists expect these events to occur even more frequently in these regions going forward. And other places like coastal Mexico and a larger portion of South Asia might soon be at risk of crossing these thresholds for the first time. Extreme heat is deadly at temperatures well below the 95-degree threshold. Healthy young adults can experience serious health effects at a wet bulb temperature of 86 degrees. And even dry heat can be dangerous when people's bodies simply can't pump out sweat fast enough to cool themselves. With every degree of warming, we're making these dangerous heat events even more likely. And stopping climate change may be our best chance to keep these events as rare as possible.
All right, so that was from 2020. Things have gotten a bit worse, but it was still a good explanation of wet bulbs. So, and that's what I've got about FIFA today. Basically, it is potentially going to be hot. It's going to be something to watch. And those of you who are watching, enjoy, because it is for your enjoyment. I feel sports now in this era, even with all of this discussion on the heat around FIFA and bringing in climate change, sports are still a distraction and a diversion from what's really going on in the world. but are they a needed one? I mean, war, genocide, starvation, potential drought, fires. I don't want to be saying that, oh, it's just horrible, but we here on this channel understand. We totally understand. So I'm quite happy with how it went. Does anybody have questions? Because we can do some comments, and then I'm going to do the second half of the show. I want to talk about a few things here, channel things that I just want to fill you in, because it's been 2 weeks. 2 weeks. All right, Dave. The record high temperature in Canada is 121 Fahrenheit, set a few years ago in BC, British Columbia, during the heat dome. Oh, boy. Oh, shit. That's hot. That's a hot one. And not to mention it being a super spreader event. I have a video. I did have a video on that, but I don't think I set it up. But think about it, all those people together, and wow. It could be. But all these things are. People get sick because they stay together and they don't want to say, oh, well, we're still in a pandemic, which we really are. All these sporting events are some of the biggest carbon sources on the planet. We're so suicidal as a species. Yeah. Hi, Moon Man. Linda. The FIFA president wanted a police motorcade for him to travel through the city. Vancouver told him, kick rocks. That was like, yeah, okay, that's good. Entitled jerk. Yeah, he does seem like quite an entitled jerk, doesn't he? He really is. We're going to do a flush of the day. We might have to flush him. And we've got Chloe. Passive cooling is all the common sense things our grandparents did to stay cool. Transom windows, awnings, windows shut during the day, open at night, that kind of thing. Everything I do here. Completely. I do the same thing. Passive cooling. You have to. Mexico's president was given extremely expensive free tickets to the World Cup in her country, and she ran a contest to give them away. Like Mamdani is giving away tickets in New York. I think it was 1,000 tickets. That whole thing. I'm not prepared to discuss ticket prices and the secondary market for tickets. I'm not. I'm talking about environmental issues, but there's a lot of controversy around this. Tons of it. And I could go on for hours if I had, but I did not. Steph, it's great to see you. I was thinking about you today. Last year, drought was a concern, and I'm definitely concerned about forest fires due to high heat and low humidity. All of us are. We absolutely all are. So, let's see. Anybody else? Yeah, this is a good book. Dale. Big recommend The Heat Will Kill You First by Jeff Goodell. Yeah, but it's the heat and over, losing the environmental areas. I mean, all of the AI data centers that are being built and shoved down everybody's communities that want them. New York has a moratorium now for a year, which is really good news. I'll probably do a show on what's happening where I live. Hello, bees knees, worried here in the desert Southwest about fires. We get them here too. Yeah, there's a lot of things that we all have to think about in this environment, in this time. It is not, we are living in the Anthropocene, folks. We left the Holocene epoch. That's why I sometimes say I'm the Anthropocene gardener, but I'm really the disabled able gardener, and we're going to go through all that because, again, I'm going to segue over from all this to what I've been doing and ask all of you that are gardeners again to send me your videos so I can make an environmental coffee house gardening video this year, which would be, which will be terrific. And let me take another sip of my coffee. Brown tongue. And Cindy's here. I saw Cindy. Hi, Cindy. How are you? This is great. It's really great. Okay. Yes, overshoot is quickly and directly increasing the potential for hypothermia and freezing to death. Now we're going to have to talk about on different shows. We're going to talk about the AMOC again. But I will remind you, Tuesday night, Jim Massa is with me, Tuesday night, 9 p.m. Eastern, to talk about the oceans, what the Trump administration is doing, taking out the ocean measurement systems for all different kinds of climactic activity. So that's what we're doing Tuesday night. So if we are ready, yeah, absolutely. If we're ready, I now want to do a little housekeeping and talk about some of the things that I've been doing. Okay. All right. So, as you know, from my videos, first I had a cat pass away, which was very sad, and I made a video called How to Bury a Cat. It's 4 of them I have out there in the cat graveyard, and it was a really sad situation for me. She was my oldest, and I don't think it should have happened, and I kind of blame it a little bit. Maybe she had some kidney failure, but she wasn't even 14. Maybe she was 14, but the vet, my new vet, since my old vet passed away, she had a skirmish with one of the other cats. She had a little puncture in her eye, which got infected, got her an antibiotic, got her a shot, and then he gave her gabapentin twice a day for 7 days. And I think that killed her. Now, of course, my mom says, don't think about it. It happened. She was old. You gave her a great life. She was a rescue. Yes. Okay, fine. Gabapentin is a horrible drug for humans. So why did they give it to cats for pain relief? I don't know. And so I think about that. All right. So the next thing, it is a painkiller. I don't know. It's a nerve painkiller. It's for nerve pain. My cat wasn't under nerve pain. But anyway, we don't have to argue that here. I am experienced in pain. I suffer 24/7 with chronic pain. I've had 3 back surgeries and a neck surgery. And I just recently got a new MRI for my lower back and my neck, and I'm kind of fucked. But I'm here. And I'm going to show you what I've been doing, which is harder. And I'm not arguing with you. Oh my gosh, no. I mean, I'm just sad about my cat when I think of gabapentin. And the doctors had tried to put me on it years ago. And gabapentin gives you brain fog and you get fat on it. I'm like, forget it. Low medicine for me. So let me show you what I have been doing so you can see. The second thing I want to talk about is my friend who is 71 years old, and she's staying at my house right now, homeless, lost her home in a fire. Her husband died a couple of years ago. I mean, things were really bad. She called me because the place she was staying, which is almost 7 hours away where I used to live, she couldn't stay there anymore. Has no kids. I felt so bad. She came up here, and in 1 week, she's very, very disabled. In 1 week, I found her an apartment. And today, after this, I'm going over. We found her a dining room table and a nice set. Hopefully she moves in Wednesday. We've got a volunteer from the community coming here to pick up the bed that's in. She came with hired a guy with a van with a bunch of plastic bags, shopping bags, and a bed. And that's going over. Beautiful community I live in. Somebody volunteered to help us. And the bed goes to the apartment. And the apartment is affordable and amazing. And that's great. So the table, the cable TV, social services already met with her. I mean, in a week and a couple of days, I arranged all of it. And it is amazing that I found a place for her. And the social worker could not believe that I found a place for her. It's not a disabled apartment. It's not for seniors, but it is a place to live and it's going to work out. So I'm really grateful that this is happening because my house is just not for, I mean, I have disabilities, but I know how to live here and there's steps. Anybody that's visited me knows everything is steps here. And I like the steps. I don't mind the steps. I do the steps, even though I kind of blew my knee out this week. So I'm going to show you that. So that's what I have been doing, and it has been I have been flat out. I haven't been able to do these shows. They are the last thing I can do. Something suffers, it's the show because of my gardening. But you all know this. How many seasons? My 11th year on this garden. So far, it looks like this. And yes, I use landscaping cloth because I can't do the weeds. That's how bad I am. But I've got red cabbage. I have butternut squash, eggplant, a whole row of Brussels sprouts because I love them, Roma tomatoes, and some regular beefsteak tomatoes. And I planted in the far row, I have pole beans that I seeded, catawba melons, and cantaloupes. And it's been a slow go for me this year because my back is so bad and I blew out my knee. Even though I have a method to my madness, I use a lot of tools, to plant that garden because I would love, raised bed gardens and all that stuff, but I can't afford all that shit. And then all those beds I've been doing, the soil has been in there for 11 years. I replenish it with compost I make every year. And it's going to be a really nice garden, but it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. And this is what I see from my kitchen window. My green stalk and my snow peas and my other green stalk. And I built this I got my helper, Brandon, came this year. I took apart, he did the lifting. I cannot lift anymore. And he took all these old bricks from another garden that I'm letting the grass grow in because it's over the septic. I just can't manage all of them. And we lined this and put all this stuff on there. And that's what I can see also. That's from the carport that I got put up when my dad passed away. My mom said, "What do you want?" I said, "I need a carport." And oh my gosh, back when that happened, that carport was $3,000. Do you know, with tariffs and everything else, how much that carport could be? Holy crap. I can't even imagine. He came once, Tommy. Sam has bugs in a jar farm. He has no time. He came, and he always comes. He comes in the beginning of the season and the end of the season. So, and I love him dearly because he does come and help me open up. So this is the green stalk, and my deck is falling apart. I actually went over to my Amish Jonathan, my neighbor, and he's going to come over and measure the boards that are all broken. What I do is I several years ago, I just drilled in plywood onto the deck over the broken boards, and I put indoor outdoor carpets on there, which probably just rots the wood even more. But hey, I haven't fallen through yet, so that's a good thing. So this is the green stalk, and it's really cute. And I have, these were started from bean. These are scarlet runners, and I started these from seed beans. They were beautiful, beautiful purple beans. And I've got cucumber and peppers up above. I'm not doing cucumbers in the below garden because cucumbers, they are awful. They constantly get cucumber beetles and all that, so I decided just to put them up. And I still have jars that I've canned of pickles from several seasons already. So, that's that. And I got marigolds started, but they're late. I was late starting the flats because of this year. This has been a crazy year for me. It has been. It really has been. And I did something different this year. I've got potatoes in a box, and they're growing beautifully, actually. And I really look forward to seeing what happens when they come out of the box. And lots of flowers. I've planted lots of flowers. in these containers I've had for, God, I can't even tell you how many years, 15 years. And here's the smaller green stalk. There's the potatoes are on the bottom shelf, and I've also got eggplant above, also upstairs. And I've got, these are, what did I put in there yesterday? Peppers. Okay. And I want to show you one more thing. This is an apple tree. And see how this apple tree is laying this way? In 2017, when the tornado came through the property, this tree was knocked over. And all the way in the back, the root system is halfway in the ground and halfway out of the ground. And every year, I think it's the last year for this tree, and it comes back and the apples come out and the deer just love it because they can reach them. And it's so cute. It's just cute. I love it. So that's really kind of what I've been up to. And it's just been, I'm slow. I hurt. And quite frankly, to be quite honest, I don't know if I'm going to be able to keep up with the front garden next year. It's painful. And, unless I win the lottery, which you have to play, raised beds are probably not an option. I don't know. I'm just doing what I can. And I really this is my victory garden. And I did the show on victory gardens. And I'm growing everything I like, everything that I can freeze using vacuum sealing and not worrying about my freezer if the power goes out because I have a backup battery. Thank you. You know who you are downstairs. And portable solar panels for that. And the beans. I can can beans. Red cabbage, I make soup. I do all of this stuff. And I'm just in so much pain. But I blew my knee out. My shoulder's bad, but I'm getting older. So again, I don't know if I'm going to be able to keep up with that garden. I hope I can next year. Well, I have Brandon. And he does come and I pay him. I say every little bit of extra money. But Brandon goes to Canada where his girlfriend lives, even though he lives down here. He goes to Canada and now he's staying there for over a week at a time or even more. So things change, I've had many helpers over the years. I have. So anyway, that's what's happening with me. So the cat, my friend is, that's a lot of work. I've been a good advocate. I've been like a social worker. And I have things for my knees, but, Oh, and I think I found some, I don't know, it might be bear poop, but I didn't catch any bear on the trail cam, so I don't know, but there's a lot of bear in my area. So I've decided I think I'm not going to put any food in the bird feeders, unfortunately, but hey, it's the chipmunks and the squirrels are there all the time. They eat all the bird food, but I'm a little worried, a little nervous. I want to make sure that there haven't been bears right in my vicinity, but I saw this poop and I take pictures and I look at it and study different kinds of animal poop because on this property I have so many different kinds of animals and it's amazing. And what do you have, Tom? Tommy? I got 9 hens this spring, lots of eggs. They have a good life. They free range from dawn till dusk under the supervision of a large livestock guardian dog, which is wonderful. Yeah, that's great. I love it. I love it. Yay. That's awesome. Really good. Everybody asks me if I want chickens, but I have enough. I have enough to handle here. I'm one person and now I have another person I'm responsible for and she's, going to be moving, but it's not like she's just going to be moving. I have to make sure she gets her social services squared away and gets her help. She needs a helper. She needs help. And all those things, Meals on Wheels, all this kind of stuff. But I guess I'm good at it because I found it. I found her the place. And I have, been doing it all, so to speak, except for shows. And it's great to be here with all of you. So let's figure who are we going to flush. I will set up the flush of the day. What do you guys want to do? Oh, I'm not ignoring you. Hi, Dan. It's always good to see you. It's always good to see all of you. Yes, she is. Absolutely. Absolutely. And it really was going to be a serious situation for her. And, I've known her since, my daughter. I mean, I'd say a lot of decades. Hmm. I have. I have. I've done that. And I will cover, but you know what? I found this fabric. For me, it's the reason why I use it. For me, it's easy. I'm already older. I've probably got enough microplastic in my body that I don't really give a shit. It works for me, but I have used cardboard before that. I've used cardboard. I have all my non-seed straw that I've put down. If you see, I started to, but I'll be covering all those up once I finish. I've got to put all the flowers in there, and I've got to put the flowers in. If you see all those, there's the lavender is there, and you see all those black pots. I've got to put those flowers in. I didn't even put my scarecrow up. So I've done every different kind of covering, all of it. But I find this is the easiest for me for weed control. It really is. And I understand the whole microplastic issue and people care. I just figure, who gives a shit? I'm old. If I'm going to die from something, it's probably not going to be, who knows? I'm already fucked up. So I have to do what's easy for me to be able to maintain. And I guess I'm like a lot of people, but I am the disabled able gardener, and I'm keeping up with it. Like I said, I don't know about next year, but let's get through this year, right? All right, so what are we going to flush? What are we going to flush? I personally, yeah, that's, I think we're going to do that. We have a lot of things we want to flush. Okay, we're going to do data centers, and we're going to do the Peace Prize. Okay, so let me set up the flush of the day. Here we go. Okay, that's the FIFA. Okay, so we did 2 flushes of the day. There you go. I'm a little notchy. 2 weeks of not doing my show, and I'm a little notchy. So if you haven't seen How to Bury a Cat, you can watch the process I did there, which was quite lengthy because I let the cat graveyard kind of grow in. So I had to really clean it before I buried Max. And that's it for me today. It's great to see all of you. What I'm going to be probably doing is cutting the first part, making a separate video and some shorts, because this was just, to commune with you guys, because I really missed you all. And Tuesday night, I look forward to having Jim. I miss Antonio. He said he could be with me for the next 2 Sundays, which is great. And yeah, it is. I mean, I love you guys so much. And for me, obviously, this is not a job. I make enough to pay for the channel sometimes. And I have to, right? I had to. And it's not like I have to crank out. I'm not that kind of YouTuber. And we did hit the 9-year mark on YouTube, which means I've done Environmental Coffeehouse over 10 years now. And here we are. Here we are with a FIFA World Cup and scientists and everybody warning about the heat in all the cities that they're playing. I wonder if that would have been the case 10 years ago. I don't know. But it was absolutely wonderful to see everybody. And we'll see you on Tuesday night. TR, Susan, Channel Warhorse, Moonman, and Tommy, and Linda, and Tony Flush Ice. Well, all right. That's a given too. And Foggy, and just everybody. Just great to see you all. And I'm back. Yoo-hoo. See you guys.
So, folks, we have to talk about the truth behind our elections. What's happening? Where is all the voter fraud? Clearly something must be wrong within our voting system, because every single time the Democrats keep pulling out victories after days upon days beyond our election day. What gives? Why can't we have instant answers now? We live in the age of the information superhighway. We put a man on the moon, and then we put multiple men on the moon. And yet, it still takes days to count votes. What's up with that? Because I saw that Spencer Pratt was doing really good in the LA mayoral election, and then suddenly I wake up to this. Democrats secure second LA mayor spot and end Spencer Pratt's run? WTF. How? When I looked at the votes the other day, the Democrat was losing. I should correct myself. The Democrat was losing. That's right. And now this Nithya Raman, who even knows who she is? If she is even the pronouns.
Fucking pronouns!
We're in LA, in Newsom's, California. So who could say? This bit has gone on too long. So Nithya Raman won, beat out Spencer Pratt for the second spot in the LA mayor's race, and that's really awesome because she's going up against Karen Bass, who is, I would consider, not particularly beloved in LA. She has her supporters, of course, but the race narrowing down to, do you want a progressive who will fight for you, the working people, or do you want the same mayor who's kind of been fucking up a lot and people don't really like? This is actually a great matchup if you support more progressive policies emerging victorious. Like, this is the best case scenario. And like, Nithya Raman is also like a dyed-in-the-wool progressive. Like, she's been organizing on the local level in LA for quite some time. And she has, you know, made a lot of enemies among the establishment Democrats by doing so, right? There was a famous leak of various text messages and exchanges between various members of the city council, I believe, in LA, discussing how they were going to destroy her because she wasn't endorsing different members on the council who were more establishment. This is from a couple years ago, you know, and she has persevered, and now she is on the ballot and looks like she might have a decent shot at taking down Karen Bass. And I think that that's really, really cool and good. But I think we do need to talk about the fact that aside from that really interesting matchup, we have a lot of Republicans who are now completely and utterly crashing out over a phenomenon that's been pretty well documented over like the last 20 some years, 25 years, quarter of a century, called the Red Mirage. Now, what is the Red Mirage? All right. The Red Mirage is the phenomenon where most of the time in most races, not every race, but as a general rule of thumb, conservatives turn up on election day to vote. However, that tends to mean that people who vote by mail tend to be disproportionately Democrat. This also means that when you're talking about the people who show up on the day of, there are a lot of votes to go through, and then there are a lot of votes that come in after the election because they're postmarked by election day, which means they have like 7 days to get to where they're going and can still be counted for an election. And so what winds up happening is that where is it easiest to count votes? In rural areas where there are fewer voters. So it takes less time to count all the votes. And so what winds up happening is you have a lot of conservative votes that are counted up relatively quickly. And then you have dense, high population areas where it takes time to count and verify the vote tally, right? And then you have the votes that come in by mail. And those high population areas are very disproportionately blue because we're talking about cities with populations in the millions in some cases. And that in turn means it takes a while to count those. And so there are times, and I'm sure many of you will remember this if you've been paying attention to politics and paid attention on like every general election night ever. Typically, when voters are about to go to bed for the night, that's when Republicans are looking the strongest in their elections, in their races, because they've already received the initial spurt of Republican votes. And then it slows down after that by quite a bit because the disproportionately Democrat populations in cities and in vote by mail ballots continue to come in. So this is what is called the Red Mirage. This idea that, when I went to bed, the Republican was winning, but when I wake up, suddenly there are more votes that have been counted and the Republican didn't win. And when I put it like that, it should seem relatively easy to wrap your head around what's happening. However, critical thinking is not a huge strong suit among the Republican commentariat. And for that, I wanna turn you guys to a highlight of a couple of different conservative content creators. Yeah, also, Land Doesn't Vote is actually a really good example of this too, because Republicans will take a look at a map and say, oh, look at how red this map is. How could it be that Democrats win any of it? I want to show you guys. We're not going to watch the entire thing because it's 2.5 hours, but this is genuinely... this was genuinely really great from the Mehdi Hassan, Patrick Bet-David appearance. Here is the Mehdi Hassan appearance where Patrick Bet-David tries to pull that exact same thing with Mehdi Hassan.
Keep going. Stop. So the former president's margin of victory over Harris is a minuscule 1.6 percentage point. Actually, it's 1.5. It went down after that. Smaller than that of every winning president since 1888, other than JFK and Richard Nixon. In fact, in the 55 presidential elections in which the popular vote winner became president, listen to this. Oh, your viewers are getting some good facts today. 49 of those 55 elections were won with a margin bigger than Donald Trump's in 2024. I hope the president is watching your show. I know he's a friend of his. He's coming on the show.
Can you do me a favor?
Donald Trump, you lost.
Can you show
you won with a
how many
49th
counties?
Who gives a fuck about counties?
Won
I'm showing you
He
the margin
turned-
of victory.
Dude, Mehdi.
He won by
if there is
1.5.
anybody
You can raise your
that has
voice, but I've already done my
If
receipts.
there's anybody that has
I'm
no
good. I'm
room to
done.
say anything, look
done.
at this
My
here.
receipts are up.
Look at this here. You
Patrick,
run away. Look
I love
at
this
here.
You know, land
He
doesn't
converted
vote.
Muslims
Patrick,
into Republicans.
Patrick, you know, land doesn't
Dude,
vote.
do you?
I love these. I love these maps.
Gave
that
you,
people- That's land.
You showed us
land doesn't vote.
Dude,
I gave you the
Muslims
numbers.
voted for him.
I love Patrick Bet-David because he's truly like an all-American, like just an all-American guy. You know, he's like the quintessential MAGA voter. Like he threw this up and thought it was a good argument after Mehdi Hassan was already breaking down vote percentages. Mehdi was throwing haymakers at Patrick. Patrick like shat himself in confusion here, and he doesn't even realize it. It's like that scene from Kung Pao, Enter the Fist. We trained him wrong as a joke. Your fist to my nuts style. How do you like it? That's Patrick Bet-David in a nutshell. And I just think it's very, very funny how this, in particular, this interaction evolved. And we unfortunately do not have the time to watch that entire thing. But if you do have like a spare 2.5 hours, I do highly recommend watching Mehdi Hassan, top of his game, just wailing on Patrick Bet-David for 2.5 hours. It did make me feel bad because there is a part of it that feels ableist, like watching an actual adult get into like a street fight with like a 10-year-old child. But like that is, you know, like don't square up. No, Patrick, no. Go home and have a piece of pie. Stop it, Patrick. Stop it. I was thoroughly value-tamed, I do have to say. Now, let's turn to the Republicans who are reacting to a lot of this. Here's Meghan McCain. For whatever it's worth, people in my life who have never spoken about stolen elections in any capacity are now saying this about California because of the LA mayoral race. I live in California and can tell you not a single person I talk to even knows who Rahman is. They know Karen Bass let Los Angeles burn while partying in Ghana, and they know Spencer Pratt is the wrecking ball to disrupt the machine. No one knows who Rahman is. Why, 4 days later, is she getting the lion's share of counted votes? I try not to get political, but LA is where I live, and I'm here to tell you, there is 0.0% chance that these results are legit. Nithya Rahman has no base. No one knew who she was until Spencer Pratt torched her on debate stage. She gave a concession speech on Tuesday. I honestly don't know who Nithya Rahman how Nithya Rahman can accept this with any integrity. Nobody knew who she was. Nobody cared for her failed policies. She was in dead third on election, in tears, accepting her fate, and suddenly, magic ballot drops. Days later, swift her fate. Swift her fate. Yeah, it's almost like working people really like somebody who's going to go to bat for them. But it gets worse, because it's not just like Republican commentators, right? It's not just Republican commentators. It's also the fucking Speaker of the House.
I'm not saying it's rigged. I'm saying it stinks to high heaven, and everybody knows that. Let's remove the appearance of impropriety. Let's have what a concept. Let's have votes on an election the day of the election. That's what many states are able to do. I think California is playing around with this.
But what evidence is there to prove that there was rigged?
Look, some of these efforts are so diabolical and so far upstream it is impossible to prove. But I think everybody knows instinctively something is wrong here. And that's a concern. We need people to believe in the integrity of our election system.
I love it. I love that the Speaker of the House is claiming that elections are being rigged, and then when asked directly, point blank, what evidence do you have of that? He's just like, I don't know, man, just vibes. It's just vibes. I tell you, vibes. Have you not noticed the evil portents? The evil vibes that have shifted? Clearly the vibes indicate that treachery is afoot. It like we are now in the era where like we're fear mongering and stirring up witch hunts on vibes.
Hey Mike, what asterisk did you and your son view this week?
Honestly, we need to get more left-wing trolls into the press pool, you know? We need to get more left-wingers asking disrespectful questions of people in power. Because like honestly, we need people asking JD Vance about him fucking couches. We need people asking Mike Johnson about the weird relationship he has with his adopted son and the weird relationship he has with his non-adopted son, where they are porn accountability buddies with each other. It's really, really weird what's going on there, and more people should be asking him about it instead of like deferring to him as if he's like some kind of expert who gives a fuck about truth, right? Because like I gotta play this again.
But what evidence is there to prove that there was this raid?
Look, some of these efforts are so diabolical and so far upstream it is impossible to prove.
Some of these efforts to rig the election are just so evil, they're impossible to prove. Like, just break that down for a goddamn second. It's just too evil to prove? Like, imagine going into court as a prosecutor and your position is just, I'm sorry, Your Honor, this murder, it was just too evil to prove. Like, that, what are you talking about? What are you talking, that would never fly in court for a goddamn second. Why should the American public be asked to accept that? It's truly absurd. It's truly, truly absurd. And, you know, I just want to, like, round it out with taking a look here at one of the biggest crybabies of all time. And, of course, I'm talking about Michael Knowles. Let's take a look here.
On Election Day.
God, he's so grating.
In Los Angeles, here are the results. You know, it was changing a little bit, and obviously it was a live situation, so we don't have perfect numbers on it, but Karen Bass had anywhere from 35 to 38% of the vote. So she was going to win, as I predicted, even though everyone who thinks that Twitter is real life
totally played gay in a student film. I still can't get over the fact that, like, have you guys seen, like, his opening? Like, his opening dance?
Michael Knowles is the Michael Knowles Show.
This is, every episode opens like this. He's truly a Renaissance man.
On Election Day in Los Angeles, here are the results. You know, it was changing a little bit, and obviously it was a live situation, so we don't have perfect numbers on it, but Karen Bass had anywhere from 35 to 38% of the vote. So she was going to win, as I predicted, even though everyone who thinks that Twitter is real life.
What the fuck, really? Yeah, every single episode opens like that, and I swear to God, I feel like I remember there being a longer cut of it. I think this is edited down from what it originally was.
Totally, obviously there's a relationship between Twitter and real life, but everyone who thinks that Twitter is really representative of real life, they thought Spencer Pratt was going to win in LA. And I told you all, as I've told you with all of the meta-political phenomena that occur on the right, on the left, but that occur on social media, I said this is not indicative of real life. I was right. Karen Bass had about 35 to 38% of the vote.
What's crazy is that Michael Knowles would be like, Twitter isn't reality. And meanwhile, will then also be like, everyone on Twitter hates trans people or some shit like that. And like, his entire audience just claps like seals, you know?
Spencer Pratt had 28 to 30% of the vote. Okay, so he comes in number 2. And Nydia Raman, the socialist, had 20 to 23% of the vote. That was on Election Day. But you know, it takes a lot of days to count all those ballots, doesn't it?
You as a weirdo, referencing the opening to The Cosby Show.
Oh, wait, does it really? I don't remember the opening of The Cosby Show. Oh, no, you're absolutely right. Yep, I see it. I see it. It's just them dancing.
We used to say that about banana republics and totally degraded polities where they steal elections all the time. Now we...
Yeah. Hey, Michael, who's responsible for creating banana republics again? Oh, that's right, the United States. We did the banana republic creations. We did that. American citizens went and like toppled Latin American countries in order to form business monopolies.
Say that about our own country. What does that say about us? So, after 5 days of counting all those extra ballots being dropped in by helicopters, Karen Bass has about the same amount. Her total's gone down a little bit. She's at 34.7%. And Nydia Rahman, the socialist, overtakes Spencer Pratt. She's got 27.1% of the vote. And Spencer Pratt has 26.7% of the vote. About 3,000 votes. Just a nice, convenient 3,000 votes separate the two of them.
Just so nice and convenient. Just a nice, convenient 3,000 votes. And that won't change at all. Except when I check it right now, and now she's up by 12,000 some votes. 11,800. 11,700. I'm really bad at math. I'm not going to finish this equation. But like 11,000 some votes. Just a nice round 11,700 some votes.
Stealing elections is nothing new, especially to the Democrats. Maybe the most infamous example of this, and consequential example of this,
the 2000 election with Bush v. Gore in Florida? Yeah, absolutely.
Recent history was the 1948 Senate election in Texas, where
sure, I guess.
Where LBJ stole the election. He stuffed a ballot box full of ballots, put him just over the edge. This was litigated all the way up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court didn't want to interfere, so they said, well, we don't really have jurisdiction here. They just kind of punted on the question. Robert Caro, the definitive biographer of LBJ, basically proves that LBJ stole that election, but plenty of other people have proven it too. But it was too late. But Robert Caro is writing his books in like 1991.
I don't know. I feel like this is more of the go-to for what we talk about when we talk about stolen elections. The Florida vote was ultimately settled in Bush's favor by a margin of 537 votes out of 5.9 million votes. When the U.S. Supreme Court in Bush v. Gore stopped a recount that had been initiated upon a ruling by the Florida Supreme Court, because the fucking SCOTUS stepped in and said, no, you can't recount that, even though on a state level you absolutely can.
LBJ is totally no less drag name.
That's a really fucking good one. That's a really good drag name though, Sake Tanuki. Hanging Chad is also a really good drag name.
LBJ wins the election in 1948, then becomes vice president. Then Kennedy is killed, becomes president.
For a drag king, obviously.
He's one of the most destructive presidents we've ever had. He's out of office and dead by the time that we can definitively prove it. We know for a fact that election was stolen. Plenty of elections have been stolen in America. So the question is, did the Democrats steal this election too? We don't know for certain. Trump got into this very testy interview with Kristen Welker from NBC. Very testy interview recently.
Clarence T. Probably
Anime Sidekick Gal. Goddamn.
Says, look, they're stealing the election in California. Says, do you have proof? Do you have proof? Where's your proof? This is the most secure election in the history of the world. It's the most secure election since the 2020 election when we did all the same stuff. Okay. No, I don't have proof. I don't have proof that they've stolen the election.
I love the arguments, by the way, that like, oh, well, the 2020 election was stolen, but not the 2024 election. Like, the deep state is so powerful, but only after Donald Trump has been in office. Like, the Democrats have, like, rigged the election in 2020 and then just didn't in 2024. And now they're doing it again and have such a level of control that they can do it in LA for a municipal election, but they couldn't do it in 2024 for the presidential election. Okay. All right.
In LA. But you know what I do know? I know that they have widespread mail-in voting, which is intrinsically less secure than in-person voting. I know that they don't have voter ID, which means that the election is much less secure than it needs to be. I know that they have ballot harvesting, where activists can just go around to all sorts of communities, retirement homes, take somebody's hand, fill out the ballot, and they can then take possession of that ballot and bring it in on behalf of the voter.
Oh no. Volunteers who are held accountable and overseen by others for the city or state going and helping people with like vision disabilities to vote or mobility disabilities to vote. The horror. Oh no. And then they'll take the ballot and deliver them to ballot boxes. Ooh. I know it's been said before, but this shit, staring straight into the camera and just lying knowingly and openly, should be illegal. Genuinely, there should be some kind of control on it, right? I think that there is maybe a better argument for like members of Congress, like elected officials, staring into the camera and just knowingly lying. That I'm 100% on board with. The lies from this man are insane.
I know that LA has ballot drop boxes all over the city.
Oh no, not ballot drop boxes. Why, if you drop them down there, you're going to have to bend over.
Not very secure ballot drop boxes where you can just dump in whatever you want.
You can just dump in whatever you want.
We're going to look like a podling who's been fully drained.
I know that there are shenanigans in LA. I remember the 2016 election. I haven't told this anecdote in a minute. I go to vote. I'm one of the only Republicans in LA. That's not true. There are a lot of Republicans in LA. Just there are a lot more Democrats than there are Republicans. But I think there might be more Republicans in LA County than just about any other county in the country, just because of how big it is. Anyway, I go to vote in the primary in 2016. All good. Then when I go to vote in the general election, they seem to have lost my voter information. I had to file a provisional ballot. I said, that's pretty weird. I voted just fine in the primary. And you know that I'm a Republican. That's weird that I can't vote formally in the general. I speak to another Republican friend of mine, and he's in a different precinct, all different, same thing. He voted just fine in the primary, but they didn't have his voter information for the general. He had to file a provisional ballot. And he's a lawyer, so he actually fought that all the way to the end. And they said, it was a clerical error. How can we not conclude that there's cheating in LA?
Well, probably because there's not evidence of cheating in LA. People have been using like ballot drop boxes in elections and like for literally in a sense that predates the American Republic. I don't know what to tell you. If you have the problem that Republicans have with voting is that it's democratic. Their problem isn't with the security of the election. They just don't want elections. We have had systems to like collect votes by mail in America for like 150 years. We have, like, as a species, had secret ballots since like the Roman Republic. And those votes would be collected and then tabulated.
I guess that's my question. I don't have proof that they stole the LA election. And
okay. You don't have proof that they stole the election. But how could we not arrive at the conclusion that they did when you have proof? You need the proof to come to the conclusion. I feel like I'm on crazy pills. Otherwise, again, it's just vibes-based politics. And when you have vibes-based politics, then the cult of personality can just dictate whatever the reality is that you live in. which is why Republicans are becoming increasingly isolated from basically the entirety of the rest of the country. Because they're following Donald Trump off into his fucking la-la land. Into like his senile, delusional world where everything is just AI bullshit. And like everyone's getting a medbed card. Everyone's getting a medbed card. Look, it's Donald Trump as Jesus Christ.
Never thought Spencer Pratt was going to win. So I'm not.
Wait, medbeds? Yeah, like this was, I talked about this last year.
Numb to the odd and misinforming and strange stuff that politicians these days post on social media, including our president. But last night at 10:19 p.m. Eastern, President Trump posted this.
Breaking now. President Donald J. Trump has announced a historic new healthcare system, the launch of America's first medbed hospitals and a national medbed card for every citizen.
Every American will soon receive their own medbed card. With it, you'll have guaranteed access to our new hospitals led by the top doctors in the nation.
I'm interrupting just a second. Apologies, to make sure you understand that none of this report is real. It is AI doing a fake Lara Trump Fox report. None of this is real. Medbeds are not real. I'll tell you more about them in a second, but I just wanted to make sure you got that. Anyway, here's the rest of this bogus news report that President Trump shared for some reason.
Equipped with the most advanced technology in the world. These facilities are safe, modern, and designed to restore every citizen to full health and strength.
Again, this is not a real video.
Yeah, we don't need Jake Tapper's take on this. But basically, yeah, Donald Trump is off in his own fucking delusional world where he's seeing AI videos and thinking they're real. He's seeing an AI video of himself promising miraculous disease-curing beds. And everyone in America is going to get them. And then posting it without any additional comments on his official social media accounts as President of the United States. And like, he doesn't know that it's fake, guys. He just lives in a delusional
His entire
world.
worldview is based on no proof, only subservience to a God that we know is there because the book and the priests told me it was true. It's the cult mentality applied to democracy.
I mean, I would argue it's the cult mentality applied to fascism, because I don't think Michael Knowles believes in democracy. None of his rhetoric actually shows any kind of preference for democracy or appreciation for democracy. You know?
Jack, you forget, a lot of repubs are religious. Evidence for their belief isn't required for certainty.
I mean, I think that like some religious people are still like rational. You know, like barring some of their religious belief, like they're still rational. And like Donald Trump is peddling like medbed conspiracy bullshit. Like this, remember I was talking earlier about the conspiracy singularity, everything revolves around that. Medbeds are one of those. Medbeds are a conspiracy theory that the government has always had medbeds, which are hyper advanced medical beds that can restore you to perfect health and restore your youth, right? And like, that's not a thing, but he very clearly wanted it to be a thing.
I'm not utopian here. I'm not idealistic. But how can you ask us to conclude that there was not cheating when you have...
Because you don't have evidence of it.
Changed every single rule just about available to you.
Citation needed.
To increase the likelihood of cheating. And you're not concerned about that. And you're not concerned.
Which rules have been changed? Because Michael Knowles hasn't listed any rule changes yet. Like when he's talking about like people going around and like helping the elderly like fill out ballots and then collecting them and bringing them to a vote drop box, that's not a change. That's been around for quite some time.
Concerned about the optics, and you're going to double down on that. And you're going to take 5 days to count the ballots in an election like we're some banana republic in Latin America.
It takes longer to count votes when you are making sure that the vote tally is correct. Like, what's crazy to me is Michael Knowles is making the argument here, like, oh, it takes longer to count votes in a banana republic. It doesn't. It takes less time. It takes less time because they just say like, oh, look at that. The great leader won with 95% support again. Just one support less than last time. Like, that's it. They don't need to have a real vote count so they can put it out the same day.
How can we not conclude that there is cheating? At the very least, Democrats who are so concerned about trust in our sacred institutions of democracy, the very fact that so many voters believe justifiably that there might be cheating because you've changed all the rules to increase the likelihood of cheating, surely the very perception should impel Democrats to change the rules so...
Oh my God, this is actually an incredible argument. Michael Knowles is now saying that because Democrats exist in a world where Republicans have poured hundreds of millions of dollars into fear-mongering about voter integrity, or voting integrity, rather, that Democrats should change the law because Republicans have fear-mongered themselves into a fervor. We have no evidence that the election was rigged, but Republicans really think that it was rigged, so you should probably change the rules to make them happy. That's not a good argument.
Of course, it's harder to count votes in a banana republic. People are shopping there. This is why you don't try on clothes in a polling booth.
Very true, Sake Tanuki. Oh, God. Also, fun fact, Banana Republic, the store, started as a safari clothing store. A chain of stores meant to sell clothing and an aesthetic reminiscent of going on safari. And that really does make the name of the store, Banana Republic, even more gross. When you realize it was originally themed after essentially tourism of countries that had been overthrown by the United States. Oh, I hate that. Yeah, pith helmets and cargo shorts. Shit. Yeah. Here is an example of one of their early ads. Just so you know that I'm not, making that shit up. Literally, Banana Republic, travel and safari clothing. Good stuff.
We all have trust in our institutions, right? No, they have no interest in doing that whatsoever. No reasonable person can conclude that there's not cheating going on in LA. That's the problem. And so long as the party in charge, which is now formally being run by an actual communist, Karen Bass was a formal member of a communist organization. So long as that party doesn't care at all about improving the perception and the trust in our institutions.
But the thing is, right? He's alleging, oh, the election was fraudulent. It is the Democrats' job to make me, Michael Knowles, somebody who is paid to be wrong in order to shape public opinion in a way that is beneficial to the wealthiest people on earth. It is beholden on Democrats to appease me and my backers. The wealthiest people to ever exist. And he is the one creating the problem, along with all of his other Republican friends. They are the ones creating the perception that there is something to fix in our elections. There's not. And we know that, by the way.
We in the GOP believe the water below this cliff is quite deep and safe, so you as Democrats should go jump.
Exactly, Paladin. Yeah. No. Don't look at the water before you jump. Just close your eyes. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Shh. Let's take a quick look here. Yeah. Here's from 2018. Report, Trump Commission did not find widespread voter fraud. This is from 2018, during his first presidency. Donald Trump tried to prove voter fraud. Extensive voter fraud. And he put Chris Kobach in charge of that. Chris Kobach from Kansas was one of the leading voices for voter integrity changes in the country, because he, like many Republicans, believed that our elections were compromised, that they were fraudulent. And he believed that there were millions upon millions upon millions of votes to that effect. And when Donald Trump came into power, Trump empowered Chris Kobach to look into that, right? Gave him an entire commission, gave him years to root out fraud and corruption. And the result was nothing. In a letter to Vice President Mike Pence and Kansas Secretary of State Chris Kobach, who are both Republicans and led the commission, Maine Secretary of State Matthew Dunlap said the documents show there was a preordained outcome, and the drafts of a commission report included a section on evidence of voter fraud that was glaringly empty. Again, much like Michael Knowles, all Chris Kobach had was vibes. That's it. That's all Republicans have ever had. And they have the vibes are bad feeling because they watch Republican media that is paid to fearmonger about election integrity. Republican President Donald Trump convened the commission to investigate the 2016 presidential election after making unsubstantiated claims that between 3 million and 5 million ballots were illegally cast. Critics, including Dunlap, rejected his claims of widespread voter fraud. The Trump administration last month complied with a court order to turn over documents from the Voting Integrity Commission to Dunlap. The commission met just twice and has not issued a report. Dunlap's findings received immediate pushback on Friday from Kobach, who acted as vice chair of the commission while Pence was served as chair. For some people, no matter how many cases of voter fraud you show them, there will never be enough for them to admit that there's a problem. Kobach said there had been more than 1,000 convictions for voter fraud since 2000, and the commission presented 8,400 instances of double voting in the 2016 election in 20 states. Had the commission done the same analysis of all 50 states, the number would have been exponentially higher, Kobach said. That's still nowhere close to 3 to 5 million fraudulent votes. You found 8,400 instances across 20 states. At most, we're talking like 20,000 votes, maybe. That's even assuming he's telling the truth, which is extraordinarily charitable. In response, Dunlap said those figures were never brought before the commission and that Kobach hasn't presented any evidence for his claims of double voting. He said the commission was presented with a report claiming over 1,000 convictions for various forms of voter misconduct since 1948. Not since the year 2000, since 1948. So the actual evidence that was presented as a result of this commission is 1,000 cases of voter fraud across, 70 years. So all that being said, folks, I hope it's very blaringly obvious how full of shit people like Michael Knowles and the Republican Party are. But that brings us to part 2 of what we're talking about. That's right. All of that was part 1. All of that first part, that was part 1. Because we got to go into the second part of this, which is Republicans are taking those vibes and trying to weaponize them in meaningful ways that harm your ability to vote. In particular, I think we all need to be paying attention to different state-level initiatives from Republicans. For example, this piece was published May 28th. All right, West Virginia Watch. States could purge voter rolls close to elections if Supreme Court takes Trump's side in Arizona case. Right? The U.S. Department of Justice asked the Supreme Court on Tuesday to wade into a legal fight between the RNC, Republican National Committee, and a host of Democratic and voting rights groups over a series of voting restrictions in Arizona. If the court takes the case, it could lead to a significant decision granting states greater leeway to purge alleged non-citizen voters close to elections and mandate that voters prove their citizenship, a key aim of the Save America Act. So, effectively what this does is it says, hey, we are just going to go in and on a state-by-state level, we are going to say a week before the election, 2 weeks before the election, purge the voter rolls now, we think anyone with a Hispanic sounding name or a foreign sounding name is a non-citizen voter. They get removed from the voter rolls, which means those people then need to re-register to vote. It's effectively a way to impose a barrier between those people and voting. And what we know when it comes, like when folks in the organizing biz, what you know is every step you place between somebody and an action that they might want to take, the less likely it is that they take that action. So if somebody needs to get an ID, they're less likely to vote. If somebody needs to re-register to vote, they're less likely to vote. If somebody doesn't realize that they need to re-register to vote, they might not even be able to vote when they actually get to the ballot box. Or they might accidentally vote illegally. This is actually a policy that increases the likelihood of illegal voting, yet doesn't talk about the staggering amount of fraudulent votes from people without citizenship. Absolutely R-slurred. There is no evidence that non-citizens vote. So like that's the thing. I'm not talking about that because the evidence doesn't exist. Donald Trump has had the opportunity across 2 administrations to prove voter fraud, and every single time he has failed. Every single time. Anytime he has put together his own commission, helmed by his own guys, he has failed to prove voter fraud. This isn't like even Democrats are standing in his way and withholding information. Like, no, he, as president of the United States, has put together commissions dedicated solely to proving voter fraud, and they've been unable to find the millions of undocumented votes that happen. And the thing is, and if you are still here, and I hope you are, Republicans, he's lying to you. I hope people realize that. Like, it's not that our elections are unsafe, it's that he's lying to you. Now, what else is happening? Because that's not the only thing going on. We're all going to have to keep a close eye on the voter rolls and how that Arizona case goes. However, here's another bad piece of voting news. Trump order limiting voting by mail will stand for now, federal judge rules, according to the Idaho Capitol Sun. Executive order directs Postmaster General, who leads the Postal Service, to propose rule that would block states from sending ballots through the mail except to voters on lists provided by the state. So again, they're going to have lists of approved voters. That's what that translates to. That seems bad. Yeah, I mean, these are all attempts to undermine democracy, to say folks can't vote. Stop voting. The decision by D.C. District Court Judge Carl Nichols, a Trump appointee, represents a setback for Democratic groups, lawmakers, and other groups, including the NAACP, who have sued to stop the order ahead of the midterm elections in November. The March 31st order faces at least 5 lawsuits. The executive order directs the Postmaster General, who leads the Postal Service, to propose a rule that would block states from sending ballots through the mail system, except to voters on lists provided by the state to the Postal Service. Under the order, the proposed rule is due this week. Now, the point being here, yeah, this is now open for comment, and Sweet Blasphemy here is ahead of the game, actually. This is actually open for public comment, and I highly encourage you all to go leave a comment on this in order to try and protect mail-in ballots, right? Because a lot of people need them in order to vote, because they don't have the mobility that they need. They don't have the ability to be there on election day for a whole host of reasons. People be busy, okay? They got shit going on, all right? I put the link in all of the chats. Go check it out. Yes, comments must be received on or before July 2nd. So that's one thing you can do. I'm giving you at least one action point here. I have to come back around, right? I have to come back around. This is entirely based upon conservative fear-mongering. the MAGA movement, the GOP, whatever you want to call it these days, Michael Knowles is saying Democrats need to kowtow to the public opinion. But the public opinion is being shaped by MAGA
Holy
right now.
asterisk, this is evil.
It is evil. It is indeed evil. And I think this might take the cake for evil things. Aliens declassified. This is whitehouse.gov website, by the way. This is real. This is from the White House. They walk among us. For 60 years, the U.S. government has kept a closely guarded secret. Aliens have been walking among us, living in our neighborhoods, and interacting with us in our daily lives. They've shopped in the same stores, attended the same classes as our children, and lived seemingly normal human existences. With one exception, they do not belong here. Millions arrived under the cover of darkness and embedded themselves directly into our society. Countless presidents, congressmen, and senior officials knew exactly what was happening. Instead of protecting American citizens, they chose to cover it up and even accelerate the invasion. Until one man finally had the courage to tell the truth. Bold, unapologetic, unafraid. President Trump was the first to call out the real danger aliens pose to every American family, every community, and the future of our nation. The truth is no longer out there. It's right here, right now. This is gross. It's very gross. It's genuinely just gutter racism. But it's gutter racism that fearmongers about election integrity, right? Alien arrest map, live. Wow. Like, if you've witnessed an alien abduction, do not be alarmed. The alien is in good hands. We will take care of it and return it safely to its place of origin. They weren't little green men. These aliens are millions of illegals who invaded our country under the cover of darkness. President Trump told the truth. The cover-up is over. Secure the border. Deport them all. What cover-up? You know, if the truth is here, you've released all the information. What cover-up? Yeah, like the dehumanization, the racism, the fear-mongering. When Republicans and the GOP, MAGA, whatever you want to call it, when they talk about, well, it just seems like elections are fraudulent now. This is what they mean. It's because they've been stewing in this shit for like 25 years. This is on a White House official site. Yeah, it's whitehouse.gov/aliens. If they don't check ID, why would they bother checking a signature? They check against you in the system, ding dong. That's why you register to vote. Whereas you're saying that doesn't happen, it's not incumbent upon me to prove that voter fraud doesn't happen. It's incumbent upon the people alleging millions of undocumented voters voting to prove that it happened. And the more that they say that this happened, the more evidence there should be of it. And yet, despite 12 years of Donald Trump alleging that this is the case, that millions of undocumented immigrants are voting in our elections, despite him putting together commission after commission to specifically investigate it, we have no concrete information about it. So either it's all just covered up so well that even Donald Trump can't get to the truth of it, or, I'm just spitballing here, he might be a liar. That isn't what is alleged. It is what is alleged. Donald Trump literally put together a commission after he was elected the first time to investigate the 3 to 5 million illegal votes from undocumented immigrants. And they found 1,000 cases of voter fraud since 1948, which is, I don't know how to break this to you, a lot less than 3 to 5 million. And it's not even saying that those people were undocumented voters, just saying some form of like discrepancy with their vote. Which means that the actual number of undocumented people voting in this country is ridiculously low on a year-to-year basis. Yeah, the Heritage Foundation was tracking this for a while. You know, the think tank behind Project 2025, they found only 68 undocumented people voting in elections over the past half a century. You can ask Elon, baby mama. Elon has the exact numbers of the presidential election 4 months before the election for president. No, he didn't. Elon Musk is also a fucking liar. Like, I don't know what to tell you. When did Trump make the claim 3 to 5 million illegal immigrants voted? Here. Honestly, the fact that I have to Google shit for you is demeaning to me, so I'm only going to do it this one time. Here's from January 23rd, 2017. AP report, Trump advances false claim that 3 to 5 million voted illegally. Donald Trump asserted in a private meeting with congressional leaders Monday night that he would have won the popular vote in the 2016 election if 3 to 5 million immigrants living in the country illegally hadn't voted. Trump made the debunked claim without offering any evidence at a White House meeting with Democratic and Republican leaders, according to a Democratic aide familiar with the exchange who spoke on condition of anonymity. House Majority Leader Kevin McCarthy alluded to it, telling reporters that Trump and the lawmakers talked about the different Electoral College popular vote tallies. Asked if anything surprised her about the meeting, House Democratic Leader Nancy Pelosi said, "I won't even get into that. There's been no evidence of it. Trump has made the unverified claims before, tweeting in late November that he would have won the popular vote if you deduct the millions of people who voted illegally. He also alleged at the time that there had been a serious voter fraud in California, New Hampshire, and Virginia, and complained that the media wasn't covering it." And since then, he has continued to make similar claims for every single fucking
Haven't caught the
election.
stream in a hot minute. New hair slaps with this outfit.
Thanks, Punk Monk. Appreciated. Luckily, folks, there are people who are doing things to help make voting easier. Okay? Out of literal billions of votes over the past 70 years, only 1,000 cases of fuckery. Damn, that's shockingly low. Yeah, it's ridiculously low rates of voter fraud. So, I found this interesting. Salt Lake Tribune, Utah postal workers are fed up with the tax on mail-in ballots. Here's how they're pushing back. American Postal Workers Union is airing a TV ad in Utah declaring America needs vote by mail. Is there a link to the actual ad? Hell yeah.
I want to vote, but I work long shifts, so I vote by mail.
I want to vote, but I work sun up to sundown.
I vote by mail because my job is in the air.
My family needs me.
I'm using your call.
Well, how could everyone just go, you know, that ramen really has some great qualities. She did absolutely nothing, terrible in the debate, but she gets a last-minute surge past as the, by the way, there's not ranked choice voting, as the number one seed to be the pick over Bass, and as she surges past Pratt. It's insane, along with the qualifications for mail-in voting. Do you know that if you don't have a driver's license, you can use an employer ID card? Really?
There are a lot of people who look at this and say there is no fraud. Okay? I don't think that they're right either when you have a situation where you don't have voter ID.
The process for class president at most schools is more secure than what they're doing right now. And you find out the same day. So the fact that they're mailing ballots to everyone that's registered and then just, oh, okay.
So people can just dig through garbage cans, find ballots, and send them in, apparently forever after an election is over. It's not okay. It's got to come to an end, and people need to go to jail.
That was just a tiny taste of the right-wing shitstorm that ensued after Nithya Raman overtook Spencer Pratt in LA's mayoral race. You heard exasperated Fox News hosts suggest that it was scandalous to allow alternate forms of ID and have ballots mailed to all registered voters, but that's kind of how it's supposed to work. They're trying to make voting less tedious to encourage people to vote. That's how democracies are supposed to function. But my favorite claim came from Republican Randy Fine, who said that people in California were dumpster diving for ballots because, of course, if you're going to rig an election, it makes the most sense to physically go dumpster diving in search of ballots that have already been filled out, as opposed to, say, just printing off a bunch of fake ballots or changing the number in the system. Like, it's nonsensical on its face. And I've already put more thought into this claim than he did, because these people don't think. Like, these are Republicans who just say things without ever thinking them through, ever wondering whether or not they should vocalize the dumb thoughts that are going through their brains, assuming they have internal monologues in the first place. Like, their disappointment is enough for them to conclude that the election was, in fact, rigged. And it seems like the LA race is turning into the new 2020. Elon Musk amplified multiple false claims of election fraud on Twitter to his millions of followers because, of course, closeted homosexual Benny Johnson claimed that it defies all mathematical probability to see a Republican fall to third place in a city that overwhelmingly leans Democrats. Just hilarious. Clay Travis echoed Johnson's sentiment, arguing no one with a functioning brain believes these results. And washed-up actor Kevin Sorbo tweeted, "They're stealing the election in front of our eyes. What will be done about it?" Of course, Donald Trump also argued on Truth Social that it was not possible for Spencer Pratt to have lost the LA runoffs after the big lead he had. Third world nation, rigged elections. Now they'll be working on great guy Steve Hilton, because apparently they can only rig one election at a time. And of course, Trump was one of the first idiots beating this drum, writing on Truth Social the day after the election that there was big cheating by the Democrats in California. And in case you missed it, he threw a conniption fit during an interview about this, which culminated in him storming off like the petulant child that he is.
The election was rigged. It was a dirty election. And it's happening again right now in California.
Presented evidence.
It's happening
that the
right now in
2020
California.
Rigged.
Right now, it's look at what's happening in California.
Where's the evidence to that?
It's
the
4
Republicans
days.
are doing well in
California. It's no, they're not. They're dropping fast because it's a rigged election. Let me tell you, it's 4 days. And they aren't even close to coming up with it.
That's how they count.
You know
the
why
votes
they're doing
in
that? Because they're cheating on the election.
What? Do you have evidence to support
all
that?
I have to do is look. All I have to do is look.
That's not evidence.
And I listen. And I listen to people. And let's see what happens.
But, sir, that's not evidence.
Do you think it's appropriate?
That's how they count the votes in California.
Do you think it's appropriate that they have an election and 5 days later they're nowhere close to picking a winner?
State and local officials acknowledge they are slow. They're urging.
No, they're crooked.
They're urging the votes to be counted quickly. That's how they vote in California.
They're crooked, just like you're crooked. Your press is crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked.
To be fair, I'm not crooked, but let's
Really?
Let's
Well,
continue.
you play right into their hands.
Let's continue.
You're either crooked or you're stupid. You play right into their hands with this rap. You know that these elections are rigged. Your network knows that they're rigged. You know that I won an election in a landslide, and I got 94% bad press.
But, Mr. President,
you know why I
you've
got
never
that?
presented
Because you have no
evidence.
credibility.
But you've never presented evidence that it was rigged. Let's keep talking about. I want to talk about Todd.
You have more evidence. There's more evidence than ever presented.
Let's talk
Your
about
elections
you
in
went
this
to
country.
court.
We're like a third world country.
But, sir,
your elections are crooked, and you're crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked,
Mr.
and so
President-
is ABC and CBS and CNN.
But, Mr. President-
You're one-sided crooked networks. All right, let's call it quits because I've had enough. Thank you, darling. Have a good time.
Mr. President, let's please. I traveled all the way to Wisconsin.
I've sat in the rain with you.
I know.
I've sat in the
traveled
rain
all the
with
way
you
to
for an hour,
Wisconsin.
on and off in the rain, and I've given you enough time. You ought to straighten out your press because you know what?
Mr.
A
President,
country can never be
we
great
traveled
with a dishonest
Listen,
press.
we
Come on, let's
traveled
go.
all the way to Wisconsin for this interview.
I applaud these reporters for their restraint. I really do, because if he talked to me like that, it would take everything in me to not just fly off the handle and go off on him. And he does this mostly with female journalists. You notice that? Like, he doesn't treat anyone with respect, but he especially degrades women and calls them names. And one of these days, I would love to see them just fucking clap back at him. Fuck you, Mr. President. You know what? Fuck you. You geriatric diaper-wearing cunt. You don't get to talk to people like that just because you're the fucking president. Get out of here. I'm kicking you out, bitch. Give me your microphone. Like, it's just, that's not acceptable. But, you know, putting that aside, with regard to his claim, every single election that doesn't go his way is automatically rigged. You know, it's not that Trump has repeatedly told Republican voters to not trust mail-in voting, meaning that Republicans are going to vote in person and then their votes are going to be counted first, and then the Democrats who mostly vote by mail, their votes are going to be counted second. It's that the election was rigged because it didn't turn out the way that he wanted it to. Even though it's a minor miracle that Spencer Pratt got as many votes as he did, given how blue the city he's running in is. But this is what we all have to deal with now because of Donald Trump, the first president in American history to ever deny the results of an election. Him lying about elections is a price that we all have to pay because our lawmakers decided for all of us to not hold him accountable, even though he incited an insurrection. Had just 3 more senators voted guilty at his second impeachment trial, he wouldn't have been able to run again, and the nightmare as we know it would already have been over. But since that didn't happen, we're going to have to deal with his lies for the foreseeable future, the lies of somebody who refuses to accept results of elections that he does not like. And what makes it especially aggravating is that they're crying foul even though they have a baked-in institutional advantage in the first place. Think about this. Trump was able to take office in 2016 even though he got less votes than Hillary Clinton because we have a racist electoral college that doesn't just make the person who has the most votes win, like every other democracy. To add insult to injury, the Supreme Court just gutted Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act at his behest, and southern states are gerrymandering black voters out of existence as we speak, and he's still mad. When blue states like Virginia responded by disenfranchising Republicans, their state Supreme Court struck that down even though voters approved of those maps. When Republicans do it, it's A-OK. But it's so much worse than that because our entire system, it favors Republicans at the institutional level. The Senate as an institution is designed to give rural Republican-leaning voters more of a say than the rest of the country. But that's not enough for him. They're making sure that they have the same advantage in the House now, too, as they did in the Senate. Because if they don't win every single election, then the system isn't fair, according to the party that has a lopsided advantage across the entire fucking country. It is infuriating to me. If anyone should be pissed off about the unfairness of elections, it should be us. They're the ones rigging elections through voter suppression, through illegal voter roll purges. Because, what do you call it when red states limit the number of voting stations in majority-minority precincts? Is that not rigging? What do you call it when states like Texas remove eligible voters from the rolls illegally? Is that not rigging? What do you call it when red states make voters jump through hoops just to register to vote and require specific forms of ID that are expensive and difficult to obtain? That's not rigging? No, because it's only rigging when Republicans lose elections because that's the standard that Donald Trump set. And it doesn't help that news anchors entertain these false claims of fraud just for the sake of neutrality. For example, the CNBC clip that you saw at the beginning of this video featured a host that wanted to make it seem like he was challenging the person who was spewing this bullshit, but listen to the limp-dicked way he set up the question. Just get a load of this shit.
There may be fraud, there may not be fraud in our election system to some degree, one way or the other. I think as Becky pointed out, obviously the law is the law in California. We could have a big debate about whether to change the law. But do you think that it helps, given where you sit in the world, to speculate about fraud or potential fraud without any direct evidence of said fraud?
That is disqualifying for a journalist. It doesn't matter that he asked for evidence. The fact that he said there may be fraud is a win for the person that he was supposed to be challenging, because there's not fraud. Isolated instances of fraud are statistically insignificant, and the perpetrators are prosecuted. The scale of fraud that Republicans are alleging here is completely bullshit. And everybody needs to say that definitively and authoritatively, because if they don't, you allow Republicans to change people's perceptions of reality. Just think about how they've gotten people to believe straight up lies by repeating them again and again and again. Republicans always say confidently and unequivocally that Democrats are winning elections because they're cheating by importing immigrants into the country, and those illegal votes are always pushing them above the edge whenever they win. You know, if a Republican wins, then they're not cheating. If a Democrat wins, then they're cheating. But do you want to guess what the actual percentage of undocumented people voting in America is? Just take a guess. Based on how Republicans talk about this, you would expect it to be like millions of undocumented people, at least. Maybe a plurality of voters based on the way they talk about this. But when the Heritage Foundation crunched the numbers, they found out that that was not actually the case. Surprise, surprise. The American Immigration Council explains that there's been just 68 total cases of voter fraud committed by undocumented immigrants in the last 40 fucking years, meaning illegal votes cast by undocumented people account for just 0.0001% of the entire fucking population. In other words, it's a non-issue. It doesn't happen enough to change the outcome of elections, and when it does happen, people are caught and prosecuted. But according to Republicans, this is part of how Democrats keep winning. They win by cheating. They let undocumented people vote illegally, and that's how they win. That is, of course, when they're not dumpster diving for ballots. I mean, we can't allow them to just make shit up without consequences because society cannot survive if a portion of the population only has a tenuous connection to reality at best. And what makes LA in particular especially idiotic with regard to their fraud claims is that Spencer Pratt losing is actually a worst case scenario for the Democrats who are supposedly rigging the election. And CNN's Harry Enten debunked this myth with the disdain that it deserved.
This is the dumbest conspiracy theory I have ever heard because the Democratic establishment and Karen Bass wanted Spencer Pratt in the runoff. They don't want any part to do with Nithya Raman. Why is that? Because just take a look here. Okay, mayor runoff polls, Bass versus opponent versus Pratt. Bass would have crushed Pratt by 18 points. That's what the polling showed. Look at how she does against Nithya Raman, on the other hand. Raman is ahead by 4 points. Bass has a real race on her hand if, in fact, Raman is the one who advances. And, of course, the Democratic establishment is backing Karen Bass. But versus Spencer Pratt, she was crushing him. She wanted to face Pratt. She wanted nothing to do with Raman. That's why these conspiracy theories, simply put, make no sense, people. Raman is actually decently liked by LA City voters. Look at this. Okay, Nithya Raman, +5 on the net favorability rating. Karen Bass, way underwater at -22 points. You basically just need someone who's half decently well-liked to be favored, or at least have a real shot against the incumbent Karen Bass. Spencer Pratt, on the other hand, look at that. He's even less liked than Karen Bass. He's 32 points underwater. Karen Bass doesn't want to face Nithya Raman. She would love to face Spencer Pratt because, simply put, she's managed to find someone who's more unpopular than she is, and she's quite unpopular. This is the other thing. The President of the United States is such a drain on Spencer Pratt. I mean, hello, okay, Los Angeles City voters, Trump's net approval rating in the city of Los Angeles is about 55 points underwater. I mean, the idea that a Republican could be the mayor of New York when the President of the United States has a net approval rating 50, it's so difficult. 55 points underwater, and then registered as Republican, just 15% of the voters in the city of Los Angeles are registered as Republican. 55% are Democrats. Spencer Pratt was facing a mountain in order to win, and so Karen Bass and the Democratic establishment knew that there's basically no chance a Republican could be the next mayor of New York. The only way she could lose is if she goes up against another Democrat.
Yeah, and here we are. But in the minds of Republicans, there's no difference between establishment Democrats and progressive Democrats. They're one and the same to them. So they're not savvy enough to discern the difference, and they're sure as shit not smart enough to even consider why an establishment Democrat would prefer to go up against a Republican in a deep blue city. Because even by their logic, wouldn't it be easier to rig it against the Republican who's going to get less votes in LA? It makes no sense. Not to mention, if Steve Hilton advances, which it looks like he will, are they not going to reconcile that Democrats only rigged it against Spencer Pratt? Is he really that important? Did they just forget to rig it against Steve Hilton? And at the time that I record this, only 83% of votes have been counted. So Spencer Pratt could theoretically still win, but if he advances, will they apologize for their false claims of fraud? Of course not. They'll just claim that Democrats had to unrig it because they got caught rigging it or some shit like that, because these people are intellectually deficient and dishonest. So never, ever expect them to admit that they were wrong about anything. To them, it's always about their feelings. And since Karen Bass is deeply unpopular, it feels reasonable to expect the Republican to win, but they fundamentally misunderstand voters in these blue districts. They're not unpopular. Democrats aren't unpopular because they're too progressive like they think. They're unpopular usually because they're not progressive enough. I live in Oregon, and the same thing is kind of happening here. Year after year, our state Democratic Party gets more and more unpopular, and I don't even think I've met a Democrat in Oregon who approves of our state Democratic Party. But that doesn't mean that we're going to vote for Republicans, because that wouldn't make sense. Everything we dislike about corporate Democrats is compounded with the Republican alternative. Oregon's Governor Tina Kotek, for example, is a neoliberal corporate Democrat who's selling us out to the highest bidder, yet Oregon Republicans are accusing her of not being business-friendly enough, which is absurd. So if we dislike her because of her neoliberal corporatism, why would we then opt for a Republican who is offering even more neoliberal corporatism. They're offering neoliberal corporatism on steroids. It makes no sense. It's like saying, I'm really mad that this 4-piece chicken strip meal that I ordered was so unfilling. I'm still hungry. So next time I'm going to get the 2-piece instead just to show how mad I am at the fucking 4-piece. I mean, not the best example, but you get the point. It makes no sense for us to vote for the worst option because we're dissatisfied with the Democrat. And maybe Republicans would understand this, understand the differences between Democratic voters, if they took the time to understand why some Democrats are so unpopular in deep blue cities and didn't just call like all of us communists and socialists and extremists. But I will grant them that it is frustrating that it takes California so long to count the votes. I wish that they did this faster. I mean, there's not much they can do about ballots postmarked for election day that haven't come in yet, but I mean, there's no reason why it should take this long to finish counting the votes, especially considering that other states, even though they're less populous, they have mail-in voting and they get this done faster. But the reason why it takes so long in California, one, is because there's a lack of resources, and two, because they're taking their time to make sure that there isn't any voter fraud, to give Republicans the confidence that they want in American elections. The New York Times explains California relies heavily on mail balloting, which slows the tally because of the work involved to check signatures, open envelopes, and inspect ballots before counting them. The state's leaders take pride in a deliberate process meant to make voting easy while keeping elections secure. And when voters wait until the final days to submit or send their ballots, as was the case this year, they deluge elections officials with envelopes that must be handled with care. Different county offices work on different schedules depending on their staffing or labor agreements. Only a fraction of the 58 counties updated vote totals this past weekend. Most offices lack the resources to keep staff members on constant rotation. In California, each of those counties decides how much to spend on election operations, creating major differences in their capacity to count ballots, said Ben Gibbs, who works on state voting policy for Protect Democracy. So while I understand the frustration in wanting to know who won as quickly as possible, it's a logistical issue. It's an issue that Californian politicians should address. I agree with you. But to suggest that it's slow because they're rigging it doesn't make any sense. It's idiotic because if they're rigging it, they would put the results out as quickly as possible since they're just making them up, right? It's taking longer because this is a very large state and they're trying to make it secure to ensure confidence in Republicans who now think every election is stolen, that it is indeed not stolen. Like, do Republicans think they're like making it slow on purpose? They're sadistically counting as slowly as possible to antagonize them. Haha, we're stealing it and you can't do anything about it. I mean, it's crazy. Like, they talk about how, oh, all of a sudden the number jumped up. But a voter dump to Republicans is literally just counties reporting their most recent tallies. That's it. But to them, it's a conspiracy. But I mean, it doesn't really matter what you say, and explaining it does nothing because these people aren't driven by facts. They're driven purely by their emotions, like the toddlers that they are. But even though it feels pointless to fact check them, I still think it is necessary because if we don't challenge their bullshit, we're just letting them drag the rest of the country into an alternate reality that they're living in, and we shouldn't allow them to do that. So they can throw their tantrums if they want to. That's fine, but they're not going to get away with blatant lies. We have to check their lies because the second we let their bullshit go unchallenged, they win.
Mike is a total shit lib. Once he started shilling for the DNC, I stopped watching. So I
I'm proud to have the support of Bernie Sanders.
I'm excited that I have Senator Sanders' support.
Ana Lilia Mejia is endorsed by Bernie Sanders and AOC.
One of the less discussed stories over this election cycle has been how Bernie Sanders-backed candidates keep winning their primaries despite often being behind in the money race in those very primaries. Because, of course, these candidates are often running against pro-corporate, pro-APAC candidates. Yet they are still winning. So in this video, I'm going to go over a few of those victories, including the latest one with Graham Plattner winning in Maine, which was expected because Janet Mills, the governor there, had dropped out of the race because of how badly she had been losing up to that point. So she didn't want to lose outright in the actual vote. But before I even get to any specific candidates or anything else, I do want to first discuss why this is happening. This gets to what voters actually care about and what's motivating them from, we're talking about states like Maine, New Jersey, Ohio, California. It's all over the place. It isn't just one place. And it's a universal issue. The problem, of course, being cost of living. So you look at any poll, this is data for progress, but poll after poll will show you that by far the economy, jobs, and cost of living is the most important issue facing Americans. And that combined with the fact that both under traditional Democrats and, of course, Republicans, this has only gotten worse. Through neoliberalism, their pro-corporate agenda of privatization, of investing into the very wealthy and hoping it trickles down to everyone else, that has completely failed. So people, traditional Democratic Party voters who maybe in the past would have voted for a Hillary Clinton over a Bernie Sanders are now looking to the alternative, are now actually looking at the Bernie back candidates with a different solution to the problem than what they've been shown before by traditional Democrats. So another poll here I just want to share. Feel free to pause this on the screen and just take a look at each of the issues here. But these are all, as Data for Progress writes, voters across party lines strongly support a progressive agenda focused on lowering costs and taking on corporations. So each of these issues are topics that most corporate Democrats don't want to touch. We were talking about reining in corporations and benefiting the working class in various ways. Yet across the board, even Republicans in majorities support each of these initiatives. So this gets us to a clip from Bernie Sanders here discussing what people are feeling.
All over this country, working people are hurting. And they're asking themselves a simple question. Does anybody in Washington know that I am alive? Does anybody know that I can't afford health care? I can't afford child care? That I'm worried about what AI will do to my jobs? That I think it's somehow crazy? That in the richest country in the history of the world, I'm told that my children, everything being equal, will have a lower standard of living than I do, which is not very high. And they're asking themselves, how does it happen that in the richest country in the history of the world, which is what we are right now, 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck? You think we discuss that much in Congress? No. Think it's talked about much in the corporate media? No, it is not.
So, of course, this message from Bernie Sanders is nothing new. When I was covering Bernie Sanders 10 years ago, I was covering how he was saying these same things 30 years before that. So he has been, the most consistent politician in the history of the world at this point. But this message is finally resonating in a way that it hadn't before. And part of that, I think, has to do with how media is consumed now. A lot of people get their information online, so they see a lot of different sources. They aren't just watching CNN or Fox or MSNBC. But another issue being just how much worse it's gotten for everybody in terms of working more, earning less. Cost of living has shot up, whether it's housing, whether it's groceries, whether it's gas. So a message like this connects more and with more people. And let me get to some of these candidates now, because some of them are just incredible. I mean, we're talking about people, all different walks of life, all different sorts of backgrounds. Let me start here with Sam Forstag. This is a primary that he won in Montana. And again, Bernie back candidate here. This is a former smoke jumper. Somebody, a firefighter who parachutes into forest fires. You can't get more out there and interesting than that. I mean, we're talking about an incredibly brave individual deciding to fight for his community at a political level now. And as New York Times writes here, Forstag's candidacy will test a liberal theory, which is a left-wing theory, but regardless, a theory that left-leaning politicians running in Republican strongholds can do better in general elections than moderates have done historically. So we're going to see what happens in this race in the fall, but this gets to my theory that Bernie Sanders absolutely would have won the general election in 2016 had he won the Democratic primary. The issue with candidates like Bernie Sanders, like Sam Forstag, like a Graham Plattner, I believe has always been the primary, because traditionally in Democratic primaries, who votes in those? Heavy Democratic Party diehards, the kinds of people that watch MSNBC, CNN, read New York Times, read the Washington Post, and get a view of the political world that is very status quo, very traditional, and never challenges corporate power. It's a much smaller percentage of people that vote in a primary than vote in a general election. And candidates like a Bernie Sanders appeal to a much wider base than just Democratic Party voters. So in a general election, you would both, of course, get the Democratic voter because they're not going to vote for Donald Trump. So a Bernie Sanders would get that vote, but they'll also get a larger percentage of the independent and even some Republican voters because of the wide appeal that candidates like Bernie Sanders has. So look, we're going to see if this theory plays out. I truly believe that all, if not, or most, if not all of these more left-leaning Democrats that are backed by Bernie Sanders and other progressive groups or other progressive politicians are going to win their general elections against Republicans, regardless of the state, whether it's, Montana, whether it's Maine, whether it's California, whatever it is. I truly believe almost all of them, if not all of them, are going to win because of this unique time we are in where people are finally waking up that the status quo has not worked for them, in combination, of course, with the fact that Donald Trump and Republicans are so deeply hated. That's also, of course, going to boost a lot of these Democrats as well. But let me get to a quick clip here. This is from Sam Forstag, so you get a good idea of what this guy's about.
When that siren goes off, you go. Because fire moves quick. Right now, the richest people in this country are trying to burn it all down so they can buy it all up. I'm Sam Forstag, smoke jumper, union leader, son of a nurse and public school teacher. I'm proud to have the support of Bernie Sanders, Montana unions, and local leaders across the state. I'm running for Congress because I'm done pretending the rich and powerful are going to take care of us. We take care of us. That's why I approve this message.
Sam Forstag looks like a great candidate. Hope he wins in the fall. Let's now get to the next Bernie-backed candidate that won their primary, and that is Randy Villegas, winning in California in a runoff with Valadao, the Republican, at the top of that list. So this is a perfect example of how things have shifted, because the person that Villegas was essentially running against was another Democrat, Assembly member Yasmeen Baines. We are talking about the DCCC backed candidate, the candidate that had all the money, the candidate that was also backed by pro-Israel groups, losing to this Bernie-backed progressive in Randy Villegas. So the results here, with the Republican getting 40% of the vote, and essentially the Democrat vote splitting between Villegas and Yasmeen Baines. So we're going to see what happens in the fall if these votes do indeed coalesce around Villegas and beat out Valadao. We don't know yet, but it's worth pointing out that, yes, Yasmeen Baines, backed by a pro-Israel group, spent $500,000 to back her. $500,000 in just a small California runoff. Like, absolutely ridiculous. This line, though, I find hilarious from Politico. Villegas' victory hands Republicans their preferred opponent. This to me is so insane. Republicans have shown again and again and again that they can beat center-right Democrats, the pro-corporate, pro-APAC candidates. Republicans repeatedly beat them, I would argue, because those Democrats suppressed an actual vote that would come out for them if they weren't so pro-corporate. But here, the implication here is that Villegas, because he's further left, more progressive, actually a working class fighter, he is somehow the preferred candidate to Republicans, even though Republicans have not been able to prove that they can beat true working class candidates. So again, it's this perception of the world, this perception of the political world where, oh, this person, this Democrat here, let's say they're in the center. This Republican is, they're on the right. So if you have a Democrat over here, they have somehow less of a chance because they have to be closer to the Republican to win. That's ridiculous. Why would a Republican voter choose to vote for the Democrat when they could just vote for the Republican? That's why you need to have an actual real choice in a general election where the Democrat truly stands out as somebody who is different than the traditional pro-corporate, at this point, fascist Republican. So again, these old theories are ridiculous. They're done. We're going to see what happens in the fall. Let me get to bringing this up. I mean, I covered this race last week, I believe it was. Adam Hamawi, a doctor who served in Gaza, wins the New Jersey primary. This is also a Bernie-backed candidate. I did a whole video on that here. You can go check him out. Incredibly impressive individual. Again, this is somebody that the Democratic Party, as I wrote here, should be embracing. You had somebody who risked their life to go to Gaza to save other lives as a surgeon. And we barely know this man's name. He should be propped up as an example of what you want the Democratic Party to be. But of course, leadership of the Democratic Party is not interested in that right now, which is why you have to get all these people out and put some new life in there. Another individual here, Analia Mejia, winning. This is back in February. She won the big surprising victory in a Democratic primary it was a special election. But again, by the way, I'm showing the Fox News headline here because they're one of the only ones that put all of the issues in the subheading here because they think it hurts the candidate. So this is somebody who is, yes, backed by Sanders and AOC. That's a positive thing. Also ran on Medicare for all, abolishing ICE, and a $25 minimum wage, as if these are supposed to be offensive things that we don't like. It's so silly. But all the money, I should say a ton of money was also poured into this race. But this was a very bizarre one because AIPAC saw Tom Malinowski as the threat, even though this guy, pro-Israel dude. But because he was a tiny bit critical of sending weapons to Israel without any sort of checks, AIPAC spent against him because they never saw Mejia as any kind of threat, so they didn't think she'd be any factor. So they spent against him as a way to support Tahisha Way, who got truly destroyed as the pro-AIPAC candidate outright, but ended up just helping Analia Mejia, the one who is the most critical of Israel. So it truly is amazing. Like they spent $2.3 million to try to sink Malinowski, ended up just helping the better candidate in the race. So good on them, I suppose. But again, another Bernie Sanders back candidate winning that race. Here's another one. This one in Montana, Brian Poindexter winning, and this guy also has a very interesting background. But winning the Ohio House District 7 primary race with 37% of the vote. Let me play for you a bit of his story as well.
We have to fundamentally change who has power in our country. I'm Brian Poindexter. I'm a dad. I'm a union iron worker. I'm a Browns fan. I'm a Brook Park City Council member. And I'm running for Congress to end this corruption. I am asking you to join me because this might be our last and only shot to get things back on track, to tell the billionaires where to shove it, and to finally fight for working people. I'm Brian Poindexter, and I approve this ad.
Once again, another true working class candidate backed by Bernie Sanders, someone who actually represents their community, winning the primary against any kind of corporate-backed, Harvard-endorsed type candidate where they're typically cookie cutter, staged, say all the same things. Here is somebody who actually speaks like a real person and has a real message. It makes a difference. As political rights here, the senator, speaking of Bernie Sanders, support has been instrumental in powering unknown candidates to major wins this cycle, a demonstration of just how much political influence the 84-year-old progressive leader still commands. His influence, I believe, has only grown since his 2016 run, and it's through his ability to inspire others to run, and also, of course, endorsements and the message that people understood once he ran in 2016 and in 2020. People getting that, even though that message may have not won a general election, because again, you had to get through a Democratic primary, ultimately, that's a message that resonates well past those runs. Now, let's get to the obvious. Graham Plattner winning his primary, which was going to happen in Maine, 71% of the vote. Jenna Mills essentially backed out of the race when she saw that she had no chance, even though she was still on the ballot, which is weird. But regardless, he won this race. This is, so, I spoke more on the Graham Plattner, all the Graham Plattner fake controversy in a video recently. You can go check out that video for my breakdown on that. But this is an important win to truly understand that, especially in a place like Maine, the smears don't work. I mean, it's, how are you going to try and smear somebody for, so one of the things that came out is he was sexting with other women early in his marriage. And this is stuff that, by the way, he and his wife brought to their own campaign. It's not as if his wife found out all of a sudden when it came out. No, they purposely brought it to the campaign just to let them know, hey, if this comes out, we have to figure out a way, to discuss this. And someone in the campaign leaked it. So, but all that aside, to try and smear the man over that when you have Susan Collins, a Republican on the other side, who has upheld Donald Trump's entire agenda, is the vote that stripped away abortion rights. I mean, is the vote that stripped away healthcare funding. You can go down the list. Susan Collins is a terrible person because of her votes and what she does. Worth noting, if you care about personal issues, Susan Collins also has a very sketchy past. As Nathan Bernard writes here, Susan Collins had a long-term affair with her current husband, marrying him in 2012 when he divorced his wife, who was dying of cancer. But I got to admit, I don't care, because what matters is not what happened in your personal life and with your husband or with your wife. What matters is what you do with your power as a politician, how you vote, the issues you push. So Susan Collins, despite doing that questionable thing, or Graham Platter, despite some text he may have sent early in his marriage, I don't care. What matters is how you vote, how you're going to vote, and what we've seen historically from what you do. And we know, based on Susan Collins' history, there shouldn't even be a debate here. Obviously, Graham Platter needs to win in the fall. So let me just get to a quick clip from his victory speech.
Now, the national pundits, the political establishment, they keep looking for that one story, that one headline, that one moment in my life that they can define the campaign by. But in trying so hard to understand me, they failed to understand that this is not about me at all. This is a movement about us. About the far too many working far too hard and struggling far too much at the hands of the ruling class. It is not a story of my hardship, it's of our hardship.
This gets to the heart of the issue of that so many voters have with traditional politics, is politicians simply not caring about their interests and instead caring about the interests of corporations and the wealthy. And there is now a clear shift against that. So I just want to end on, if you watch these videos, if you enjoy my content, make sure you are subscribed and make sure you also hit the bell notification icon and hit all. I'm saying this because I've been seeing more and more comments, especially these past few weeks, of people saying, I am not getting your videos in my feed. I had to go out and search your channel to find your videos, even though I am subscribed to you, I'm not seeing them show up. And that is very disturbing to me because YouTube is so unpredictable. I would like people, especially my subscribers, to actually be able to recognize I have a new upload. So the only way that you for sure are supposed to be able to get that is if you have all notifications turned on. And also, if you can afford to, support me on Patreon as well, patreon.com/therationalnational. That helps to get me by through some of these tougher months where the algorithm is all over the place and my videos aren't getting fed into the feed. And it just allows me to continue doing what I do. So if you support the show, I would greatly appreciate that support as well. Who could have possibly seen this coming? The FIFA Peace Prize winner? That guy? He's going to screw up the FIFA World Cup? No way. Impossible. Well, it's happened. So in this video, I'm going to go over many different stories coming out of the World Cup so far, keeping in mind that it hasn't even officially kicked off. It doesn't start till the end of this week. And also keeping in mind that this is being hosted by 3 different countries for the first time, Canada, Mexico, and the US. And as far as I've seen, ain't a whole lot coming out of Mexico and Canada, though I'll get to one story coming out of Canada near the end of this video. But let's just get into it, because I mean, all of this was totally predictable. If you know anything about the US and of course Trump's impact on it, yeah. But we're gonna get to some of the immigration stuff here in a bit. But let me just start with, this was gonna happen regardless of who was president. A true welcome to America moment for Team England, where 9 injured in shooting near England's World Cup base is Canton, Kansas City. Of course. In fact, I'm surprised this is the only one I've seen so far. I'm sure there'll be more examples of mass shootings near practice facilities or games taking place, just because of the nature of America. How many guns there are, how many mass shootings there are on a regular basis. I would not be shocked if we see another example of something like this happen again. But this is not necessarily on the FIFA Peace Prize winner, just worth pointing out. Let me first start, though. This, to me, is so disgusting. I'm sure many of you maybe have already come across this. Somali referee won't officiate in World Cup after being denied entry into the U.S. Omar Artan was turned away at Miami International Airport from Istanbul on Saturday. So they don't appear to give a reason at all. We'll get to what their reasoning is, but CNN writing here, Artan was named Africa's top male referee in 2025 and was chosen by the Confederation of African Football to take part in this year's World Cup. This would have been an incredible honor for this man who is clearly well respected in his field to be able to go to the World Cup, referee a few matches. That would have been a lifetime achievement moment for him. And it's been denied. Basically, it appears simply because of the racism in Donald Trump and Stephen Miller and that administration. So as the CBP put in a statement here, during processing, the traveler underwent additional inspection, a routine part of CBP's inspection process when officers need to verify information or determine admissibility. Following inspection, the traveler, a referee for the FIFA World Cup, was determined to be inadmissible due to vetting concerns and was denied entry. We have no idea what this means. They're not any more specific than this. What vetting concerns? This is an internationally recognized, well-respected referee. Like, it's hard for us to take anything else from this except that U.S. policy is racist because there is nothing else here to go off of. So, as of course CNN writes here, Somalia is one of the 39 nations affected by the Trump travel ban. The CBP spokesperson did not provide details on why Artan was refused entry, but nationals of countries listed under Trump's travel ban are placed under additional scrutiny. Again, there is no reason for that except for their own racist policy. So the referee's response, by the way, is very kind and generous and doesn't need to be, though I suspect has something to do with the fact that the guy running FIFA is a big Trump lunatic. I mean, the fact that you would literally invent a peace prize to give to Donald Trump. You have problems. But the referee writing here, despite the circumstances, I am in a positive mood and I am focused on the next challenges in my refereeing career. I would like to thank FIFA and the CAF for all their support, and I promise to keep my refereeing levels up as I concentrate on the future. I want to thank the football family for their messages and wish my colleagues all the best success during the World Cup. It's just so sad, so unfortunate that this referee was denied this opportunity. Now, some other examples. You're going to maybe see a bit of a pattern here with who's being targeted. But Senegal's national team was underwent additional scrutiny. This is on the tarmac where they're being patted down. Just like, these are professional soccer players. What are they going to do? But Metro UK writing here, the U.S. has been slammed for reportedly subjecting members of Senegal and Uzbekistan's football teams to humiliating security checks ahead of the World Cup. So these were forced extra screenings after they arrived in San Antonio, Texas, and New York. Senegalese players underwent intense bag inspections at the airport, while Uzbek players faced sniffer dogs and metal detectors upon arrival at their training venue after passing security checks at the airport. So look, it's one thing for regular checks at the airport. We all expect that, whatever. These appear to be extra extra inspections, pat downs, extra scrutiny of their bags following their arrival. So footage showed security officials testing players' shoes and scanning them on the tarmac. So this video was shared out by a journalist, a sports journalist for Senegal, who found the whole thing hilarious because of how ridiculous it is. This is, just to be clear, translated from French. The control of the Americans, I'll talk about it in my next book. They don't let absolutely anything slip through. Even Pathé, the player here, with his plastic shoes. So, like, they got to sit in a chair one by one, get scanned, have their shoes inspected. It's just so silly. Another example here. Iraq striker Ayman Hussein questioned for hours on U.S. arrival for World Cup. He was questioned for 7 hours at Chicago's O'Hare Airport. Team photographer was denied entry after more than 10 hours. So that guy wasn't even let through. There, again, no details as to why there was extra screening, why this guy was questioned for 7 hours. He was eventually let through. But there's no details as to why any of that happened. On top of that, Iran players were delayed because of visa issues. So Iran FA labels visa issues political interference in sport. So as The Guardian goes on to write here, the U.S. refused to issue visas for some team support staff. The Iran coach says we should have been here at least a week ago or last week because a 12-hour time difference needs 2 weeks of adjusting. Usually in these tournaments, before technical matters, ethical and human considerations must be respected, which I think for us, it was not the case. So something like this has a material impact on how that team may perform. We were talking about less rest, less practice, having to deal with all of these visa issues being delayed. This impacts their ability to perform on the field, giving other teams an advantage that they shouldn't have had. Iran's Football Federation, whose chief, Mehdi Taj, was reportedly among those denied a visa, has described the decision as, quote, political interference in sport in its worst form. Remember back when this whole the war began and Trump was pretending, oh, it's for the Iranian people. Look at them. They're fighting against their government. We are there to support them. That was never the case. How is extra scrutiny on the Iranian football team? Are these your enemies? I thought these are the kinds of people that you want to protect. Whether it's the players, whether it's the fans who are also being impacted. Iran Soccer Federation claims fans' tickets for U.S. World Cup games were pulled. So every team, as FIFA president said previously, any team's fans should have access to matches. So every team is supposed to get tickets for their fans to be able to attend the matches. So each federation for the 48 teams taking part is entitled to receive and distribute 8% of stadium capacity at the World Cup, adding up to several thousand of tickets for each game. Just days before Iran opens the World Cup on Monday at the Los Angeles Rams Stadium in Inglewood against New Zealand, they were pulled. So they're now unable to provide any tickets to its supporters. FIFA was approached for comment, apparently has not given a comment. Iran's team is now based in the Mexico border city of Tijuana instead of its pre-war plan to train in Tucson, Arizona. Due to the delays, the travel issues, the visa stuff, they have to actually now practice somewhere else. And apparently, so I'm reading conflicting reporting on this. So some reporting saying that Iran's only allowed to stay for the day of the game, so they have to arrive that same day, play the game, and then leave. I saw another report that stated otherwise, saying they're allowed to stay for the day and the night, and then they have to go. So I'm not sure what the exact details are on that, but it does appear that Iran's team is being targeted here. On top of that, you have Moroccan fans who also were left devastated after heavy U.S. visa refusals blocked their plans, costing thousands of dollars. So this breakdown here from the Canary.co. The Sports Association of Moroccan national team fans, a long-standing and well-organized supporters group, saw 40 of its 42 applicants rejected. Again, no clear reasons given for the visa refusals. Several supporters had already booked hotels costing between $400 and $1,000 per night. Now let's get to the only positive story that I've seen so far coming out of this World Cup being hosted, at least partially in the U.S. And that, of course, has to do with Zoran Mamdani, mayor of New York City, who is going to be offering $50 tickets to the World Cup in a lottery for residents of New York. So 1,000 tickets on offer, $50 each, including transportation to and from the venue. And this is apparently the first and to date only time an individual World Cup host city will provide special access to tickets for residents of that particular city. Though they do point out here that Qatar also gave discounted tickets for their residents in 2022. So this is really city specific, though it appears this is not normal. You would think in a sane society, this would be a normal thing to do, whether it's the Olympics, whether it's the World Cup, whatever big international event. It should be an honor for that city and the people living there to be a part of that. And you should want to include them in that. You should want to be able to offer them tickets at affordable rates for them to be able to go and experience this once-in-a-lifetime event. And for this to be the first city to do this, first and only one, is sad. But this apparently was an initiative between, or a collaboration between the mayor's office and the New York/New Jersey World Cup host committee. So this was an initiative put forward by Mamdani himself to ensure that this got done so that people that actually live in New York can go and see some of these games. Now, on the other side of that, we have Toronto, which is scalping its own World Cup tickets. So they bought up a bunch of tickets to resell them at higher prices, which, worth pointing out, was just made illegal in Ontario. I'm not understanding how it's legal for the city of Toronto to scalp tickets when it's illegal for everyone else to do it. But putting that aside, their reasoning I understand on its face. So they're being resold to avoid spending property tax dollars on the tournament. So it's a way for the city to recoup some of the cost, because we're talking about $1 billion in taxpayer money spent to host 13 matches in Toronto and Vancouver. But another city had a better idea on how to handle this. So this is from The Peak. I'll link to this article below the video as well. While Canada's hosting duties have been bankrolled almost entirely by taxpayers, other host cities like San Francisco used mostly private funding to finance their World Cup games. The Bay Area also applied a $6 surcharge to ticket sales to generate revenue for the city, which neither Toronto or Vancouver apparently negotiated in their FIFA deals. And San Francisco is also refusing to allow any public funds to be used for stadium upgrades, which has been one of the largest hosting costs for the Canadian cities. So, yeah. Maybe we have something to learn from some other cities like San Francisco, like New York. Canada can definitely learn a few things. But I don't know. Let me know your thoughts on the World Cup. Are you going? Also, are you a multimillionaire? How are you going? But let me know your thoughts on all this below the video. Do you support the FIFA Peace Prize winner and his initiative to ruin the World Cup? Let me know below. If you enjoyed this video, please hit like and subscribe, and check out some of the other videos I have on this channel.